some strats that you guys are gonna see in an hour or so. But you know, we're gonna show the world. Like I said, I mean, we've definitely hidden some things, and you're gonna be surprised how far ahead we are.
Do you think that Major 3 and not making the grand finals was a bit of a wake-up
things.
call for the two of you? Do you think it's pushed you harder than ever before?
Maybe. Like that major was like definitely a rough time, but I think we learned from it, and hopefully we can show it now.
And you know what? For you.
I mean, you talk about Veno being confident. Queasy's right there with them. Now, of course, they discussed this rivalry between Cammy and Seti, but what would kind of close that chapter for them?
I think that they don't believe there's a chapter there at all, right? When I've spoken to Veno and Queasy throughout the year, genuinely, they don't believe there's a rivalry. They think that they are a level above Cammy and Seti, and I think this truly is their chance to prove it. But yeah, for them, I don't think they think there's a rivalry. Veno just said it earlier. He's trying to prove there's no rivalry. We're just better than those guys.
Yeah, 100% love that. And I guess when you think about it, right, at an international event, getting second place, really the only thing that you should have a problem with is getting first place. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the only thing that they care about.
A thing many of these duos we talk about have in common is their LAN experience. And some of them have a little bit more than others. I wonder how that's going to play a factor. Well, why don't we listen to them?
I would really like to win the global championship. I think that there are certain factors that separate winning online and winning at an actual LAN. The biggest one is just your nerves and being able to control them.
It's obviously different than winning something online because there's crowd, there's people cheering for you.
Just be comfortable at your seat, you know? Like, if it's not comfortable, find a way to make yourself comfortable.
You gotta be able to reset and compose yourself.
For me, it doesn't feel like a difference anymore. Playing at a lot of LANs now, and I think I'm one of the most experienced players.
I think for most pros, everybody plays this game to win.
When I won in Saudi, it felt surreal. The feeling, it just felt like a dream, I'll be honest.
Definitely winning a LAN gives me a confidence because I know I can do it.
The best moment of the last year was obviously winning Invitational.
When you win a LAN, your reputation is just, it's just higher.
I feel like Cammy and Seti could definitely win, but I feel like they have a lot more pressure than everyone else.
We feel really comfortable, and we think that we have a really big chance of winning.
I don't think there's any pressure on us of winning this global championship because we don't need to pressure ourselves. It's either we win or we don't win.
I think it's just gonna be a pure competition.
I think everyone can talk, but at the end of the day, the actions matter the most.
No matter what tournament you play in Fortnite, people are always gonna have expectations.
When you get a taste of winning at LAN, you always want to chase it again.
I want to make sure I just go out there, be confident.
I think everybody would want to win this event.
It would mean a lot to me to win this. The last missing piece I need for my Fortnite career.
I came here for one thing only, is to win.
It's 6 games, so anything can happen.
To whatever happens, good luck to everyone.
We'll see if their experience helps them out today, but as we continue this talk about what we're going to be viewing, let's talk about format. What has led us here? Well, we started with an upper bracket and a lower bracket, both with only 5 games each day. Now, gentlemen, the key factor here is twofold. One, we have 6 games, but on top of that, grand finals, we're used to 2 days, 6 games each day. Here, we only have the 6.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, and we just heard Vico talk about it. 6 games, quote unquote, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I don't know how many times I've commentated 6 games events, right? And it's you go into the last game and the game ends and you're like, how did this team win? Where did they come from, right? Because there are so many teams, the points will end up being so close that so many different teams are in contention, right? And hopefully for the fans that happens today, right, you get a bit more action, a bit more intense. But for the players, it's you really have to make those games count, right? You can't just think, okay, it was just day 1, we reset, we VOD review, we come back tomorrow. No, these are the 6 games. You don't leave this stage without there being a winner.
That's right. Again, you just can't skip a beat, right? Let's take a look at the point format. We've seen this in the last couple of days, 65 points for the Victory Royale. Top 25 will get you just a little bit of something. Obviously still 4 points per eliminations rather. but still, those mid-match objective points. 15 for Rift Island. The past 2 days, we've just seen Rift Island casually set aside. But guys, these 15 points, they could make or break a duo.
Yeah, I mean, all of the points can make a difference for sure, right? We're talking about the volatility of the 6 games, which just means that not only every single game matters that much more, but so does every single point.
Spoiler alert, game 5 and 6, Rift Island's going to look messy. Yeah, it's going to look crazy because everyone's
Don't tell them the scripts, Levin.
That is the script, I'm sorry. I had to leak it.
Y'all are crazy. So let's talk about some of the, we'll talk about a couple of the contested POIs. What are we expecting to see here? So we've got a handy dandy map here. So keep in mind, these yellow circles you're seeing, that means there's 2 duos at these spots. The red, there is 3. Let's go ahead and make this easy. Racetrack, Thomas HD going up against Kanata. We saw this up in the upper bracket, and this went a certain way. Now we get the run back. What has Kanata learned, and how can we expect it to go for round 2?
Thomas HD with the home ground advantage. Kanata with a little bit of a birthday buff. I am excited to see how this one actually ends up panning out, but we kind of already saw how this is going to go, right? Upper bracket might have been a little bit of a teaser.
I think it was. And that's unfortunate for the birthday boy Kanata, but I do think what we saw from that Friday games is that Thomas HD and Malibuka are comfortable, or at least more comfortable than the NA boys when being contested. Thomas said it on Friday. No disrespect to you, Kanata, or maybe full disrespect, who knows with Thomas nowadays, but I've played better players than you off spawn, right? And throughout the year, throughout the majors this year, we've seen them be contested at the racetrack, and they've still managed to put on incredible performances over 6-game formats. And so if you're Thomas HD, you're just thinking, okay, cool, we just win our 50-50s. When we get the chance to play a game, we're gonna be spectacular. For Kanata and Aegis though, I don't know what there has been for them to learn almost, right? Because they're going right back into the ringer again here today against a top team that will be relentless every single off-spawn fight.
You know, let's be honest, right? It was pretty much a rough day for them, or upper bracket day, right? They mentioned, oh, we made it off-spawn 2 times on socials, but then the snipers came into play, right? So their games were kind of ended short, but the lower bracket run yesterday when they were uncontested, they got 30+ points every single game. So they know that they can do it. They're coming in with a lot of confidence.
Well, we had this interview lined up on day number 1 of the upper bracket. So let's relive this moment again. Frankie is standing by with the duo. Over to you.
You say I'm standing by, I feel like I'm standing in the middle because the 2 of these guys, Thomas, I think they might be cheering for you out there, but maybe some are cheering for Kanata. Copenhagen, are you cheering for Thomas? Can I also hear if you'd like to give a cheer for birthday boy Kanata, please? It's interesting because I can hear a few boos. Are you enjoying the idea of being the villain today?
I mean, like, I can't do anything. Thomas is playing home court advantage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hopefully I got the French guys on my back today. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like what you're also saying is Racetrack's his home. So why are you dropping there?
Listen, like, I got nowhere else to land. But, you know, that's just how the game is. Like, I'm just going to have fun today. I've already accepted not winning. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just going to see what happens.
You came second, though, in the lower bracket. 40th on day number 1. Thomas, you came 14th. And we need to clarify something here. When you guys had your off-spawn battles, what was the score?
I would say it's 3-2, but Kanata is arguing that it's 2-2 because he died out the air. But, yeah.
So I feel like you still won them because he got eliminated in the air. I think he technically gets the victory there. Kanata, you're saying the game's easy when it's uncontested like yesterday. So why on earth would you want to go back to Racetrack today?
I mean, like, to be honest, I don't have the respect that Thomas does in like an international land, so I can't like just go somewhere else and be uncontested, right? And I've already been landing here, and I really believe that I have the best drops at this spot. And I mean, if Thomas really could land, Thomas could land anywhere, I think, on the map. Like, unless it's not like the best teams, he would get uncontested 100%.
So you're actually backing him for the win today?
I mean, he's not backing anything. I'm just saying, like, I'm just gonna try my best, right? But I'm just here to have fun.
All right, and Thomas, what about you? Because I know you've said second place isn't good enough after you missed out on winning major number 1 this year by 1 point. So what are you gonna give this competition today?
I mean, we'll just try our best, like, try to get as many late games as possible and try not to get eliminated off spawn, so yeah. we'll do our best.
Copenhagen, would you like to see Thomas and Kanada do their best today? Boys, I know you're going to give them a show. Shake hands as we head back to the desk.
Kanada treating it somewhat lackadaisically, right? Just saying, yeah, I've accepted defeat. I don't buy that, Kanada. I feel like this is a misdirect.
I'd like to hope it is. Unfortunately, I don't think it is. Because he's been saying this for a while. Like, I asked him the week like before the tournament, he was like, yeah, I think it's over really against Thomas. And I think for anybody who doesn't really understand, that just shows you how good Thomas is, because Kanada is one of the most confident and one of the best players in the world. And he thinks against Thomas HD it's over. So that just goes to show how good Thomas really is.
That is crazy. And, you know, I mean, this is prize money, right? Okay, let's just, maybe we just take it slow. Kanada, maybe we take it a little slow. But let's shift gears here. Let's talk about Acorn going up against Pink.
I cannot wait to see what happens here, because again, it's a repeat of a battle we got to see on Friday during the upper bracket. And it's one that I'm not sure how differently it's gonna go, Vivid, because Acorn and Cold, even though they were up against Pink and Vico, they still did incredibly.
Yeah, and listen, me and Levin were talking about who we think's gonna win the global championship, and I was like, gosh, I really want to say Acorn and Cold, but they're contested, and you know, my competitive side is like, oh, that's such a disadvantage in a lot of these scenarios for the teams. But then Levin was like, well, I mean, upper bracket day, they won, and it was the same situation. I was like, oh my gosh, wait, they won the upper bracket by 70 points, and it was the same situation.
And Pink was in disbelief almost by how impressive those guys were, because coming into the competition, Pink and Vico, they had cooked up so many different strats to try and nullify Acorn and Cold. Pink and Vico are used to being contested in this area of the map throughout the year. Acorn and Cold, on the other hand, haven't been, right? So the mentality for Pink and Vico is like, let's make it as uncomfortable for them as possible. They won't be used to it, right? They won't be able to know how to adapt. But even coming into it, using the strats he had cooked up, it still didn't phase Acorn and Cold. And after the tournament, Pink was like, I guess he's just a GOAT, because nothing phases, and I don't know what we can do to really stop this guy.
I mean, that is a lot of respect to give to somebody that you are contesting. But I mean, like, Acorn and Cold deserve it, right? Cold always talks about Acorn being the best IGL in the world. And then I think everybody knows Cold is definitely one of the best fraggers. Sometimes you can just be like, hey, can you go find me an Elim? It's done in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, easily. If you were gonna make like a Player of the Year award and you had to have a top 3 shortlist, Cold 1,000,000% would be in that top 3 throughout the course of the year. This guy has been on a whole different level.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to get the perspective of Pink, and who better to get that perspective than Frankie, who is standing by with him now.
It's been amazing to watch Pink and Vico over the past couple of days, because on day number 1, they came in 33rd position. But day number 2, after an epic victory royale in game number 4, they managed to race up the leaderboard to 12th, and now they find themselves in Championship Sunday. Pink, tell me about the momentum you found to take that victory royale yesterday.
It all started with the kills off spawn. So we had kills off spawn and we were feeling confident. We knew we needed a change in, I guess, confidence. So we just kept getting kills, and then it just, once we have confidence, it's kind of like over.
What happened to your confidence on day 1? I remember you telling me that Acorn and Cold were griefing you. Did you think that maybe once that was out the way, you could just focus on your game?
I mean, day 1 and day 2, it didn't really change. Day 2, we had a team landing north of us and a team landing south. So I'd say day 2 was even worse than day 1, but we still managed to make it happen.
All year you've had the same drop spot. You call it Pink Split. In fact, the community in Europe calls it Pink Split. Why do you think that teams are contesting you on it at the moment?
I mean, it's just, they land there on NA, we land there on EU. It's just a LAN. Sometimes you're con, sometimes you get lucky and you get uncon. It's nothing personal, things happen.
Do you feel prepared for off-spawn battles today?
Yeah.
And do you feel ready for the victory? Because there may be some people out there who are underestimating you, given the results so far, but it looks like you're on an upwards trajectory.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's 6 games. Anything can happen. If you have your day, you're $1 million richer. So I hope God's with me.
Well, hopefully you are going to have a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink. Now, we need to head over to the Creator Lounge, because I know Kelly Link is there with a very special friend of the FNCS.
That is right, Frankie. But this personality right here was too big for the Creator Lounge. We had to do it up on stage. Life with Panda, thank you so much for joining me here.
Hey, listen, it is great to be here in Copenhagen. Give it up, people!
It's already been an incredible 2 days of competition. What has been your favorite moment so far?
Ooh, listen, beside hanging out with you, Kelly, I have to say the Duke 1v2 clutch, beautifully done. Or maybe the Savage Vidal finish yesterday. I don't know. So many great moments going on. I can't wait to see what's about to happen today.
Well, speaking about what's going to happen today, we're going to be crowning a champion, and I'm going to ask you the difficult question. Who do you think is going to walk away in first place?
This is not difficult at all, guys. It's Queasy and Vino. They're going to take it, redeeming themselves from the Invitational, baby. It's going to happen.
All right, Panda, any last words that you have to say before we send it back to the desk?
Well, one massive shout out to my wife. It is our 3-year wedding anniversary, and we are here in Copenhagen. So shout out to her for letting me be here.
Panda, thank you so much. Thank you all to the audience as well. Let's head on back to the desk.
Happy anniversary, Pandas. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us on your anniversary, of course. But, you know, he makes some bold claims.
I love Panda.
We all love Panda. Queasy and Veno, that is a bold claim.
Is it? Is it really bold? I think a lot of people probably expect Queasy and Veno to come out strong, right? You know, when they've been as good as they've been all year long. I think they're shooing to be a favorite today, no?
Is it finally the point where we put in our official predictions? Oh gosh, listen, I have to go Acorn and Cold. I really cannot doubt them after that day one upper bracket performance. I think they got it.
Okay, well, you hear what their thoughts are. Why don't we introduce your casters, get their thoughts on up to them.
Well, listen, first off, thank you, Zeke. And yeah, absolutely. I'm standing with my NA boys as well. I'm a big Acorn, Cold supporter and fan. I do think I'm leaning their way as well. Jacob, you have any hot picks?
I mean, I was on the Acorn and Cold train, but since so many people are shouting them out, I'm going to go ahead and go with Iyamzo and Rise. They've been so consistent throughout the entire year. I call them one of the most dangerous duos in Fortnite right now, and I think they're going to show that today.
Well, listen, enough of our picks. Let's go meet these players down on the stage.
For the past year, hundreds of Fortnite duos have been competing for the chance to stand here on this stage in Copenhagen. And now just 50 remain in the running to lift the trophy, to own the Axe of Champions and call themselves the best Fortnite players in the world. Copenhagen, are you ready to see history made? You have been the most incredible audience all weekend, and I know you can't wait to give these players your all. So, for the final time this year, please, Copenhagen, please welcome your players!
The main staging and celebration. Viva la France!
Let's give Grolls and Clownski a warm welcome. This duo has worked hard to get this far. It is time for them to begin aiming for nothing but the top.
Give it up for Cooper and Miro. This duo have shown they belong on the big stage. Will they be able to break through and hoist that trophy?
Yumi, Source, they're here. These two mean business with great performances. They have secured their spot here at the grand finals, but it is time to lock in.
Let's welcome Janus and Reason. The German powerhouse team is here to show what they got. This is time to prove it to the world.
Let's hear it for the Brazilian duo, Nutzy and Gabsera, with a great performance at the lower bracket. They are ready to represent Brazil. It's go time.
Datus and Stain, ladies and gentlemen. These guys got the skills to perform on the big stage. It's time to bring the Brazilian flair to the finals.
Let's welcome Bryce and Chubbs. You guys showed us how it's done. If you can keep up the good work, the sky is the limit. What a day yesterday.
Batman, Booga, and Rapid have arrived. These two have shown that they belong with a great performance yesterday, but it's time to do it again.
And now, Steno and Lucy. The Danish Dynamite is here. They're at the home turf. Let's hear what you got for them, Copenhagen. That was just the first 10 duos we've seen compete here today. And I got to call them out right away. Janus and Reason, a duo that you heard Copenhagen go absolutely wild for. I want to talk about the expectations we have for the duo on the day.
Yeah, if you ain't familiar, if you ain't been round here before, let me introduce you to Janus and Reason. These guys are OGs. They've been here. They've been at the top. They've been to the mountaintop. They've seen it all. They've done it all. They've won it all. And they're going to look to try to do that again. They came so close in Major 1. Major 1 Grand Finals in the EU, they led the way after day 1, and it looked like a spot in Globals was there for them. But they didn't quite do it, and it took them all the way until Last Chance Major to finally do it. And I know they won't wait late again. They're going to come in early and try and do their thing as best as possible.
But that's what being a global champion is all about. Performing in the clutch. It is a tall task for them today. As we showed that little drop map earlier, right, where we were expecting a lot of the early game action to show, and there was a red area. That means there are 3 teams up there, and unfortunately for Janus and Reason, they are one of them.
That's right. That's just the first 10. I want to meet the next 10, so let's just jump right into it.
Give it up for Merstash and Tayson, one of the best duos to ever do it. Now it's their chance to show to the world they can do it again.
And here we have Pixie and Cheatin. This duo has showed us that they have what it takes to perform at the highest levels. And now the trophy, it's so close.
Give it up for Baila and Peterbot, 2 of the most dominant players on NA. With a championship already under their belt, they're looking to perform that here once more.
Let's welcome Crisp and Noxy. These guys have showed great consistency for a long time. Let's keep it going because guess what? It's showtime.
Kitos and P8 Sin. The Brazilian champs are here. They know the feeling of winning. Can they do it again? We know the Brazilians are cheering you on.
to give it your all. Good luck.
Coming all the way from NA, let's give it up for Quanti and TK. They have showcased amazing skill for a long time. They are here for the finals, and that trophy is waiting.
But wait, we have Blaha and Mixon, the Polish duo. Let's make some noise. It's time to crown some new Polish champ potentially. Let's bring on the heat.
Stand up and get loud for Roman and X-Sports, making sure they only needed the upper bracket to qualify to the grand finals. Can they keep up the momentum?
Now let's hear it for Bugha and Threats. These guys aren't playing around and do not plan on leaving empty-handed tonight, but will the trophy go home with NA? You know we had to talk about it, Vivid. Imagine the World Cup title and then slap a global championship title on that. That would be crazy.
What a career Bugha has had, teaming up with Threats for this year. Coming in major number 2, a 5th place. Closing out major number 3 with a 2nd place. Not to mention Bugha himself has 3 FNCS titles. I mean, what can't he do?
One of the GOATs of this game. And I personally, as a fan, just want to see him lift a trophy on a major stage again.
Yeah.
It would be amazing.
I'm hoping, man. Of course, we've got more duos to introduce. Let's get the next 10.
This is Acorn and Cold with a dominating performance in the upper bracket. These guys are here and they're looking to take home that trophy.
Now let's make some noise for Peppo, Cliff, and Zagu. Representing for Asia, they are ready to fight for the trophy. It's time to bring your A game.
Representing the Middle East, Mshari and Rue might be the only team from their region, but that doesn't stop them from winning. These guys will do whatever it takes to succeed.
From NA, we have Thoric and Bolts providing, proving that they can take home FNCS wins. They have championships under their belt, but can they do it one more time?
Misha and Teeny, ladies and gentlemen, do not feel safe regardless of where you drop on the map when these guys are in the lobby. They are here, and they are here to win.
Here we have iDrop and Mappy, the Scandinavian duels, now ready to bring the trophy home after qualifying hot out of day 1. Let's go.
Make some noise for Brightbear and Flixie. Slowly been climbing the ranks for seasons. Now is their chance to make it big and solidify themselves among the best.
But wait, for Strokey, Kylie, they have landed. They are here, dropping right in from the upper bracket into the grand finals. They are making an impact on the leaderboards.
A big round of applause for Muzz and Paper. These guys are used to being high up on the leaderboards, and they only needed day 1 to make it here. Now it's time to finish the job.
All right, give it up for Mr. Savage and Badil, making the lower bracket look easy. It's exciting to see if they can do it again here for the grand finals. One step closer to games beginning. Mr. Savage and Badil, you know we gotta talk about these guys. They ended first place after yesterday's lower bracket. First place from the last chance major. They have something to prove, and they're here to show it.
Talk about clutching up when it matters. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times. It's just a duo that makes sense. They're so smart. Mr. Savage has so much experience, especially on the big stage. More than 10 in-person event appearances, and then Vidil teamed up with him. The mechanical prowess, it's all there.
Savage has played on stages like this as much as anybody else in the world of Fortnite. He will know. But Vidil, he's been the one in crunch time this year that has really put the performances in to seal the deal. And even though there'll be pressure on him, Vidil will be ready.
I'm ready. For more duos, let's get the next 10 in here.
Let's get a big warm welcome for Yamzo and Rise. Consistency is key here, and they proved it all year long. Now is the time to finish what they started.
Let's hear it now for Alex and Worthy. As the only OCE team in the lobby tonight, this is their chance, and the pressure is on to take home the LAN title.
Please meet Trulex and Chicho. FNC experience and titles are plenty here. However, a LAN title is still to be secured. The opportunity is rare, but it's here. It's now.
And this is Shari and Giros coming smoking hot out of day number 1. Now they're focusing in on today. There's no time to waste. This is it for them.
Make some noise for Bobby and Larpex. First Asian team to make it to the grand finals, but they are not done yet. The trophy is within their grasp.
Pars and Baka, everyone. With a solid performance in the upper bracket, these guys have to be ready now more than ever to take it on in the grand finals.
Here we have him, Ashedes and Striker. Brazil is not to be messed around with. These guys are here to prove they can challenge everyone on the international stage.
Foil and Sphinx are not to be messed with, taking home a victory royale in the upper bracket. They are now here to show if they can do it again. Pressure is on.
Give it up for Queasy and Benno! Today's menu says comeback. Second in the Invitational, second in the upper bracket, but now it is time for a first place finish.
And here we have Kemi and Seti. These guys are used to lifting trophies this weekend. They are looking to add another one to the collection. Of all the duos here, we could say they have the most pressure.
This is getting real. Every single wave, man. A duo we wanted to highlight here from OCE, Alex and Worthy Levin. We kind of have been talking about this every time we've seen them. Worthy, a phenomenal player. Then you pair him with someone like Alex, who OCE as a whole are just like, this is our guy. I can't wait to see how they perform.
I am so excited about this duo, right? You know, it's rare we get to see some of the smaller regions step up the way they did in the upper bracket finals. 6th place is no shabby feat at all. And personally, when you look at their playstyles, Alex, man, one of the most electrifying players there is in Fortnite. When he turns it on, when he decides he wants to get in a limb, he's getting in a limb.
Top 25 in every single game on day number 1. Can they do it again and represent OCE?
Absolutely. Arena, make some noise. Let this last wave of players hear you. Let's meet them.
Double R, Tree and Rituals are in the house. NA is their home turf, but after upper bracket, Denmark certainly looks comfy for them as well. Can they keep up the pace?
Don't blink, we have Hen and Bosque from last chance major to the lower bracket and then to the grand finals. Now they are here where they belong. All they have to do is seal it up.
Age doesn't matter for Moneymaker and for Nyan. Young and talented are key words for these guys, and now they're here to give it their all.
bracket. They are now here to prove themselves worthy as a grand finals team.
Put your hands together for Duke and Edgy with an NA Major 2 title in the books and a massive clutch on the day too. It's time to add another one. Tonight is that chance.
Here we have, straight out of Asia, Shalom and MK Papa. This team right here has popped off, making their region proud, but they need to continue to make their mark.
Welcome, Kaizen and Clement. Making it to the Global Championship Grand Finals is an achievement in itself. However, there is still plenty up for grabs for this team.
Let's hear it for Scented and Polarized. All of the FNCS experience has been put to use. It's now or never for these guys, and here they are to show it.
This is Kanata and Agers dominating the AMA region and now ready to dominate Denmark. Eyes are on the prize for these guys.
Last but not least, Denmark makes some noise for Malabuka. Thomas HD. They are holding the fans high, and they're missing only one thing. That's an FNCS title. Copenhagen, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all are losing your minds. You guys are in the same place as we are. We want to see games. We are so close, but man, this feels so good. There's so much electricity in the air. We saw them start first. Reet and Ritual out of NA. We've seen them perform well. What can they do here?
We've been talking a lot about how everybody has been placing in some of these games. Well, what about the eliminations? On day number 1, both of them, a part of this duo, finished in the top 10 for individual eliminations, 10 and 11 respectively, for a combined total of 21.
They were popping off, right? And that's the kind of thing, especially when, you know, we want to see controller players represented. You know, he's a controller player. For the throwback on for that one every day. But look, I think when it comes to how they play in this server, they need to stick to what was working with them. Be aggressive as possible when you can.
That's right, guys. I'm getting word we are so close. So let's kick it on up to Jacob PR and MDF to keep this moving.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Let's keep this show on the road. I'm so excited here. It's game 1 in just a few moments. The expectations are through the roof.
That's right, and you already know it's gonna be explosive. So as we start to gear up now, let us do it, because game 1 is ready. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals is upon us. We already know what is in store. Nothing but explosive action and early game congestion.
Yeah, we got a couple of off-spawn fights we've seen before. We got even more than that today for the first time. And I think the crowd already knows which ones they want to see right out of the gate. It's only a matter of time before these players actually drop down on this map. And there goes the first one. The crowd, everybody's been waiting for this one. The rematch, Thomas and Malabuka versus Kanata and Agers.
Kanata said it. He has the best drop. He's always going to touch first, and they do just that. But Thomas HD does have a weapon as well. Kanata has a side angle here onto Thomas HD, and he draws the first tags. It's a trade, but he gets the full finish, and he won't get healed. And now, Kanata and Agers are on top, game number 1.
We've already seen what they can do with the freedom of their drop spot. First place throughout the day, but they ended up in second. They're looking to mimic that type of play. Cammy and Seti, even though they might have been contested to start day number 1, they were able to pull through. They pushed that team away, and now they have claimed Frenzy Fields as their own.
What an incredible set of eliminations over at the racetrack. But look, Seti and Cammy have to as well. Who would have thought they would have been contested here on the drop? So the Frenzy Fields is not safe at all.
This is a little bit of that replay. That's Datus and Stain, and a monster shot already coming out from Seti. He finishes that one. On the other side of things, you've got to imagine Cammy chased them down. A huge start for our European powerhouse.
And vamos for Kitos and PH also sitting at 2 eliminations here. That means the Shady being fully contested. They win their off-spawn fight. What a grand finals this is already. Multiple teams going head-to-head. It's Sphinx with the clutch up on Cammy and Carmi and Vanyak there.
That is huge. Sphinx, he gets both of those eliminations. Even though Pollo did go down, he has a chance to bring him back, but in the minimap, you already see 2 hungry teams looking at that direction. That's third-party opportunities. One of them is going to be Reet. The other one is going to be Rituals. All over the map, these teams are going to hear these fights, Monster, and they're going to try to third-party as fast as they can. They know Surge, it's hard to come by in lobbies just like this.
This is the fastest we have seen 14 players go down of any game we've watched over this entire weekend. Who would have thought this would be the most explosive time? Let's go take a look at some eliminations here. PH Zin took on Axe Force and Robot from down low. The angles were so good, and this is how they converted.
Been a little game of hide and seek with Roban. Axe Force trying to do the same thing, but he's just getting spotted out from all angles. PH Zin looking like a Christmas tree ornament at the top, and he definitely uncovered his presence, and that's 8 points.
Here's the eye drop, but hold up, hold that thought. We have Podesai, we have Snazy already finding an elimination here. They're just gonna hold on to the down body, and we already know what they wanna do. They wanna keep this body up and healthy to try to farm as much Surge as possible. That's the way you play it. MA Podesai, MA Snazy have worked so hard to get here. We saw the difficult hurdle that they have to overcome just to get here.
Yeah, I think they're looking for some barrels, anything that they can use to try to keep them alive. We've already seen this strategy on day 1, thanks to Zagu and Pepoclip. It was mimicked in day 2, and this is why you know teams know that Surge is going to be a hard thing. They're med-misting the down body. They're doing everything they can just to give themselves a little bit of an edge early on in this game, even using the kinetic blocks. Every single tool in their tool belt is coming out early.
Hey, listen, we know that pro players keep strategies hidden, but my gosh, everyone is putting this to use, and we have to honestly give all credits to Pepoclip and Zagu for revealing it early, but I think they put this strat on the map.
Yeah. He's here. The French go very loud in the building. They like that strategy as well. And this is a fight I feel like we haven't talked too much about. Peterbot and Byla versus Bugha and Threads over towards Sanguine Sweets. In theory, it's so big, you can split this drop. There is a ton of loot, almost 100 chests, maybe a little bit fewer than that, but that allows for both of these teams to play the way that they want. One of them has already captured that vault. It's got to be Peterbot and Byla. So Bugha and Threads, instead of contesting it, they're just trying to farm up. They're just trying to get their loadout set and ready so they can make their first rotation when the zone begins to pull.
Let's not forget, Peterbot did used to play with Bugha as well, you know, so there is some history there as they're going head-to-head, but Kaizen, Clement right now looking pretty solid here, just trying to get their rotation down, pack team right on their heels. Meanwhile, Teeny potentially up against Thoric out there in the feed. We get to jump on over to Sentin and Polarized versus the youngins here, Fanyajin. Moneymaker's by himself. What can he do here?
Yeah, it was in game 5 where Moneymaker and F9 were able to qualify for this stage itself. Sentin and Polarized did it by brute forcing their way through with already 1 knock. It's a 2v1 situation. They're just trying to regain as much real estate as possible. All those pieces are theirs, and Moneymaker's doing what he can to bob and weave in and out of these covers, but his back is up against the wall. He's getting trapped little by little. The first elimination is going to be cleaned up, and they finally get the second. Moneymaker goes down. Polarized and Sentin make a statement at their drop.
Explosive, quick, easy, and trapped, put down. Well played for Sentin and Polarized there. They're going to be happy about that. Threats lingering everywhere, though. How is this still happening? There are more fights happening. It's Muzz and Paper. This time, onto the Brazilian duo.
Yep. Muzz, a duo region champion from both OCE and NA, teaming up with Paper. Paper's probably a very, very aggressive player. He knows how to play smart as well, just a full-on balanced play style. They switched up their drop spot from Breakwater Bay. They wanted to be uncontested, but quickly find themselves in yet another fight. But you see all these teams in the minimap, they're converging on their location because they want to try to get that free surge of what they think it is.
No one wants to fall behind, but now we get to look at Teeny and Misha jumping inside. This is how Thoric was taken down there. Thoric and Bolts have a difficult task in front of them now that they have Misha and Teeny And that's the first time we've actually seen them find early success. They were contested in those other brackets, as we saw throughout the weekend.
Yeah, in upper bracket 1, they went ahead towards the north side of the map. They tried to go against Baka and Pars. They got pushed off. Then they went into their bag of tricks. They did exactly what they did to qualify up until this point, and those tricks will continue. And how long has it been, Monster? A couple of minutes already, and they're still farming that Surge onto Striker. These guys are setting the bar high when it comes to Storm Surge. There's going to be very few teams that will be able to keep up with them if they keep at this pace.
Yeah, they're trying to get themselves well and far ahead of the competition. It's an excellent strategy, and it's hard to replicate. You have to put yourself in that position. Notice how far they had to rotate just to get there as well. So positioning for that, setting up for that is no easy feat. You have to respect it, but this is high-level Fortnite. Here we go, though. Burst Dash, Tayson. Big fight here. Chicho and Trulex on the other side of the Slappy Shores. Already gonna need a move here shortly, but Metal got to cap out first.
Yeah, and this was another drop, or at least the south side of Slappy that was contested. Trulex and Chicho versus Quanti and TK. Either Quanti and TK rotated out fast, or they got dropped off very, very quickly by Trulex and Chicho. Find out about that later, but Acorn and Cold, probably one of the most dominating performance in the upper bracket. In the international stage, for all that matter, they're looking to try to continue that run, but right out of the gates, we knew they were contested by both Pink and Vico, and it looks like both of these teams might have decided to split the drop. It's only game 1 of 6, so that could change very, very quickly, but they're trying to feel this lobby out. It's a much different set of players than they faced in that upper bracket.
Extremely proud of what Team Dignitas and Agent have been able to put together with their rosters. The performances are amazing, and again, grand finals, of course, is what matters most. We'll see where everyone ends up, but Flixie, Gripey here, seem to have been getting into a little bit of a hustle, a little bit of a fight here against our favorite Mr. Savage and Vidil. Vidil is one of the most dangerous when it comes down to toe-to-toe battles and defending in situations like this, but there's nothing you can do against two of the best. Flixie, Gripey, they closed it out.
Yeah, and they've been battling it out almost all year long, from major qualifiers to major grand finals. Flixie and Gripey, you know what? I think they're a little underrated at this point. I think everybody who qualified for this lobby is dangerous. They need to be able to come out on top in a lot of these exchanges, and you cannot overrate any of your opponents at any stage of this game.
There's two regions I wouldn't want to go toe-to-toe in an early box fight with. It's anyone from the previous NA West, now, of course, NA, but also EU players, and unfortunately, that's exactly who were the ones asking those questions. Pixie and Cheatin', however, though, are going to fend off several pair of EU ones themselves. This is match 1 of the grand finals. Things are already heating up. 81 players remaining in the lobby, and Pixie gets punished.
That's a huge amount of damage. Both of them getting dropped down low. Luckily for them, they do have the med miss at the very minimum, so they can get themselves up to tip-top shape. Mixon and Blaha are the ones dealing a lot of that damage. They have the early game high ground, and they're willing to stay in Storm a little bit, even though they don't have any HP heals, because they realize how hard it is for Surge. You can find bandages, you can find berries, you can find a leftover med kit, but it's that Storm Surge that you're not going to be able to find for free.
They're very behind on material, so we'll see if they can bounce back. Duke and Edgy, what a performance we saw. Arguably stealing away a moment of the weekend. The clutch from them, honestly solidifying their position, their placement here amongst the best. What are they going to be capable of here this weekend?
Duke. That clutch was just absolutely insane, and how hyped, how supportive Edgy was as well. Just shows the chemistry between these two and why they are an NA FNCS champion, why they are playing in a lobby just like this. A lot of the players here know how to win in their region. It's the international stage that takes just a little bit more effort. Kaizen and Clement quickly trying to rotate. They're one of the teams. They just don't want to get stuck too far out in the zone. And I think if any of these 2 days have shown you anything, is you don't want to get stuck behind the rest of the lobby when they're trying to hold you out. It forces you to waste your heals. It forces you to waste all of your resources just to make it into the zone very, very early on.
Super proud of Worthy and Alex, again, representing for OCE, the only team and duo from the OCE region to make it to the finals stage here, and they already have an elimination, something to be extremely proud of. They're on the move here. Gonna get dead center zone 3 right now. They've scored 30+ points in every match coming out of day 1, and day 1, by the way, was the most difficult of the 2 brackets.
Yeah, and kind of shows how impressive it is because Kanata and Agers did the same thing. They got second. And I believe Alex and Worthy were somewhere like 6, at least into the top 7. Reason and Yanis here over towards Breakwater Bay, and they've been traveling a lot. What they're trying to do here is they're trying to go to the slow side of the zone where the least amount of players will be sitting, trying to hold them out. The only worry that I'm going to have for them is where they're going to get their surge from. Have they got enough with those 2 eliminations already? Because as we know, those off-spawn battles, they don't give very much Storm Surge compared to what you're going to get through the mid and that late game.
Yanis picking up the steady hands augment there as well, just waiting to really decide what direction he's going to take his augments in. You have to also now look to study those decisions moving forwards. But here we have AJS Moby, AJS Larpex, of course, joining up together here. The Rumble Ruins is their home at the moment. They're just looking around for surge tags, nothing yet. NA options in the distance. EU options here on the mountain with Vask. What's it going to be? Here comes the Rift Island.
Ooh, this is going to get good. In day 1, we didn't see too many teams try to contest it. In day 2, it was like a house party on top of Rift Island. Everybody wanted to join, and it does look like Hen and Vasquez might be the first ones to try to contend it. They did get it in game 1 of the lower bracket, and that was a huge part of their success very, very early on. They were able to keep up the pace and eventually qualify for our grand finals here today, and they're looking to try to mimic that. And you see there's not very many other players that are going up towards Rift Island, so that might be a free 15 points and very, very valuable slurp juices.
Exactly. For those of you in attendance here, for those of you looking back at this island is worth 15 points if you can secure the objective. It is going to draw in the lot of the players. If you can get 15 points, that is the equivalent of 3 or 4 eliminations worth of points there. So it really can set you very far ahead. This becomes a very interesting time to play the game now for Miro and Cooper because they have decided they want to fight for it, and they are a very dangerous team when it comes down to them making a decision and sticking to it. They'll commit.
Yep, does look like, though, Vasquez and Hen were able to capture it. They were there first. If there's 2 people going ahead and capturing it, it goes much faster than if it's just a solo. So Cooper and Miro, they're ready for that extra prize, the alternative, the height, the elevation. That way they can get Surge. But Peppo, Cliff, and Zaku in another fight against Rue and Mshari over on the other side, just battling for those pieces. Mshari just sitting high up on that mountain. He's not really worried about his teammate. He trusts him to play safe. And that's a massive amount of trust in a lobby just like this.
I can't believe it. I can't believe he didn't go down there to try to support. He says, hey, man, you have this. Defense comes out of Rue, plays very well. And now they're above this Surge as Mshari is finding tags here in the process, too. Meanwhile, Zagu Peppo, 475 damage above the Surge. They are in an excellent position right now. They shouldn't have to move any much further.
Yep, in the feed, though, I did see Kanata go down. I saw Mishi go down.
Ooh, here.
Yeah. And that's the battle that they were having. You see Agers is solo against Teeny over on the other side. Steno and Lushi might possibly be looking to take advantage of this opportunity, but that's Acorn and Cole down their sights. They know 23 above the damage threshold. It's enough to not have to worry about Storm Surge actually doing damage, but it's not enough for comfortability. So they're on the hunt for even more, but they're just on the receiving end of so many other players trying to put their hand in the cookie jar.
One of those duos is Acorn and Cold. Agers here, of course, trying to extract revenge now as Kanata was taken out. He still finds himself very comfortably in the safe zone here, so he'll be all right. Even has some extra heals, of course, remaining. It's going to be pretty tough to play this one out. Yes, they have 2 elims. We have to see how Teeny turned that fight around. You have to wonder what went wrong. Kanata caught out, looking for tags and low on HP. Teeny and Misha waste no time finding that one.
Immediately, and they are well above the damage threshold as well, giving themselves a good and early start. But Queasy and Veno, they know how to play almost every facet of the game, early, mid, and late. They made some quick rotations over towards Kenjutsu Crossing, and they're probably one of the most deep teams that land on that side of the map. They're over towards Shattered Slabs now, 193 above the damage threshold, and you can see that they're not necessarily going over towards Rift Island because they know in these next couple of zones, it's going to pull away from Rift Island. So they don't want to get too close, then have to rotate far if it does pull max.
You know what? We haven't seen a zone like this. Hard west, full west, right? Really giving teams on this side an opportunity to have the advantage and start off strong. Momentum is everything. And sometimes all it takes is securing that first game. Teeny goes for the save in the zone here. So Misha will potentially be picked up. Possibly will be able to situate and get back into this, but I'm not crossing my fingers here. It's a very difficult thing to bounce back when you start off with nothing.
Yeah, and they're just outside of that Rift Island position where the majority of the lobby already is. So they're just gonna have to figure out what they're gonna do to rotate, because going straight in is gonna cause for some dangerous situations for them to try to survive. So they need to be looking for some heals, so that way they can go the long way around, find some safety, and just simply get into the zone. But Pink and Vico here, you can see the split. We talked about a contested drop, but they actually choose to go their separate ways. They're 225 above the damage threshold, and they're looking safe for now. They're trying to figure out what their rotation is going to be. It is a pretty far rotation, but not too far from some of the other players here in this lobby. The first knock is going to get cleaned up. Steno is there by himself. You can see they're not getting greedy. They're not just trying to bulldoze for it and try to grab that loot. They're just saying, hey, let's just grab the surge. That is going to be enough, but they get aggressed on momentarily. That was bold to try to make magic happen, but he goes out like a light.
That's crazy. He tried to time that, and it just backfired completely as another team also started to look inwards, and they pick up a set of eliminations there. What a huge point swing for Pink and Vico there. Meanwhile, in the feed, Peterbot down, Bugha down, Trulex. So many exchanges here to catch up on, and the landscape is changing right before our eyes.
Even Pink in the feed getting Steno as well. Him and Lushi look like they probably went down. That was 3 straight eliminations on that side of the map.
Yeah.
Threats being a solo, though. I'm not really worried about Threats being a solo because he clutched up big for their qualification spot. He got a second place. They had 9 eliminations as a duo. Now he has to do it with a Surge just hovering over his shoulders.
A lot of players on the move right now. If you look at that right map, all of those arrows flying are teams trying to navigate their way to the new zone. You do have to be very cautious. Take a look, though. Rise tries to go in with a hero's play here, finds Cold, but Acorn is there to back him up. But Rise slips out of there without getting taken down, so he finds Cold and gets right on out.
I feel like that was perfect timing with Acorn trying to plan an escape. And they just bulldozed their way right in. You could see why. Barely being 118 above the damage threshold. At that stage of the game, they were probably below. So they needed to go ahead and pad that stat. Now they have Cammy and Seti in their lines of sights. But they don't have to move far. They got the half and half zone. So for them, it's just a sit and wait scenario that allows them to be consistent. But there's so many superstars around him. I already mentioned Cammy and Seti. Queasy and Vino are to their right. So this is a dangerous area of the map to be in. But I think it's a little bit more safer than all those players just to the north outside of zone.
Yeah, looking pretty dicey right now for sure. But if you're a Yam Zone Rise, you're pretty happy that there's not that much going on around you. They can kind of determine who they're going to battle next. Alex and Worthy also comfortably positioned at the safe zone here. Let's jump on over to Seti and Cammy. 2 eliminations so far from the start. Nothing else since then, but we haven't saw problems this time around with the Surge, so they are in a very, very sweet spot here right now. Also, just nestled so nicely here. And look, they can look down on players trying to come out the low ground.
Yeah, so many big names are already out of this lobby, and we haven't even been given placement points just yet, so there's still so much work to do. You can't get behind that curve. Is Cammy and Seti feeling like they're comfortable in their position for now, waiting for all those players to try to rotate in. But MK, Papa, and Shalom looking like they might get a sneak attack onto Podesai and Snazy. They just need to be patient here. They go for the 3-2-1 onto the cover. No shots actually go through to Podesai. That gives them information of where they're located at. So they're gonna about face and go a little bit of a different direction now.
Looks like Rapid lost his teammate, Batman Bugha, as he's not nearby to the hands of M-Shari not too long ago. Here's Papa. Here's Shalom, though. Still looking around, playing the bush. Very nicely done. Everyone else is nestled pretty far off, so we get to jump in with Vino and Queasy, see how they are doing. A little update, a single elimination, so not really turning online too far yet as far as the overall heal situation. I'd say they're middling in the pack. Material count-wise, is it enough for them to play for high ground? I think yes, and they're probably thinking we should go for it.
Yeah, they're probably just gathering all the information around the map for now. Figure out what's the best position, who's already on height, how do we chop them down and make it our own. We've seen that happen to start our tournament on Friday. They grabbed high ground, they looked down and never looked back as they took the game. They actually qualified off that game 93 points when 91 was the threshold. They kept playing out because it's all about bragging rights, proving that they are the best, just like iamzo and Rise. And they quickly move to the front side of the zone, so that way when it does begin to move, they secure their spot and they look back and try to hold anybody out and get eliminations.
Well, they're here early, and now they can start to determine what they're going to do. Everyone's on the move here once again. Rocket Rams coming into full effect. Meanwhile, on high ground, Cammy, Seti trying to be the first to set up. The base is wide, the base is strong, and they get the first dibs already. There are other teams cranking up, though. They don't want to just give them all this elevation for free. And the fact that they're committing with Meadow does mean they will have a problem. Meanwhile, Acorn does fall, so Acorn and Cold now taken out of this game. Chicho left by himself to play this one out as a solo as well. Those were his last remaining builds.
He's trying to do it by himself. He's trying to play patiently, waiting for anybody to run past him, not knowing that he's there. Try to hit a little bit of a peekaboo. And that's going to be a massive refresh because not only is it hoping it gets the Siphon mats, it gets the Siphon itself to get his heals up. And that's going to be big. Duke by himself, though, on the other side, which honestly, I don't have too much of a worry. We saw a 1v2 clutch from Duke yesterday. We know anything is possible here this weekend. And now placement points are finally beginning to set in. It is very few for now, but there's still more to come if you can survive.
That was an excellent time to update the standings, updating in real time right now. So from here on out, as teams fall, placement points will be rewarded. It is really about surviving this gauntlet of action to come right now. The Surge is equally active. Worthy is going to find the solo Mshari. Big pickup for him. And Flixie and Gripey leading here with 5 eliminations now. Front side of the zone, team gets right in front of him. He tries to see for the box up, but no, it's more important to stay safe right now. Look at the rotates here. You love to see it. Excellently done. Flixie and Gripey are really playing well right now.
Yeah, sacrificing some HP. That way they can go to the front side. The high ground battle is going to begin. Cammy and Seti, Vino and Queasy with the bounce pad. The fadeaway shot unsuccessful from Queasy and Vino. So the kings of the FNCS Invitational are still on the high ground for now. As Cammy's looking to come crashing down. He's built a little bit of a tower, so he doesn't go too far. So all the battles being forced lower and lower, down in the mud. Duke trying to fight with his back up against the wall by himself. Multiple duos beginning to surround and hound him. Top 17, though. All these points as a solo are massive for their run here in this competition.
And this is a battle for ego, undoubtedly. Duke looking to see what he can set up. Turns around, breaks everyone off. Fight.
Down goes Cammy.
And down comes Cammy. And then he's looking to target him. Duke is the destruction here in the lobby by himself with the knock. What a beautifully timed landing spot there, but Cooper hot on his heels here next door. They know he's here. Miro comes in, they're trying to hunt him out, but he's off to the races, finds Pixie, big tag. You know Duke wants to finish this one. Can he get it? In he goes. It's only gonna take a single tag. He's under the ramp, goes for it, he gets it there. Nicely done.
Takes out Cammy, takes out the next one as well. The list of eliminations keeps on climbing before he finally falls. Into the top 10 we go with Flixie also a solo in this game. There's 4 total solos still left alive, no builds. He's trying to make a play, but from the outside of the zone, he goes down.
It's Mappy, it's Eyedrop on high ground. Take a look, Ree is still alive. Seti is still alive. Playing the backside of his zone, excellently done here. But the high ground comes down a little early. He has a true chance. Seti brings him down, and now he is the one on top. Can he clutch this out by himself against all odds? We thought it was over, but Ree has other words for everyone in the lobby.
He goes down into that top 4 we go. The only solo left alive, well, you saw him moments ago. It is going to be Seti. Cooper and Miro almost won a game yesterday. It was stolen away by both Bryce and Chubbs. Now they're going for some toe tags on Apoyo and Speaks. NA counterparts going at it. Eyedrop on the other side, but he gets taken down by the NA duo. Huge shot by Miro, trying to go back to back, but they fall down the mountain. That's going to allow for Apoyo to survive momentarily, but Cooper hot on the chase. He sacrifices himself to go for the elimination. Seti out of nowhere. Final 2 teams. Miro's trying to stay alive, but there's one duo still left alive, but it's actually a knock. Miro versus Sphinx. NA versus NA to take game number 1.
Incredible that NA will secure this here, but Talk about the turn of events here. Miro taking down Seti, putting his name in the conversation. People forget what Miro is capable of, but now it's a 1v1. Old blood versus the new. Basically, Miro showing, hey, I'm the big dog of the region. Sphinx says, I want to prove that I can do it. We already know he's got the mouth in him, but can he put the bullets where they need to go?
He needs to put some respect on his name. Miro running out of builds. That's his last chance. He falls all the way down. Miro goes out. That is Poyo and Sphinx. That is their second victory royale on the weekend.
What an excellent job there. We already saw them take a win in the upper bracket to even bring them this far into this stage, and now they are proving that they can do it on the biggest stage against the best.
That's going to be it from us, though, because I want to hear what they have to say about being the only team with 2 wins on the weekend.
Boys, you proved you can get a victory royale on LAN in the upper bracket, and now you proved you can get a victory royale in the grand final. Talk to me about those last moments in game. Did you manage to talk less?
I would say so, a little bit less. I think my comms were more clear.
I mean, you were having to come for yourself in that 1v1. How did you manage knowing someone was above you on the high ground?
You know, I just have the best awareness at this LAN right now. So, like, obviously I know there's a man above me. You know, I'm just like that.
But what are you thinking, though? Because he can jump on you at any time.
I'm thinking I think like 25 builds about, and I'm best fighter, best piecer. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna just go up 200 pump. That's what I did.
And you waited, and then he fell down, and he did the job for you. Poyo, what was it like starting out today with this man?
I was dead. I didn't really do much that game, so he actually went crazy there.
And you let him just talk his way through it. You didn't give him any advice or guidance.
Nah, I just told him his maths, and he did the rest.
Now, going forward, you've got to try and maintain this consistency. You've managed to get your way through an aggressive lobby, but can you see yourself managing to top the competition again?
Yeah, we just need to live off spawn. I think we can do good at literally every game.
All right, well, good luck in those off-spawn battles, boys. Congratulations. Everyone give it up for Sphinx and Poyo!
Poyo and Sphinx looking to set the tone on the day. If there's anything I learned from game number 1, these next couple of games are going to be chaos.
I mean, that game was pretty much everything that we wanted, right? We saw the matchups happen towards that end game that we really wanted to see, but it was the clutches, right? We always talk about being on the global stage. It requires you to go ahead and clutch up when it requires, and honestly, Sphinx right here, this shot on the Cooper, this was the one that sealed the deal.
Yeah, that changed the tempo of the end game completely. From that moment onwards, it's like he said, he's just like that, you know? He's gonna go through and win the whole thing. And I mean, it wasn't an easy finish, right? They were going back and forth a bit. It was only the materials that was able to let Miro down, and Sphinx was just had a bit more left in the tank. Even though, actually, you can see he had none. He just was playing around with the stairs, and it wins him the game as well. Of course, again, a team that has already shown they can win on this stage, and they do it once again.
Just being able to stay calm, cool, and collect in that situation. Many duos would look at their material count, what they have in the tank, and just go, this is it. It's start Hail Marrying. I don't know anymore. But Sphinx just said, no. I've been in grands before. I've been in these types of situations. Take a step back. We know they're up top. Let's break those builds. Let's bring them down. And unfortunately, Cooper and Miro did fall, but still a second place for them. I mean, starting the day with 84 points, that's pretty good.
That's not bad at all. But look, Poyo and Sphinx up above 89. I know their parents are out here to support them as well. When I actually flew into Copenhagen for this event, I was in the airport with Poyo's dad, and he was like, good luck to everyone, but my son's gonna win. I want my son to win, a supportive parent, as you always love to see. And right now, I'm sure he will be beaming from ear to ear to see his son sitting in first place.
Absolutely incredible game number 1. But listen, we got to talk about some of those higher profile duos. Of course, Cammy and Seti coming in 3rd place. The all-spawn wasn't what we expected.
I mean, it wasn't, right? But they did so well, right? We tuned into them, we see them with 2 elims, and I think everybody sort of knew what that meant. We weren't expecting Daedus and Stain to contest them. They had said they were going to land somewhere else a bit, right? But clearly a misdirect to try and fake them out. But Cammy and Seti were prepared. And in that endgame, Seti survived as a solo for so long.
Which is very uncharacteristic for this duo. Actually, usually most of their points, a high percentage of them actually come from when they are a duo alive, right? Usually their points fall off whenever there's a solo clutch opportunity, but Seti's showing up.
Yeah, you don't associate either of them, as great of players they are, you don't associate either of them with mega solo clutches, right? You look at some of the other elite EU names, a lot of them, you think of them and you think solo clutches. Thomas Malabuka, right? You know, Veno, even Queasy, you know, these guys you expect to solo clutch. Cammy and Seti showing us right now, yeah, if one of them's a solo in these games, they will step up.
And I think for them, like obviously Seti's a little disappointed there. He wanted to take it farther. But ending as a solo in this situation, on this stage, and ending 3rd place, my bad, Seti. I mean, I know you're king of consistency and stuff, so if you just do that a couple more times, I mean, we are in for the running. Queasy and Veno as well performing. I thought it was interesting. Like, I love seeing how all of these players in the lobby kind of act. We saw there in the mid game, Seti, Cammy on the high ground, Queasy, Veno on the front side of zone. So all these duos are just looking for those windows, right?
Yeah, for sure. And in this end game, with all these duos here, I do want to give a big shout out to Dukes, man, because that brother was going ballistic, right? He wanted to put an end to everybody's game that he could as a solo as well, right? So a bunch of really sick solo clutches. Ooh, that's painful. I didn't realize that's how Queasy went down there. The 4 damage getting everybody so far in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, that was pretty much the head-to-head battle that we wanted to see on the higher ground. Honestly, though, Cammy and Seti picked up more points for that. But Zeke, I was really impressed with Cooper and Mira. I feel like some of those IGL late-game calls were really good.
Yeah, super crispy stuff. And I mean, when you think about their performance just this weekend alone, I mean, this is starting to look real good, right? I still think there is quite a bit of first game jitters, right? Even coming from upper and lower bracket. The stakes were maybe a little bit different. Right now, you're saying, okay, we have 6 games to show up. The stadium is packed. Every single elimination that happens on that feed, the crowd is going crazy. That seems to be playing a bit of a factor right now. And so I feel like the players that can kind of hold on will kind of make it farther.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all about, you know, soaking it all in. You really got to use the crowd to your advantage, right? Kind of play off of that, but then in those key moments, you really got to be good at blocking them out as well.
I mean, one person that got to hear the crowd more than anybody else throughout that game would have been Thomas HD and Malabuka, right? You know, they went down Osborne. That was the first fight we saw, right? Up against Canada and Aegis, they went down not the way you want to start the competition, right? You want to get into the swing of things, especially with all the cheers Thomas and them were getting coming into things. Again, when you go back into that Osborne fight the next time round, how do you now come into it mentally? You don't want to have to sit there and watch the whole game all over again.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight very quickly just a couple of these strategies where we've been talking about these secret pocket strats. Portisai, Snazy coming out with the, let's go ahead and take the kinetic rock all the way across the map. Let's take this body. Let's get Surge. Absolutely crazy. I do want to talk more about this, but I'm getting word. We are ready to get back into the action. We have game number 2 upon us. So casters, on over to you.
Games, games, games. That's all we want this weekend is more games. And that first one, Monster, that was so exciting to really start off the day.
It was perfect. EU versus NA, and the big names really showing up. We saw the rivalry for high ground, so already the early story starting to begin. But most importantly, 14 elims off the early game. Let's see it here for game number 2.
We're in it. We're here to win it all. A huge early game that was won by both Poyo and Spinx, and they carried it all the way to the end. I said they were the first team to get 2 this weekend. Will they be the first team to go back-to-back and get their 3rd victory royale on the weekend? Only time will tell for that one. But the rematch, probably everybody here in the arena wants to see. Thomas, Malabuka, Kanata, Agers, let's get it.
Let's watch it. Spinx is going to be able to watch in the distance there too. So who's going to be the first to touch down? Who's going to be the first to land? Shots coming in this time. It's Malabuka who gets tagged. So does Agers. So both sides already. And Malabuka gets a weapon. He finds Agers with a huge tag. Kanata's already down. And they're finished. They're done.
That was a huge start for Malabuka. Gets that Havoc suppressed and immediately goes to work. And it was him. It was actually him who was getting tagged out of the sky. I thought that was going to be a huge advantage for Kanata and Agers. They weren't able to clean that one up. And we saw the contested fight in the replay. The first game, Cammy and Seti get pushed off the actual barn. So it is going to start as a little bit of a split drop here over towards Frenzy Fields.
It really shows us that they were caught off guard game 1 for the 50-50. Here's TK, here's Quanti over at the Slappy Shores. They are also contested down in this area by Tayson. And you can see that they just barely got away with it. Actually, it was Chicho and Trulex as well. Remember, there's like about 3 teams here, actually. Slappy Shores is just not big enough.
Everybody's trying to go to the beach someday. But for now, the actual south side of Slappy is going to go to TK and Quanti. They have access to that vault. It isn't the most massive vault with Mythics, but you still are able to get a ton of loot. And Misha and Teeny doing it again. They switch up their drop spot once more. They go on over to where Baka and Pars is at, and they're going to go ahead and sneak. They haven't really looted up at all. Will Baka and Pars take the bait?
This is a very interesting position to be in, of course, because you have the chest here as a potential option. So you have to think about it. Anything can happen here.
I feel like everybody at this stage in the game has been conditioned to know this is a viable strategy. Because like I said, in the lower bracket, or in the upper bracket, they were contesting Baka and Pars. Didn't work out for them. They switched up their strategy. They started doing exactly this, playing roulette with their drop spots to try to sneak up on some teams. And that inevitably was what got them across the finish line. And it's only a matter of time before Baka and Pars go in this direction. It's no matter what the result will be.
And this is what we talk about, teams hiding strategies, teams really sitting back and thinking about, okay, what haven't we tried yet in the upper bracket and lower bracket that we're sitting on, that we're waiting on, that we can then put into play to give us the advantage on Championship Sunday.
They have some sorts of feeling. See them hopping over the covers. They know they're around here somewhere. They probably already seen them drop just a little bit, but the bait has been taken. Down goes one of them. Misha and Teeny strike yet again. Now Pars is stuck by himself, and immediately you see him creating distance between him and his counterparts. He doesn't want to be the next one on their hit list.
And we don't want to be the ones to give away the edge. So to keep it low, to keep quiet there was a tough one, but take a look at that. Misha and Teeny, 2 games in a row. Surprise, surprise. They have made so much adjustment from the upper bracket to today. It really has shown so far in the last 2 games, but now Teeny has to still close this out with Misha.
Yeah, they went from 2 builds to 53 thanks to Baka and that elimination. Pars is trying to fight with his back up against the wall. Shots also coming in from the third party. Everything comes crashing down. But Pars is still able to put up a good defense for now. But Teeny's hot on his heels. First shot could be landed. Pars goes down to the low ground, and the 2v1 has been secured. Misha and Teeny strike first.
What a play. What an ambush set up there. Definitely highlight worthy. Meanwhile, we jump in with Vico, Pink. Their drop spot split by Acorn and Cold. You can see that they have lost a fair amount of the advantage of the general area, but it hasn't affected them that much. They have still maintained a very, again, more or less successful setup. In the feed, I saw that Cold might have picked up Scented there, so already down south, some action going on right now. Acorn and Cold here looking very much solid as they're going against Polarized. Polarized by himself, getting pieced up, boxed up, now forced onto the back foot here. This is a favorite here. Cold does get punished, but he's got his teammate here to back him up.
Yeah, trade-in shots, bait and switch. Acorn's trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but Polarized keeps trying to break his way into the box, but he gets denied entry more than once. Now Acorn's simply going to try to hold the covers, peek through, try to figure out where Polarized is at. Give Cold time to heal up. Zip line, that one's going to be noticeable. Now Acorn has to make the decision. Do I just go straight up into him? Do I continue to play my game out? And I saw third-party shots coming in. He hits it. He goes right back up. Zipline once more. Polarized goes down, but it's not the team you thought. Cooper steals that one away.
Man, that's the worst feeling right there. You put in all that work, all that damage, and 4 points slip away. Meanwhile, Poda, Sai, and Snazy, the M8 boys, are back at it again. Oh no, but they couldn't save Striker this time, so lost damage, but the strategy was still there. The idea still potent.
They've been performing so well this weekend. 90% has to be them, 10% has to be the crowd on their side, fueling them. Anytime they feel like their gas tank is empty, you see a loud cheer from the crowd, and that's a little bit of a refresh in its own mind. But with 1 elimination, they get their surge plan started over towards Shattered Slabs. There's at least 1 team towards the north side. But we got a surprise, we got a treat. We got a little bit of a listen-in of an off-spawn battle.
Wait, where are they?
Hey, take guns on left, take guns on left.
Yeah, I got these guns. 6 white, 9 white, that one. 6 white. Good job, mate. Good job, good job.
Big set of eliminations right there. You can hear the comms clear and concise. But for a second there, they didn't know where they actually were.
Yeah.
That's how tough a 50-50 can actually be. Slight, bus route deviation, all of a sudden, you're coming in from different angles.
Yeah, that's one thing is you can have the best drop, but when everyone's going for the same weapon. Malibuca's the one who won out, which forced Kanata and Aegis elsewhere, but our game 1 victors, Poyo and Spinx, who probably got a front row seat for that battle. You saw them flying through the sky when that contestation was happening. They looted up, and I got to say their loot is looking pretty impressive. 8 slap splashes, 3 big pots, and that's just on Poyo alone. They got a free rotation to where they want to go. You can see some shots coming in, a little bit of a warning shot at that. Cammy and Seti contested over towards Frenzy. They won it in game 1. They choose to split it in this next game. And they're going all the way over towards the western side as somebody gets beamed from afar. That's just helping their surge plan all together. But they're just trying to rotate to where they think it's going to go, to where the least amount of teams will try to huddle up.
Meanwhile, Noxie in a fight right now. Chris severely damaged in this battle here, but does manage to find stable ground here. This is going to be a tough one to close out if they allow Asa to bounce back. It does seem like he's got a chance to do so.
Even though he is by himself, we've seen so many teams and players make magic happen. Noxie and Chris, they see him kind of run away. They got to question themselves, is it worth going ahead and pushing forward? You continue the game plan, which you set out up into this point. The zone for now has pulled over towards the western side with a little bit of a north lean. And that's why you see a lot of these teams hovering over towards Shattered Slabs or in this vicinity altogether. And you can see, this is actually pretty unique. You see Kit's Boombo in his inventory. That's something I don't see very many people pick up, but if you have the accuracy, you can do a ton of damage on players nearby.
Definitely one of those things. The option has always been there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't see it come into play. A lot of variety already starting to turn online. We'll see what he's capable of with that. Iamzo and Rise, pretty strong game 1. Had some late game appearances there. Another western pull here. This time we're going a little bit more north, up towards the Eclipse State. We'll see how this influences the majority of the lobby, but North teams are pretty happy right now.
And this is why you saw early in the game, Cammy and Seti rotating in that direction. They had a feeling it was going to go on that side as Iamzo and Rise just sitting on top of their normal spots with the castle and the gas station, trying to pad up on Surge. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities from teams trying to rotate from the eastern portion of the map as the zone continues to pull on over towards the west. Cooper, they got that early game surge, but it isn't going to be much because they did take away that elimination from Acorn and Cold, who did the brunt of that damage. So for now, it's just about farming up. Miro's the one that's in charge of trying to get those tags on top of that building.
So impressive. So we jump in with Vanyak and Karmi here. Lushi and Seno listening nearby, holding those edits, trying to see if there's a chance to pounce in crash pads. But all in all, this is a pretty tough spot to be in. It's gonna be difficult to turn this, situation around. It seems like there's been a drawn-out battle, and Lushi and Seno have been on the losing side.
See that already 7 teams down and out. It's not as active as it was in that last game up until this point, but it's definitely very, very close. You see the augments all out, Fast Fisher, Glider redeploy, Keymaster if they're able to come around to it, and then that first shotgun. It's going to be huge for a lot of these teams that are able to use that Fast Fisher, because we're going over to some of the water spots on our way over, which instantly fishes. Whether you get a flopper to kind of stagger yourself in the zone, or a slurp fish, or any of the shield fishes to go ahead. You see Bugha has one as well. That's instant shields. It's 10 less than a big pot, but it's faster than a big pot altogether.
Definitely important to have those quick heals. Threats on the move right now. They're not happy with being on the outskirts of the zone here. They want to get a little bit more center before other teams start moving in and decide to do so. In the meanwhile, though, they also have to bounce back with some material here. There's a metal reservoir down low, but it's Boyo and Sphinx potentially holding that one out. Meanwhile, Mr. Savage looking to find his footing here. Last game was a tough one. He gets the siphon for Vidil and keeps him in the game. That's Trulex. And now Chicho is hurt. In he goes. Still on the hunt. Nicely done. And Savage and Vidil clap back for the first time today. They have some wind in their sails.
And this is big because we already seen at least one of the teams in our top 5 go down. That's iDrop and Mappy. And as long as a couple more of those teams at the top of the leaderboard go down, that opens the game up wide open for any of these teams to overtake that spot, since it is very, very early on. Mr. Savage and Vidil showing what they can do out of Naughty Nets, which a lot of people don't necessarily like that spot, but that just goes to show how good they actually are. Not only are they on the low ground, they have to cross a river. There's a couple teams they have to get through, so they're doing everything right up until this point.
Already we've seen our first team inside the top 10 fall, which was Janus and Reason there. Oof. Getting caught on this rotate here, seeming like the West pole wasn't good enough for him. You saw Bugha's HP there as we were flying by, very hurt as they were coming just past Boyo and Sphinx, but Rift Island spawns in beneath Stain and Datus, a team that absolutely needs to make a comeback. What a better way than to find points other than to take the Rift Island for yourself. Will they go for it?
I already see that they captured a weapon cache with the Slurp Juice in his inventory, throwing a bush directly on top to cloud their space. That way they can fire freely. Not very many players able to kind of tag them back. And you can see the teamwork. Stain's there to try to break the build. They're timing it right, so that way a sniper shot can try to sneak his way through. This is going to be big as Batman, Bugha, and Rapid are actually going to be the first team on top of Rift Island. And we saw last game, the team that was on top, they were able to capture it because they were the first ones there with nobody really contesting the actual flag. Let's see if that'll change around this time, now that's more than halfway full.
Rapid and Batman Bugha are well on their way to securing it here. I think it will be theirs. Pink and Vigo probably have considered it, but when you're just late to the punch, why jump in? Why take that risk? It does seem like already now 2 for 2 on teams that snatch it up first. But again, the Rift Island is going to be 15-point swing in any direction if you can grab it.
Like you said once before, that's almost 4 eliminations without actually having to put yourself in a risky situation. And what these other teams are doing, even though they're not trying to contest it, one, probably going for scraps as soon as Batman, Bugha, and Rapid leave that location. But most importantly, with that added elevation, they're looking for Storm Surge. They can see the entirety of the lobby, and those teams that have to rotate from the south, from the east, that is who they're looking at most of all to try to get the Storm Surge that they need. You can see they have 224. And they're even looking at some of the other teams that are on top of Rift Island as well.
This should very much put Rapid and Batman Bugha in the conversation, though.
Yeah.
Rapid, although by himself, he did make some placement last game. Here we jump in with Edgy and Duke so far. 600 above this surge. They're going to be well and fine here. They're positioned very nicely already at the Eclipse Estate, which is near dead center. Do they have the storm eye? Do they know where the storm's going? Because this is some prime positioning right here.
Yeah, we got these forecast towers all around the map. It allows you to read where the zone is going, but Duke had 46 solo impact points in match 1. He was just gobbling up those placement points, and you saw him in those type spots getting eliminations as well, especially when he needed it most for both the Siphon and the mats. Malibuca and Thomas well above the damage threshold. Even though they're falling, they have more than enough surge to where they don't have to worry about it. For them, they're just trying to see where these teams are positioned at to try to make their own rotation in. The zone continues to pull towards the north side of the map, over towards Eclipse Estates. So if it stays there, this one could get dicey because there's some unbreakable walls, there's a surrounding water, there's even the moon there that we saw Cammy and Seti use early on in this tournament.
Clownski grows on the move right now. Already setting up for a nice position here, looking out for fights, looking out to see if they can find tags. This is going to be a team that, if they don't get active, will surely have something to worry about, but they find more stashed there. Great tags here for Strauss, Grolls, and Clownski, and already now they have a chance to go ahead and alleviate some room near them, get back into this game. But no, Grolls, you saw yourself for a moment. The punishment comes in. It's Pixie off to the right there, who has made it further this game than the last. Meanwhile, Yamzo and Rise potentially taking a fight, but no, they are out. Bugha has not been able to secure the health that he lost from getting this far. Oof. Wow.
Down goes Bugha. Shows exactly what you're talking about. Without that heals, he's not able to get the HP up, what makes him an easy target through the sky. Now he's a focus that they know the Nox there. This is 4 points that the team is going after. And then if they're daring enough to move over, that's loot as well. And you can see Bugha handing over some of his resources while he's down, just trying to pad Threads' material count, making sure that he's able to save him. But look who's knocking on that front door. Trick or treat. In comes Acorn and Cold, and no tricks up their sleeves. All treats as they get those eliminations.
Yeah, they knew they had the knock. They had to finish it right there. They were in the perfect position, and with the zone going south, hey, we got to go this way anyways. It was well timed and executed on their part, and it puts them at 2 eliminations now, very comfortably in the game, and the full refresh to really set yourself up for success. It doesn't get much better than that. Meanwhile, Snazy, Podesai on the move right now. The M8 boys playing deep outside the storm circle here. There had to be something worthwhile, but it looks like it was just a late rotate. A fight in the zone. Gone bad.
Yeah, probably that early game strategy. If they're not able to get that surge off of those players that they do get the knocks, that puts them behind on not only timing, but on materials and resource gathering as well. The time is running out. Podesai needs to be able to get in, but he goes down. Snazy found a little crevice that he can hold on to, and even though he is full of shields, he only has 15 HP. If the lobby begins to target him in this direction, where some of them are going to begin to rotate into, that's going to be a very dangerous situation for him to be in.
What's crazy is Mshari had no shield, so talk about a opportunity revealed to him, and he finds shield just off the elimination. Look, he also did not have any heals. It's just a perfect star aligning moment for Mshari and Rue here. One of, again, the few representing for the ME, so making them proud so far.
Still got the top of the leaderboard still alive. Pollo Sphinx, Miro, Cooper. Rue and Mshari trying to join him on top, 106 and counting, above the damage threshold. But on the other side of things, Vasquez by himself, 140 below. Daring enough to go for that Rift Island very, very early on in game 1. That's helped their position on the leaderboard. And being able to survive here a bit longer will be huge. We saw Duke in his solo points in game 1. Vasquez looking to mimic that here in game 2. But he really does need at least 7 players to go down before he gets a single placement point.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to make him uncomfortable here, as he is really dependent on the heals here, and he's got a long rotate to make. No one's moved just yet. It's just tough all around. Meanwhile, he ggets punished by Tayson and Merstache here. So if it wasn't already pretty difficult, now he's surely on the back foot here. He's going to have to use everything he's got. Meanwhile, players around him looking in his direction, they can tell that some damage is happening here. They can hear the sounds. They're wondering, where is this player? Can we find elimination?
It's a big opportunity if somebody wants to go ahead and take that risk, and he needs a handful of players still needed to go down before that Storm Surge does go off. And without any more heals, he's gonna have to go for it eventually. Spadil is out, Savage still alive. He's one of those players that makes the sneaky plays, trying to make sure that nobody spots him out. More than enough materials, but he has to figure out where he's going to get these heals from. 8 HP, 50 shields, 58 combined. His material count is looking pretty healthy though, but slowly but surely falling down the Storm Surge ladder, having to figure out where he's gonna get it from. He turns around and goes down to Reed.
Yeah, he was wondering, he saw something there, but unfortunately it wasn't anything, and he couldn't get the tags he needed. Reed's gonna go in and jump himself up 4 points there just because of that, and now placement points just moments away here. 27 duos remaining in the lobby. This is it. Match 2 of the grand finals is now starting to approach its end. Things are gonna turn up now. Pollo Sphinx down on the low ground. If they make another big splash inside the top 5, they will surely start to take away up towards the top. Gripey Flicks here, not trying to make it easy though. They find Sphinx, a great knock there, and Pollo is now by himself. Tags come in too. He's big time punished and finished there. Spoken too soon, down they go, and now to the bottom, they fall.
That is huge. Cooper and Miro already taking first place throughout that game. And honestly, without Queasy and Vino in the lobby any longer, we set our eyes onto Cammy and Seti. They made that daring play in game 1 to go for height. They defended it successfully until Duke had crash landed, taken them all down, and Cammy with them. They're trying to make up for it here yet again today. They're trying to move their way towards the front side of zone. You see the briefcase turret as well over on the other side. Information is important. It's not about the damage itself. And you can see he knows somebody's on the other side of that cover. Just trying to see if there's an opportunity for him to strike. 39 above the damage threshold. He's comfortable for now, but he knows that time where he's gonna need to fire a shot is gonna come soon.
And it makes you wonder what went wrong this game for Cammy and Seti. Low on the surge damage, low on the heal options, not many material, right? This is a very tough game, and it's not like the zone went very far from where they land. It's just a little north and to the west here, so something must have went terribly wrong in that outskirt rotate. The resistance there a little too strong. Meanwhile, on hike, it's Striker and his duo. Asha from Team Monaco here. Ashad's looking pretty solid right now. I do like the position that they are in as they're trying to play for height here.
Yeah, and who's daring enough to go ahead and contest them? A lot of our heavy hitters are either weak or out of the lobby, so it could be free taking for them. Unfortunately enough, there isn't a twin mag. He just had that suppressed Havoc AR. It could deal some fast damage, but it's not as fast as some would think. 148 above the damage threshold, and they have a far rotation to go, just like Thomas and Malabuka. But they are so healthy right now in terms of materials and in terms of resources.
And if you weigh their game versus Kanata's, they are doing far and beyond better. Yeah. They have 4 eliminations. They're actually in the end game, and they have everything they need to succeed. That is what you want after you survive a drop. But let's look at Peterbot. Peterbot forced to play by himself. He's known for what he can do as a solo. He's one of the most capable players on NA, especially when it comes down to fighting. He needs to finish this here. He's already got the knock onto MK Papa, but no, he says, I have to play for myself here. Goes around the outskirts, reading this perfectly, but he is running low on material. There's another elimination. It falls through, so the points will be his. And he's on the hunt. He's like, where is that solo?
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out where he's going to get even more siphon. But it's not so much for the heals as it is the material, because he's running dry. Cammy, Seti, they don't got the high ground yet, but they're going around the outskirts, trying to bypass a lot of the teams, recycle some of those builds. And if you look at them, they're going towards the front side of the zone. With Thomas down, that leaves the pressure of Malabuka, of the entire duo, on his shoulders. But he's another one of those mechanically skilled players that sometimes when you lose your duo, that gives you freedom to go ahead and move around, make moves you wouldn't normally make if your duo was still alive.
Regarded as one of EU's greatest. On high ground, though, it's Axe Force. On low ground, it's Malabuka. It's Peterbot on the mids. Peterbot still up, looking for the fight, jumped into a box. He's playing spoiler. Was that Cammy there he takes out? Potentially in the exchange, in the full finish too. Peterbot has shut down Cammy's dream and hopes of making it far, but Seti is still up. Once again to left to clutch. Malabuka turns things around here, goes for height, even though he's by himself. What is happening right now?
We saw Axe Force by himself on height. Malabuka's taking a page out of that playbook, but he instantly drops down low into the mud, trying to go ahead and survive as a solo, and he gets to the front side of zone yet again. Now this is his chance to look back, but a whole different page. Also a solo, but less heals, less material to work with. Peterbot is continuously on the hunt and finds a monster of a shot onto Acorn. Even though he's not going to get the spoils of all that he's done, at least there's another heavy hitter out.
But Cold wasn't happy with that. He tries to hunt him down. Peterbot is on a slither of HP, barely anything. The siphon finally comes through, and now he's in a well-fighting position. Meanwhile, Malabuka still doing it. This is the game of solos right now, and there's just a single duo in here, potentially. It is Cooper and of course Miro there on the front, but Malabuka's got work cut out for him.
3 solos left in the game. One of them is going to be Malabuka, continuously dropping down low. He's letting all those players above him fight it out for him to try to survive, but Cooper and Miro are ready to end that run. They get into the box, and they send Malabuka back down to the lobby.
Cheating and Pixie have the high ground. It's a 2v2v2 now. Things will start to settle, but our solos have gone incredibly far. Miro, Cooper, try to do it again here, looking to make the redemption run. They got a hurt team in front of them. Off to the side they go. These are points that need to be earned. Cooper is earning his strike, but Miro is here to back him up. He holds it down. The siphon comes in now. This is it.
This is a 2v1 situation. Pixie and Cheatin, they're trying to go ahead and go against him. That's Chari there as well. An all-solo endgame. Cheatin trying to join Polo and Sphinx as a team with multiple wins this weekend. Back-to-back shots. He's already been able to get one. Miro out for redemption in that last game, but he has no materials. Zone is taking him out until the final shot is in. There it goes. Pixie and Cheatin take the game.
And they do it in spectacular fashion from the high ground, securing the dub, securing the win. What an excellent performance.
An excellent performance indeed. Let's see how they're feeling. Frankie, take it away.
We're seeing duos come back to prove that their victory royales were not a fluke in the past couple of days, and they're doing it again against the toughest competition. How does it feel to get yet another win?
It's feeling really great, bro. We are full stacked again like yesterday, and we just played it out again.
Do you think that these duos are letting you have it too easy?
Yeah, of course.
It's interesting because you guys were not a duo at the start of the year. You were with different partners. You had to find each other. Why do you think the two of you have come together and managed to dominate this LAN so far?
We're both really smart, good fighters. That's all we need.
Do you not need brains as well?
Nah, we have enough brains.
You've got enough brains, but really you're all about the firepower. Listen, I want to give you the opportunity to talk to your fans right now. I know that you've got quite a few in the audience as well. Have you got anything you'd like to say to them?
Thanks for everyone supporting me.
And would you like to say that in Polish?
I don't know.
No? Okay. Would you like to say anything?
Thanks for my family who is watching right now and everyone who supports us.
Well, thank you, guys. Congratulations. Let's see if you can keep it up as we head back to the desk.
Big congratulations there. Cheatin and Pixie finding themselves yet another victory royale. This is now the second time today we've had a duo that already had a victory royale picks up another. But man, this all coming down to solos. That could have gone any which way for a moment there. For a moment, I was like, if this is Mrs. Miro, Cheatin's like, oh, my bad. Whoa, Zeke, don't get ahead of yourself there.
The games have been absolutely insane. I mean, obviously coming down to the 1-1, but throughout the end game, it felt like there were so many solos alive, clutching up the points.
Yeah, these end games are manic so far. It's like it goes every which way, and then eventually one name or two names just start popping out of the place, and you start going, wait, can they win the game again? In this one, my eyes were sealed to Miro and Cooper. I really thought, okay, last game they couldn't quite do it. They're gonna get their redemption now. 1v1 for Miro again. He couldn't quite do it, but you know, I'm sure there'll be more chances for him to redeem himself. Pixie and Cheatin, a team that, if you aren't familiar, right, these are very hardworking players. Like Frankie said, they didn't start the year playing with each other, but once they did get together, things have just been clicking for them.
You love to see it. And of course, if you're just tuning in, you've never seen Fortnite, or maybe you just don't know, Victory Royale, of course, even coming down to second place, if you don't get the Victory Royale, it's not that bad, right? A Victory Royale is worth 65 points. Coming second, third, still a massive amount of points as well. But again, congratulations, Pixie and Cheatin. There's so much that happened in just that game. It's like every time we tune in with another duo, they're either in shambles situations or they're pushing a team, they're busting out these crazy strategies, and has not disappointed so far. Now, Viv, as we bring up these standings, take a look. Cooper and Miro, they're overtaking. They started with a little bit of a lead, and now they have just said, you know what? We're jumping out in front.
I mean, back-to-back second places at the Global Championships, both of them by Miro, solo clutching to that point in time. And Levin, whilst we were watching that game, right, we were getting close to the end of it. You asked me a question. What was that question?
I said, are Cooper and Miro about to win globals? It's looking like it. They're sitting up on the leaderboard looking comfy, 2 back-to-back second places. I mean, if they keep playing like this, we're going to get to game 4 and it might be a done deal.
The consistency. That's you're gonna hear us say that a lot today over the next 4 games. But man, if Miro and Cooper could keep this up, they very well could walk away champions. I did want to take a look more at the standings though. Let's highlight a few more duos up on this board.
I'm looking at Vico and Pink there in 3rd place. Yeah. I mean, with how their weekend's gone so far, I think a lot of people in here were obviously supporting Acorn and Cold after how well Acorn and Cold did in the upper bracket finals. I don't think many people would have expected Vico and Pink to be above them, let alone sitting in the top 3.
I mean, they have found some comfort on the stage. Cammy and Seti maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable with a big switch up coming in today. Both games so far, they have been contested, but game number 2 was a little bit different here. They actually decided to go ahead and split their drop spot, but it didn't really end up mattering as they still made it into the end game. And honestly, it was the refresh during 9th zone that kept them alive for so long.
And the thing I was saying during that end game was it felt like vintage Cammy and Seti. None of this high ground nonsense we were seeing from them too much. I say high ground nonsense. They've been very good at it, don't get me wrong. But, you know, it felt good to see them in an element where they're a bit more comfortable. And, of course, again, another instance of Seti getting the job done.
Oh, of course, you know, they had to come into the higher ground meta, right? They had to kind of learn it. So they still have all of those other play styles in their back pocket. Just makes them so good.
And what terrifies me the most, even after this kind of shambles game, they're in top 5. That's not where you want them to be. They're way too close to striking distance. But that's enough for right now. We have Kelly standing by on the stage right now with Flowis.
That is right, Zeke. Fortnite veteran and Danish native Flowis joining me here right now. I gotta ask, you've been competing in Fortnite for so long. What is it like to be here at the Global Championships in Denmark?
I mean, normally I sit here with the players, but the fans have been absolutely incredible, especially the French ones, and I also hear some Polish ones over here, so big shout out to the fans.
I mean, it's been an incredible weekend so far, from the fans to the players. What has been your favorite moment out of the competition?
I mean, it was first day here, so I mean, the fans is probably the most important thing here, and I also like the game 1 ending with Miro almost clutching up as a solo, but yeah.
Well, then he almost did it again in game number 2. So with that being said, I gotta ask you, who is your favorite to win?
I think right now, I think Miro is gonna win, but I obviously hope for my Danish boys, Thomas HD and Steno and Lucio.
Flowis, this just means so much to me to be able to talk with you. I've been watching you play for so long. And what is it like to watch just all 50 duos here competing on this stage?
I mean, it's absolutely insane. Like everyone from the other regions, I normally only play in EU, so to see people like Asia region, Middle East, and also shout out to the one OC duo, Alex and Worthy.
Thank you so much, Flowis, and I can't wait to watch the rest of the games with you, but we're gonna be heading back to the desk for now.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Fortnite fans, if y'all are up in here, please go say what's up to Flowis. He's absolutely amazing, super wholesome, but, as much as I want to talk more about what happened in game number 2, getting word game number 3 is ready. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway mark, so don't miss out. DJ producer, 2 friends will be here for the halftime show right after this next game. So let's get on into this next one. Casters?
You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. We're already into game 3 in just a few short moments, and it's been an impressive performance so far by both Cooper and Miro.
I must say, man, if Miro does it again, the strike back, the potential, the explosion that we've seen come out of him so far has been incredible. Let's do it one more time. Game 3. Game 3 of the grand finals is here. It is time to see how this one's gonna play out already. We already know that 14 players have fallen both games back-to-back in these early moments. That means 7 duos have it out for one another.
This is the moments here that kind of make yourself one of the best in the world. This is the last game before that halfway point. You gotta get as high up on the leaderboard as possible. You don't want to leave it to those final moments. But you know what it is from games 1 to 3. Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka yet again. You even see shots coming in, but Kanata takes damage.
Oh.
Thomas is already half health, and the fight has barely just begun. Kanata gets the first strike. Thomas goes down. Malabuka by himself. He's on the chase for Agers. Agers doesn't look like he has a weapon. It's all up to Kanata, and he strikes while the iron's hot.
2 for 1, back and forth. Kanata, Agers have an opportunity now to potentially run away with it. The problem that they have, though, is how far can they take it when the chance is in front of them?
Uh-oh, I already see Baka that's down. Giannis and Reason. They go for that 50-50 at the top of the tower. Pars, he hasn't even been able to launch pad over, and that's not gonna be an option. They both got ARs and SMGs to go ahead and take them down if they try to make that a part of their game plan. Now it's all about the hunt. They even get a shield briefcase. Uh-oh, this is a very, very daring play. Pars just go ahead and bulldoze his way through. He's trying to make magic happen. Shots on the both these players. Pars almost does it. Takes down Reason, but Yanis saves the day.
So close, and he seals the deal in the final moments. You wouldn't think it would be possible, but he does do it. Here's Chicho, here's Trulex. They have TK nearby. TK had that explosive entrance coming out. Of course, that lower bracket, they managed to turn online, and already they have taken down his teammate. Unfortunate for TK now, he's gonna have to figure this one out. Play this one as a solo for now. Meanwhile, Muzz and Paper getting active here.
Ready to battle it out. They changed up their drop spot. Normally going over towards Breakwater Bay. They qualified to the FNCS Global Championship. They qualified to the Grand Finals over towards Breakwater Bay, but sometimes you got to be adaptable in the bush, trying to go for a hide-and-seek style play. Paper getting taken down low. Muzz there with the bait and switch to try to go ahead and save the day, but they got to be careful. Misha and Tini yet again, all around the map, all around the world. They're ready to take that top spot.
Misha and Tina might be the most flexible duo in this lobby right now, and they are showing how it can be effective even while you try new strategy. But no, Bryce comes in. He's got his attention to put on the matter. Where is Chubbs here? Will he back him up? Misha now has to back out of here. We have spoken too soon. Paper will get the final finish, but Bryce got the knot, so the rewarded points will go to them.
Invitations were sent out to everybody this weekend. You can join the party if you want to. If you want to take that chance, as both Paper and Muzz get taken down. They get cleaned up by Bryce and Chubbs, who already have 4 eliminations so far. Impressive way to start game 3.
What a great spot to be in right now for Bryce and Chubbs. Bryce and Chubbs, the lower bracket duo that definitely performed, I would say, above average, finishing up towards that top 3 by the end of the day, putting themselves in the conversation. Upper bracket day, they were contested. They had a bit of a difficult time up in the north side, but right now could be their chance to turn things around. 4 eliminations. What a way to start the game.
And you know, our first 2 games were decided by teams who already have a victory royale throughout the weekend. Bryce and Chubbs have one as well, so that trend could continue. As TK goes down to Chicho, he gets cleaned up, probably trying to go for Quanti's reboot card. So they're going to be out of this game early on. But Cooper and Miro, I like this. They go ahead and get it uncontested. They loot up. They kind of switch to figure out who's going to go for the early surge, who's going to go down into that vault and try to clean up all that loot.
Jumping over to Batman Booga, Rapid. We've seen so far having to play solo a fair amount, losing Batman Booga a little earlier than we would have liked the last round or so. But this drop spot, man, Mega City, obviously highly contested, plenty of action to unfold here. And then if you just peer off to the outside, you have teams like Acorn and Cold constantly hovering around, so you never really are safe inside this big city. We jump over with Kanata. Dignitas Kanata already starting to look up and over. Getting a little dangerous here.
And you can see his streak. He's the only player in the world to go for 20 for 20, reaching a grand finals. He won his first one in the FNCS Major 3. He's looking to go back-to-back in some ways and take this global championship by storm, but this game needs to count.
Wait, let's just say that one more time. Kanata is the only person in the world to have made every single FNCS Grand Finals and also perform extremely well. His top 10 performances, by the way, you can hold a candle to it. It'll stand strong, but Kylie is gonna fall here to Fastroki. Oh, to the hands of Datus and Steen. So from the Frenzy Farms, they come south and they influence Kylie and Fastroki with the quick finish.
That's huge. This team has been slowly but surely upping up their firepower game after game throughout the weekend. It's only a matter of time before they hit their final form. But Reet and Ritual, they've been out of this world so far, consistently performing at the top level. Not only online, though, they brought that skill here to the big stage. And see if they can keep it up, but they're close by, neck and neck with both Edgy and Duke. I think a lot of these teams know the risk of taking an early game fight. And so Edgy and Duke just continue on with their rotation. They're trying to not take too many risks early on. We'll save those for the late game.
Now we tune in one of the most seasoned here. Tayson setting up what could be a potential ambush alongside Murstache. They have the side angles, they have the information. A 3-2-1 is all it takes, and Kaizen is caught out. And that is what a professional duo will do to you. A moment is all it takes. If it were me, if it were you, it'd take forever to line up those shots, but they make it look so easy, so quick, so deadly.
It was more than just a two-player 3-2-1. Threats and Bugha on the other side, who actually were the ones able to steal that one away. If I thought 2 players were hard to survive, 4 players is literally impossible. I feel bad for Kaizen, but luckily for him, his teammate is still left alive. You see him floating around in the mini-map, ready to kind of make an attempt at that reboot card. Fighting alone is not something anybody wants to do, even if they're separated like this. Cammy and Seti going for that forecast tower, which is a huge part of their game plan.
But not only that, they just took down MK Papa. Ooh. So Shalom is by himself up in this box right here. Cammy making a move for it, potentially thinking if he can go in to seal this. No, they're just gonna move along here. In the meanwhile, we should look at how this happened. Take a look. Scoped weapons in hand. MK Papa slides across. Oh, they were trying to get that forecast tower themselves. No, caught out in the open. They get burned.
It's just one of those things, man. You don't necessarily plan for another team to just be hiding in bushes all around, but I feel like that's one of the most simple strategies you'd see some of these teams do, but it's honestly the small things that you tend to forget on the biggest stage. We talk about rotations. Queasy and Vino moving on over toward the west before they're going north towards Frenzy Fields to try to find their spot in towards the zone. They're easily one of the teams that can pick up multiple VRs throughout the day and kind of make up for lost time, boost up that leaderboard. But Vaniac and Karmi are going against their EU counterparts. iDrop and Mappy on the other side, getting denied piece control a few times. A quick peek view opportunity coming out from iDrop. He gets denied yet again. All of that real estate going over to Vaniac.
Feel a little deja vu here. Kanye down to the low ground. Vanya cannot quite find the shot there. iDrop playing off the heels, backing up by himself. The last time we were in this situation, it was Sensen and company on the hunt. This time it is Karmi. Will they close it a little faster? I wonder. They are drawing the attention of teams nearby. Should wrap this up quickly. Back he goes. Not many other options for him left here now.
That's, I feel like, what iDrop, best case scenario. Let another team come in this direction, start to fight off both Vaniac and Karmi. That way he can try to slither his way out, but no opportunities are coming. A big shot fires through, running out of resources. iDrop has to think outside of the box and get out of it as well. Multiple angles as Karmi finally goes in and finishes the job, letting nothing go through. It's a huge way for them to kind of start their own game.
Tasting him or Stash. The quick elimination there onto Waves Vidil. Unfortunately, Mr. Savage now has to back out of this drop here. Mr. Savage and Vidil have been staying late into Slappy Shores, but I don't think they expected Merstash and Tayson to still be here playing their drop. Let's take a look at that one more time. Merstash swings around the top. They're already hurt. Into the box he goes. Vidil wasn't quick enough to defend himself there, and it was a very clean pickup. Meanwhile, Pink and Vico move right past Karmi there. Vaniac. Pink and Vico inside the top 5. Chilling around 4th place at the moment. What a different story compared to the upper bracket. Also taking their learnings out of the lower bracket into today.
Yep, and that's one thing I feel like for some of these players, you know, Vico probably one of the more mechanically skilled and gifted players on the EU region. Pink, one of the best IGLs. Sometimes it just takes a day to warm up. You know, you got the jitters, you got the nerves, different setup, different desk heights, different chairs, and sometimes you have to go through the ringer against a team like Acorn and Cold before you go ahead and say enough is enough. You start to go ahead and play to your full potential, and that's why you see him at the top side of the leaderboards. Snazy and Podesai, they're kind of making a very, very similar rotation that they have in Games Pass, going on over towards the Creaky compound, just boxing up. They're, I wouldn't say slap dab in the center of zone, but they're as close as they can be at the current moment, using a lot of those berries and just trying to see who rotates nearby. They just don't have a good line of sight over the lobby as of now, so that's why you see them rotating to try to get a better position, because information is critical in lobbies like this.
So many trees as well really hides how much danger is lurking nearby. Take a look at all the duos as we pan out here, including Cooper and Miro just nearby. Meanwhile, to the south, Cammy and SETI, of course, wrapping things up at the Frenzy Fields. Still danger nearby, though, so you always have to be careful. With that, let's get a word from Mini.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now, let's take a little look at Cammy and SETI's off-spawn situation. We know it's a little bit dicey for them at the moment, but in this particular game, they have managed to take control of that main Frenzy building. Of course, that gives them access to the north side of the map. And of course, what is there lurking at the north side of the map? It's the Forecast Tower. If you don't know, that gives them access to know when the next zone is going to be and where it is going to be positioned. So, of course, that's absolutely vital information for them. We can see them taking out another player here as well, and thankfully for them, they actually get access to this Forecast Tower. Hopefully for them, it'll be a good game like game number 1.
Thank you so much for the pivotal information, Mini. My 0 build carry, I should say, when me, Vivid, and Zeke all squad up. And it's just very, very sure that we keep our eyes on both Cammy and SETI. They're one of 3 teams in this lobby that will have the awareness of where that zone's going to go thanks to that Forecast Tower. And if you're one of those teams that may have seen them, may know that it's a chance for Cammy and SETI, you might want to try to follow them around without getting targeted. But Rift Island, you know how competitive this has been. And now Mshari and Rue are going to be one of the first teams going up to it. And that's been the trend throughout the first games. If you make it to the island first, you more than likely capture it and get those 15 points.
You really have to. See, way to turn the game around for you right here. And honestly, Mshari and Rue kind of needed this. They've been struggling here. They've had a couple moments, so this will surely put them right back up toward that top 15 bracket now. Potentially even edging their way to top 10, as this island is worth 15 points. If you can secure it in time. We jump on over to Duke, though, for a moment here. Edgy is hurt and hasn't quite recovered just yet. I wonder what's happening, as he's getting pushed by Chubbs and Bryce. A little too much happening down low. Duke comes to the rescue, though. Great tags there, and finally Edgy gets his heels off, puts him right back into the game. He was waiting for those mushrooms to pop back in there.
This is what they do best. They're just slithering by for now. You know they can fight in the biggest moments of them all, but it's about using your brain, using your smarts, using a lot of the strategies that even got you to this point, and then very many more tricks up your sleeve to keep that train rolling. Ari and Giris, 531 damage above the threshold. You see them currently positioned in 12th place on the leaderboard. And this being the last game before the half, I feel like it's pivotal for a team where they're positioned, if they want to be in the conversation and not force themselves to have massive games, to do well here in this third game.
Looking at that top 10. Now into the top 15. Look at how close it is. Points barely separating one another. Mr. Savage finds himself in a little fight. Some action here. Fnajin, what an incredible shot. How do you hit that before he even can realize? And now Vidil has to clutch up here. Vidil cannot allow him to wait this one out. And by the way, they need this damage. They actually have to force these fights here. So should he save up, should he clutch up here, it'll be okay. You know, Fnajin wants to turn things around and get the full finish. So Vidil does have to be careful.
Ooh, even third-party shots coming.
Oh, he saves him just in time.
Outside of the zone and inside as well. The breacher for Fnayan is going to be the huge moneymaker here, but a nice shot from Vidil, trying to make up for him going down early on in the game. He turns, he burns. Fnayan says, "You are out of the lobby."
Oh my gosh. That was the grossest shot of the day by far. Watch it one more time. Look at how quick this was. You think it was over here, but he hits it just in time.
Didn't even let him pop the slurp juice. He didn't even give him enough time to heal. He just went in trying to finish it off. But those are the risks you take. When you get rebooted, you're forced to get surged yet again. That's exactly what happens when you can't control your own destiny. But an actual contested fight for this Rift Island. It's the game before the half, like I keep saying, so a lot of these teams realize how valuable these points actually are. But these teams, if they don't have enough heals, you can only stay up here for so long. You see the zone is pulling away from Rift Island, so it might be one of those teams that have the heals now that are willing to expend it.
And it makes sense that Vask and Hen are here, as this is a part of their strategy. Secure these drops, secure the Rift Island, get these other points, these extra points. It's a lot of different ways to secure the lead. Datus and Stain are also here again, too. constantly finding themselves in the vicinity. So far, so good. Gripey and Flixie are alive. Kanata and Agers are just nearby as well, so trying to make do, trying to make the best of this game.
57 above the damage threshold. It's just enough. It's just enough for some of these teams to rotate in, trying to go for a sneaky sniper shot. Narrowly misses that one. Probably saw the glint coming off of it as soon as he scoped in, allowing him to kind of watch out. You see, they don't want to go all the way to the side of that mountain. They want to keep some elevation just in case it does pull in this direction. You don't want to have to battle back.
Source may have found an important elimination onto Seti, so you may know where the zone is, but it doesn't mean you're absolutely safe. Cammy turns that story around, potentially finding his elimination, putting up just enough defense, but for how long? Now Cammy has to play this out by himself.
Yeah, I don't know how possible it is going to be, but if he does have that reboot card and he holds his position, he's not too far off from that reboot ban as well, but it is going to be out of zone. It is going to cause a lot of attention in your direction, but the possibilities are endless. We've seen things like that happen before in the past. He's just trying to figure out how he's going to survive this moment. Forget about those later plans, but for now, I think it's going to be go for that rocket ramp, forget the reboot, forget all the loot, and even that team I was fighting. Let's just go ahead and go in towards zone, and you can see it's the least congested side as of now. Nobody's really begun their rotate from across the water.
What's crazy about this as well is Cammy was considering taking more mobility in crash pads, but because he was spooked out of his spot, he actually couldn't even secure it. He couldn't change his loot up. He had to just leave. So this isn't even the most ideal situation for him as of right now, as he was fumbling through his builds. But Cooper, Miro, the problem children of NA right here, setting up shop. Forget that. The problem children of the Globals right now. They are second and second back-to-back. This is by far the toughest game for them, as they don't have much of a material count to play with, and they've been found out.
This is big, because if Miro and Cooper end up with the top finish yet again, they're 39 points ahead of the next best player in team right now. Placement points have not even begun to set in, so if they can continue that trend, they will be the team to beat in the second half.
This is kind of crazy, though. Take a look at how this situation is playing out. There's not a soul on this side of the map. Very rarely this late in the game will you even have a chance to farm loot so casually in a competitive lobby. And things might have just aligned for Cooper and Miro. We could be seeing Destiny line up.
If they somehow win this game, get a top 5, you have to rewind the tape and think of that moment right there.
That
one. Chance to breathe and stabilize, refarm up, just like you're saying. It is going to be huge, but there's even teams rotating nearby in their direction. But from outside of the zone to the inside of the zone, Pink and Vico, they're waiting for them to go down, because they're one of the teams that is at the top side of that leaderboard as of now, waiting to take away that spot. And honestly, consistency is key, and they've been one of the most powerhouse teams on the weekend, if you're minus day one, of course.
Well, if you look at that top 10, there was definitely room at the top, as 4 teams have fallen just beyond 5th. Peterbot has a chance. Bila has a chance. They're just right there. This game already 2 eliminations, put them inside the top 10. That solo run from Peterbot in game number 2 was incredible.
This is exactly what we came to see and came to know out of Peterbot overall. The Invitational played with somebody who isn't Bila, and I feel like that's the thing. It's business for them. Every time they go and try to do it with someone else, the results aren't necessarily there, but every time they reunite, they impress everybody watching, and they're looking to do that once more here.
It's not a better way to make $1 million over a weekend.
True.
To be the best. That's gonna be something to celebrate, but no celebrations here for Miro and Cooper. Not looking good right now. Just a couple builds here. They're gonna have to force the agenda, force the fight. They find one on the other side. This might be the best team to do it as well. We already knew Geras was hurt. Cooper jumps into the box. He goes for it, puts it all on the line, doesn't quite find it, and Miro's here to back him up, and the finish comes in. The refresh was massive, and they're right back in the game. But do they have heals? Did Cooper find anything there?
It's the little details that matter, because now that he has Materials on the side of Miro, of course.
Another one.
And able to heal on up.
Oh,
there goes his teammate as well. Gears goes down.
Wow.
And now they're both looted and booted, ready to go ahead and continue their run. Their point lead is just growing larger and larger through most of the game. See Pixie and Cheatin up on that leaderboard as well. Cammy and Seti still finding a way to stay alive. Then, of course, Pink and Vico.
Well, after the material split, there's still going to be a fight in front of them. They're not stopping there. They are literally continuing, but on the other side, Cammy is still a solo. He is still playing this one out, where once he was going high ground game after game. This round here, he just has to do what he can to survive the gauntlet. Top 25 is here now. Placement points have been earned. That alone is something to celebrate, but Cammy's here to put up more. He needs more.
Rocket Ram able to get himself from one side to the next. And since he's so far below the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge, he immediately goes to work, looking towards the backside of zone. Mixon's going to be the first one in his line of sights, but finds no success, able to shoot through. Pink goes down in the feed. That's Miro yet again, out of nowhere, trying to come back. But Cammy's not really finding any success when it comes to Storm Surge. Eventually, he's going to have to just get into one of these boxes.
It's really starting to heat up here. We get to look at that one more time. Don't forget, the reason they were hurt was because Pink was looking at him from before, and they finished him just like that. And another refresh. But more importantly, it's more points, and that's a top 5 team. Pink and Vico have been truly heating up here today. But Miro and Cooper are just the unstoppable force at the moment in this lobby.
Now they've made it to the point of the game where you're getting placement points for every team that goes down. And this is where Cooper and Miro really do shine the best. In these end games, being able to be a little bit more aggressive and take those risks. Peterbot and Bylite can say the same thing about them. They were in the situation that Cooper and Miro were in not too long ago. They have to take a page out of their playbook, but that's Kanata and Agers over on the other side. See Peterbot trying to take the space, but finally moves back, reunites. He hears a lot of teams crashing in, and he doesn't want any part of any of that.
Bylite and Peterbot still on the move right now. Meanwhile, Peterbot is finding more and more. He gets the finish, but there's duos down low. It's not safe by any means. Starting to run thin on material. Plenty of teams down low. He's got to get out. That's Duke. He takes down, so fragmenting a team there. While Iamzo finds Edgy, high ground, unsure. Cooper by himself now as Miro's fallen to the hands of Vico. And they are on a run right now. The point lead is insane. And as teams fall, they are doing more and more. A team falls right in front of Cooper. Cooper's got to be careful. That was a close one.
That was a close call, but Miro just trying to go for the mats. He needs those resources. Wasn't able to really grab much. Queasy's still alive as well. Talked about a big game needed to keep them within contention so they don't leave it up to the last moments. Quickly redeploys on over to the other side and goes for the shot, but narrowly misses his opponent. He's able to escape, and we're quickly into the top 15.
Chubbs and Bryce are online right now. 7 eliminations and almost a top 10. Chubbs and Bryce may be one of the most impressive duos to pop out of NA right now. And they have the experience, but this is the first time they're in an in-person arena with a crowd this big. With this much on the line, and so is Cooper.
No way.
And he is still going. This could be the miracle run for Cooper.
Already you're seeing the point spread. It's only them and Pixie and Cheatin at the top of that leaderboard, and 40+ points already separating them thanks to that elimination they've been picking up, but they're on the high ground. They could be the first team to try to get 3 VRs on the day. They already have 5 eliminations, more mats than they know what to do with. Another elimination almost grabbed up by Cooper, and this is a chance for both Pixie and Cheatin to try to pick up the points. A 2v1 situation. They got their 7 eliminations, and it's Carmy who's already outside of the zone, and he doesn't even survive a chance to fight the 1v2. Pixie and Cheatin take their 3rd victory royale of the weekend.
Is that a back-to-back for Pixie and Cheatin?
Yeah.
Are they just on fire right now?
I want to repeat what our casters just said. Are you on fire right now?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're a man of few words, but you do have some Swedish words for the audience right now. Would you like to say anything to everyone who's supporting you?
Tack för alla som supportar mig.
There we go, nice and simple. Thank you, everyone who said in Swedish. So tell me about that end game then.
Yeah, full stacked again and just play it out. Like we had so many mats and stuff, and we just full tapped to the end game. We looked at high, and then we looked up, and it was free, and we take it.
So do you think the key to your fantastic end games is actually you're having great early starts as well?
Yes, we get like good surge, good mats, and just get into end game.
And what's the secret to this? Have you spent a long time preparing your game plan, or is this just in the moment when you sit down, you just know what you want to do?
We have prepared a lot of strats, and then we just play from there.
And who is responsible for those game-winning strats?
We both. We just both looking for strats together, and then just looking for our game plan, and then we just play our end game game plan in the finals.
Well, the target on your backs, boys, is growing ever larger, but hopefully you can hold off the competition. I'm going to let you go and get ready for game number 4, but right now, everyone, Pixie and Cheating!
Bro, no shot. No shot. There's 2 stories we're going to highlight. We'll start with the easy one. Pixie and Cheating, the back-to-back. Guys, understand, this is a globals stage. This is it. This is the peak level of competition. And Pixie and Cheating say, Victory out? Nah, let's give you 2.
Pixie and Cheating have to be on top of the road. And look at this. It's all about the back side of the moving zones. They find out where the high ground is weakest. They go ahead and spray it out, and then they build up. And how they have so many materials going into this end game. Look at their eliminations before they just start to farm them from the high ground, right? They are just finding refreshes as they go along. And to end the game with 8 eliminations and a back-to-back win, Levin, like, what?
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. They literally came through and said the win was so nice, we had to do it twice. I can't believe what I'm saying. Like, you're getting to that end game, and I keep seeing Cheating and Pixie's names in the feed. I'm thinking, wait, these guys are still up. And we're seeing all these titans in the lobby falling, just can't able to keep up. But these guys look so strong all the way until the end. I mean, even with that being said, Zeke, they still won in first place.
That is the second storyline. Cooper and Miro, these guys are gods. I don't even know what I'm watching. Obviously, Pixie and Cheating are kind of like, right now they have the spotlight on them, which gives Cooper and Miro the opportunity to say, okay, spotlight's off us. Let's operate in the shadows. Let's make some plays. Dude, but the solo clutch as well.
Zeke, before the solo clutch, though, we had an incredible clutch as they do. I mean, they were on the west side of the zone. They were trying to farm out. They had 0 builds. And me and Levin, we were like, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a good game from them, right? They're going to fall out of first place. And then somehow they just find a double refresh. And then they take out the team that was following them in that second place, Pink. Like, the refreshes just came flying in.
I mean, when your back is against the wall, to do what these guys are doing, forcing their way into the box and forcing their limbs, I mean, it's craziness. And then Cooper at the end there, really a man just possessed right now. The shots onto Rapid and just surviving, outlasting all of these opponents. It was ridiculous.
Miro went down 25th, right? There was 25 teams alive when Miro went down. Cooper just went down in top 5. He solo clutched for that long.
Which is kind of crazy to me, because a lot of times when we talk about this duel, we tend to focus a little more on Miro's side, right? Kind of a little more decorated, a little more experienced. But Cooper's like, whoa, why am I getting disrespected right now?
I mean, unbelievable player, right? He was given the chance by Miro to compete, and he has not looked back since. Every opportunity he's taken.
Flip the coin. If anybody has seen that on the timeline, basically how this duo ended up forming, Miro was like, hey, Cooper, flip a coin, and if it's what you guess, whatever it was, I think it was heads, we'll duo. And it ended up being correct. So they formed a duo, and now here they are on the global stage in first place after 3 games.
Best coin flip of his life.
Just insane. Okay, so really quickly, I want to talk about more of the standings overall. I did kind of just want to double back to Cooper Miro there. I'm sorry, Cheating and Pixie, rather, in second place. So they've not been able to overtake Cooper and Miro. And they're kind of, gentlemen of very few words. I was kind of curious if you guys had insight as to how they are just going wild right now. What How are they making this happen?
I mean, for me, it looks like it's the high ground play, right? Like somehow, you know, we talked about it coming into the day. We expected a couple of teams to be battling it out up there, specifically Queasy and Veno and Cammy and Seti. But honestly, we haven't really seen either of those duos in a healthy enough position to go ahead and contend for it. So it's kind of left that area of the end game open arms for Pixie and Cheatin'.
Yeah, and I think you can see from the interviews, they're not really letting the moment get to them. It's like they're playing at home, chilling, playing some scrims or something, right? It seems to be very low pressure right now. And for a team who isn't as experienced in these kind of moments, that's very alarming almost, right? You don't expect to see that. You expect the players to be shaking and wobbling over their words like, oh my goodness, we're on the stage and we're winning games. What's going on? No, these guys are cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely. You talk about another duo that's cool, calm, collected. Vico and Pink in third place right now, halfway through the competition. Guess what? Frankie, she's standing by with Vico right now. So let's hear from him.
I am, and Vico, I think this is the least nervous I've ever seen you. Why are you so calm right now?
Well, it's 3 games in, and well, there's nothing to really win right now, so nothing to lose. So it's just like there's nothing really that we need to like have pressure about, because no one really thinks that we're gonna win or anything. So
I think you've got a good chance. You're in third place at the moment, and right now the drop spot feels quite safe for you because Cold and Acorn, they're not trying to grief you, they're not trying to 50-50, they're actually just giving you space.
yeah, they're just giving us space. Like we're giving them space, they're giving us space, because there's not really a reason why we would fight, because it's just gonna get delayed. And if we both play our end games, like me and Acorn, and like we're just both gonna do good.
Who do you think has the stronger end game out of the 2 duos?
Probably me and Pink.
And why is that?
Because we practice a lot. Like in these last 3 months that we have played together, we've practiced like almost every day, or like almost every second day. So we have a lot of prac in between us. So
I just saw your coach Bloodex walking past as well. He told me I haven't had to teach this guy anything, but there must be a reason you're working with him. So what's he brought to your duo?
Basically everything. Like he's teaching me how to actually understand the game and actually play the game. Like there's a lot of stuff that I didn't know before having coaching from Bloodex. So
what has he really taught you about playing the game then? What does it mean to play Fortnite?
Well, there's like stuff like you need to understand like how to play mid games actually, and like look for surge and all that stuff. And that's like something that Bloodex is really good at. And yeah.
It's one of the things that's ever changing about Fortnite. Given that you are in this third spot, you can go either way now. You can go up, obviously you can go down, and you can go all the way to that trophy. What are you feeling right now in terms of your chances? Do you already see yourself lifting that trophy on that stage?
Well, I don't see myself lifting it right now because there's a huge point difference between first and third place. But these next 2 games, they just show everything. Like Mero and Cooper can choke, as well as like second place. I think second place is Pixie and Cheatin'. They can also choke. It all depends on these next 3 games because a lot of people will get nervous.
Exactly, and yesterday you did get a victory royale where you scored, I believe, over 100 points. So it might be 100 points separating you from the top, but I know that you can pull off a big game. So Vico, thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck to you and Pink, and let's head back to the desk.
Can I just say, I don't know where he is in here, but Bloodex is the biggest liar there is. For him to say, I've not had to teach Vico anything, I've been there. He's had to teach Vico a lot, like Vico just said. And my, oh my, we're grateful he has, right? Because look how Vico's playing, look how he's improved. It hasn't always been the smoothest, it hasn't always been the easiest of rides for that duo to get to where they are now, but it's the perfect time for them to be peaking.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think too, him being able to kind of take that step back and humbly say, look, I still need to get sharpened, right? I still need to focus myself. That's how you improve. If you're just assuming I'm at the top, I can't do anything, I'm the very best, you'll never actually improve. Now, we kind of talk about the standings, a couple in the top 3. Let's talk about the duo in 4th, Seti and Cammy. Again, I'm just terrified, man. I feel like this happens all the time. Cammy and Seti, though, they might have this like, they haven't quite made it up in the standing. They haven't got a victory on, not even a top 5, whatever. And then they end in 1st place, right? From this position. And we're only halfway through. In 3 games, they can make it happen.
So far, for me, Cammy and Seti's performance has been about hanging on, right? Giving them actually a chance to go ahead and hoist the trophy at the end of the day. Because so far, as I was talking to Levin about while we were watching that game, we really haven't seen a good game from them yet, a solid one. Usually this duo is very, very tight-knit in the sense that they are both alive late into these end games, but we have just seen solo clutch performances, which by the way is very, very rare for this duo, to just hold on to that 4th place, which is why that 4th place to me is so impressive.
Yeah, no, I want to really emphasize that because you're spot on there. they have not had a good game by Cammy and Seti standards. Like, the best is still yet to come from these guys. And the fact that they're in 4th, and you could argue their performance hasn't been anything amazing by their standards, just says everything you need to know about this duo.
You know, and we're talking about it a lot, right? Obviously, of course, right now we are on a break. So there is some time to maybe sit back and actually talk with each other, kind of figure out what's going wrong. So maybe this is the reset that they need.
I think so, right? I think all throughout the year when they face hurdles, even at times when it maybe looked like maybe this duo would split up and things weren't going to work out for them and it was going to be the end of Cammy and Seti, they've been able to work things out. They've been able to get together, get on the same page, and it's paid off every single time.
Absolutely. We saw through games, right? Anything can happen. They just need one insane game and they could suddenly overtake that #1 spot. There's a point differential, but we can't focus on that, right? We have to focus on the job we have to do. As we turn our attention back over to the standings, let's just take a look here as well. I'd love to highlight Kharmy and Vanac. They're in 5th place, up 22 places. Again, it takes one good game, and then suddenly we just shift the entire leaderboard.
You know what's impressive to me is that I'm looking at the objectives, right? None of the teams right now in the top 10 seem to have secured Rift Island a single time. So I kind of wonder what's going on with that. Maybe it's actually kind of hurting some of these teams for whatever reason. But I mean, listen, that lead by Cooper and Mira. You know what's very, very interesting about Mira? Of course, he does have 5 FNCS titles under his belt. Did you know that in 4 of those titles, he didn't actually win a game? So those back-to-back second places are just very much so his style.
So basically you're saying, baby, we gotta just wrap it up now. It's over. Like, if he's winning games now it's just over. We might as well just pack it up, we'll go home.
There we go. I'm gonna stay. I want to stay. I want to see this halftime show coming up shortly from DJ Producer, 2 Friends. We'll get there momentarily, but yeah, I mean, with halfway through, now it is more important and more critical than ever. We can't be slipping, right? We have to keep moving forward. We have to kind of shore up these mistakes as quickly as possible because there's a championship trophy waiting.
You know, why don't we reference some of the other in-person events that we have had, right? We had Invitational. Now, of course, that was 12 games, so a little bit different. But we checked out the day 1, right? After 6 games, which, of course, was that halfway point. And since we're at that point now, I think it would be very, very relevant to talk about it. Whoever was at the top of the leaderboard is still switched up very much so after we played out the second half of the competition. So I really do feel like there's still so much that could happen.
Yeah, and look, again, as much as a lot of these players very much need the break, they need some time to cool down and relax. It could be a bit of a heat check for Mira and Cooper, right? They might come back, sit down, and they're not really feeling as hot as they once were, right? So hopefully it doesn't mess up their momentum and their flow.
You talk about momentum, we got to slow things down. We are halfway through the competition, and what I want to see is a halftime show. Who better to prepare us than Monster D-Face?
Well, listen up, Fortnite fam. I don't want to completely slow things down. I just want to change things up. We've had a lot of gameplay, but now we're going to introduce some music here for the halftime show. Coming all the way in from California, we have something very special in store for you here, Copenhagen. DJ, producer, musician extraordinaire, 2 Friends has something never before heard or seen in store for you all here. That's right, it's a very special Fortnite show, one that's gonna be fun and exciting. So if you're down on the floor, get ready to stand up, enjoy yourself. If you're up here inside the stands, I mean, enjoy it. And if you're at home, don't forget, turn the music up. Here we have it though. We're gonna jump down to the floor. Things are already dimming out, and then we get to see what's in store for us.
Fortnite, how we feeling, baby? We're 2 Friends, just on doing the job tonight. Y'all ready to do a big with us? Make some noise! need all y'all right here. Put them hands in the sky. Put them up, put them up, put them up. Show me what we got. Y'all will know this next one. Let me hear you guys sing it with us.
Yellow diamonds in the light. I'm standing side by side as a shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go.
Scream!
We found love in a hopeless place.
Now I'm falling asleep, and she's calling a cab while he's having it, and she's taking it. Now they're going to bed, and my stomach is sick, and it's all in my head. But she's touching his. So now he takes off her. Now let me go. And I just can't look. It's killing me. And taking control. Let me hear it. Jealousy turning into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my ego. Y'all know what to do. 'Cause I missed the bright side.
Fortnite, how we feeling out there? Let's keep it going strong. Finish this one off strong. This next one's love you.
My mind is absolutely blown. I was just watching the halftime show on the screen. We were having a bop outside with the rest of the Fortnite team. Yes, I know no one has referred to it as a bop for about 30 years, Kelly.
Well, to age us even more, when Mr. Brightside came on, all of the 30-year-olds in the talent show were going crazy, and then anyone younger than that pretty much didn't know what was going on.
Gold star goes to Zeke. Zeke has got some moves. Zeke literally looked like an in-game character doing the dance moves. I thought he was going to bring out the floss at one moment. I was like, Zeke, that is so true.
I think he did. I think he actually did a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit.
That's how much he loves Fortnite.
It's true.
Well, how would you describe your moves?
Terrible. That's one word.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I was like a fist pump, little groove on the heel, a little groove on the heel. Can I say my MVP from that performance?
Yes.
Man with the sax.
Oh my gosh, how could you not?
And that was live. That wasn't a pre-recorded guy just sax syncing. I don't know what the saxophone equivalent of lip syncing is. He's like literally walking down a stair. I find it so hard to walk down the stairs of the main stage, let alone some narrow stage steps while playing a saxophone, Kelly.
Oh, as soon as the Two Friends guys jumped up there, I got scared. I didn't know if they had any harnesses on. Is it one friend? Is that what you would call a singular of the two friends?
That's when one of the friends misses the jump, but he didn't. He's been working on those glutes. I literally need to know his exercise routine because he came out and he jumped, and that's when my mind started to be blown to the point where I don't think I have any brain cells left because literally that performance has made me lose all thought because it was so awesome.
I mean, the drummers were also incredible.
Yes, they were. Yes,
Great
they
job,
were.
you
The
guys.
drummers,
Thank
the
you.
dancers, everything was thrown at this one. And now our players are going to throw everything at these last 3 games. Do you like the segue?
That was good. That was really good.
Thanks so much. Been working on it.
3 games left. And there's obviously a few duos that we have to talk about that are on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, there are. Do you think that anyone is going to overtake Cooper and Miro? Because they are 100 points clear and they're so consistent in getting to those end games.
I mean, not only do they have the highest amount of eliminations right now, but they also have the highest average placement. But you can't ignore Pixie and Cheatin', who, for the first time since the FNCS World Cup, where we had Aqua and Nyrox get back-to-back VRs. They are the first duo to do it again. So it has been years since we've seen that. That is an incredible accomplishment. So there's definitely a chance for that duo there.
Well, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say, but I also hope that Zeke is going to show you guys some of his moves.
No. Listen, Frankie, you're not gonna bait me into that, okay? Look, those moves are way too powerful, okay? But man, that was a crazy set by DJ producer Two Friends. And I gotta agree with Frankie, when Casey on the sax came out, I was just not ready. Like, I was like, yeah, this is amazing. And that just dropped, and I'm just jumping like crazy. That was so much fun.
It's so fun being in here, right? Because we're standing up here on the desk, and the whole ground is like shaking as this is going on as well. And then the flames start going off, and it's like, whoa. Why can we actually feel the heat from those flames?
I want to keep the party going, bro. I don't want to stop. Let's just keep it going. Tell them to come back out, man. We can keep it going,
Just
man.
keep going while we continue the competition. Just let it run wild. And of course, I don't know if y'all saw, they had the wristbands. So as they're changing the songs as well, it's just the arena lighting up kind of in like tandem with the songs. Man, that was amazing. Thank you so much. DJ producer Two Friends, we appreciate y'all. Casey on the sax, we became best friends.
The GOAT.
The GOAT. Now, as we kind of get ready here, we have some time before we jump back into the game. The players have kind of taken a bit. They're stepping back, they're getting some food, talking with whoever they need to talk to, and focusing their minds. Let's take a look at the stats by the numbers. Let's take a look at how things are kind of going here in the grand finals. When we take a look at the numbers for most eliminations, you can see Cooper and Miro. No surprise, currently sitting in first place right behind them, Pixie and Cheatin'.
Yeah, I mean, first and second place, obviously eliminations are very, very important. But Peter, Bot, and Bilo with 12 sneaking up there for me. I feel like they just started to warm up in game number 3 there. We saw Peter, but the mechanics were coming out, and that's what he's known for, by the way. So if that can continue that momentum, they might be flying up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it feels like a blast from the past from those guys, right? Obviously, back when they won an FNCS many, many seasons ago, that's the kind of thing we saw from them so often, right? Popping off high elim games, and it's good to see them getting in on the action today.
I was curious to kind of get your thoughts. So how do we slow down Miro and Cooper right now? Are they contested? Because it seems right now like they're uncontested there, or if they are, they're just winning off every spawn. But they are so dangerously far ahead right now.
No, I mean, seriously, what it comes down to is making mistakes out of them. And literally game number 3 was that, right? They made a mistake. They had so many things to come back from in that game. I mean, positionally, right? They were pretty much out to the west side of the zone. They had no builds. Somehow finding the refreshes in that game tells me that they are even ready for those situations that are tough, especially in Fortnite competitive, to overcome, which just means that it might be hard to stop that Cooper Miro train.
Yeah, I think the one interesting for me, no matter how many games we play, no matter how deep we are into this competition, if Thomas actually walks out, the crowd are going to make noise. And that's what just happened a second ago. He's clearly back from his break and they're all, you know, on top of the world. It'd be good to see those guys start to get in on the action a bit more. You see Malibuca getting ready there, Thomas locked in, focused. These off-spawn battles against Kanada and Aegis, they've been going so back and forth, man. And mentally, it must be tough because even when you win, you know this might be the only opportunity you get to actually play out a game, and there's even more pressure that gets added with that.
Yeah, and here we kind of turn attention from 11th down to 20th. I want to highlight 17th place, Hen and Vasquez. We've seen double Rift Island claims. You can see the 30 points. The 30 points, just under half of their total points from Rift Island. And it's still just so crazy to me. More duos aren't just sending it. Because actually yesterday we saw a moment where there was like 4 duos that landed on it, and they're like, okay, look, you got here, that's fine, we'll just let you have it. But at least they went for it.
Yeah, and I actually saw some respect there in game number 3, right? We saw Datus and Stain, right? They were right under the Rift Island spawn, and we were like, oh, look, they're probably going to get it. And then they just didn't go up for it when I really feel like they were in a position to. So still a lot of these teams not willing to go for it.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because like you said, they went from showing so much respect there for not going for it. Then the next game they get in a limb and they start, you know, doing the gritty on their opponents, right? So clearly, you know, where they choose to give and not give respect is a bit different, and it depends on who it really is. I'd like to see some more teams get involved in that Rift Island gambit, right? I think, again, for a team to have claimed it twice now in Hen and Vasquez, you can't be letting that happen if you're the rest of the lobby, right? If they now start to, you know, put on better performances to add to those Rift Island points, then you start looking at a team that can start to contend.
Okay, I like it. Let's take a look at the numbers for Rift Island. So obviously we highlighted them, Hen and Vasquez, 30 points. Okay, so Batman, Bugha, and Rapid, we did see that not that long ago. And then remember, we've got the Forecast Towers being 3 points each. So Cammy and Seti and Bryce and Chubbs have also claimed 2 respectively. So, and I think the other thing we want to kind of, it's not necessarily gone under the wayside, but that forecast can be so powerful for a duo. I wonder if that's why Seti and Cammy, though they've kind of been in somewhat shambles situations, have still played so well.
Yeah, for sure. I think you look at the game played without forecast, and they're already a team that positionally is just going to dominate everybody else. Like, they're going to be in good positions, and they're going to make you think, how on earth did they know where to go, right? How did they maneuver their way into the spot? You give them the forecast, how you give them the intel, the insight beforehand, and it's like, yeah, they're just always going to be in a good spot. And even though the performances, maybe there's a bit going wrong in terms of just the fighting ability and where they're on the same page there in box fights, they're still going to make it deep into games with those forecast towers.
Yeah, and if we think about the strength of Frenzy as it stands right now, of course, it is going to be the fact that it is so close to that forecast tower. So the fact that they're kind of like splitting their drop spot right now, I really think it's in favor of them. And, you know, we're talking about how, you know, we really don't think that they've had a Cammy Seti-esque game yet. That forecast tower has to help them out in that category so much.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm getting word. As much as I enjoyed that halftime show, games are ready to go. Let's send it up to our casters. This is game number 4 of the FNCS Global Championship.
That's right, we're up here. We have Taco joining us right now to, of course, close out the remainder of the day. We already know it's getting intense. Players did have a short break, though.
The very first 3 games today have done nothing except deliver action after action after action. So many insane moments, and we're here to get plenty more because game number 4 is ready to go.
Let's get right back into it. Game number 4 is here, and it is time to take our way into the Fortnite world. Let's jump off this bus. Let's see what's in store for us.
And that's the thing, Monsters. We've already seen so many of those 50-50 skirmishes, particularly this one here at the racetrack. You can already see these players lighting up the sky. Kanada, Aegis, Malibuca, and Thomas. It's been a relatively even split so far, but this is the time. Thomas and Malibuca need this, but it's Aegis to touch down first.
The game-defining moment right here. Malibuca's already set on the backside, pinned between 2 sides. Aegis gets the first one. Kanada gets the follow-up. Thomas is hurt, and the finish. But there's another team here, and they get completely taken taken out, possibly to the hands of Iamzo and Rise, who were just next door.
Spinks actually with the final elimination shots there, and that's part of the risk as well. With some of those early third-party contests, it's just such easy pickings.
The sad part about that is Kanata has won that drop now more times than Thomas HD and Malabuka. So Kanata and Agers also had equal amount of time to run up the points on the scoreboard, and they were doing it, finally finding their stride. That's gonna be a huge setback for everyone here. But entertainment for us nonetheless. We get to jump in now with Clement and Kaizen, who already have an elimination. If Grols is by himself, then he's having to run
off of the distance as well. Seems as though Pars gonna meet an early demise. Baka tried doing his best to recover, but it's just not enough. Giannis and Reason going to collect the wins, and that's primarily just them getting the luxury of being able to continue farming out resources, materials. But we can take a look back at the action, and we didn't get a chance to witness the first time around. Reason with a nice drop down from the overhead view. Baka just unable to find those finalizing shots. It's unfortunate, but when you're in those 2 versus 1 situations, it's hard to come out on top.
It makes you wonder if Reason and Giannis didn't, come out of the lower bracket. Baka and Pars had such a great upper bracket day 1 just to qualify here, and today have been put on stalemate, put on ice all day long, just no room to warm up. Talking about teams that haven't quite had room. Our OCE duo here, Worthy in a 1v2, but no, Teeny claps back and finishes the deal, gets his elimination points, gets the credit, and finishes it off when it matters.
Worthy, though, making sure to not go down without a fight. At least a minor setback there for Misha and Teeny. But the revive will definitely be a success. Decent amount of action sprinkled across the north side of the map so far. And here, one more time, Teeny, Nisha, they've got F9 and Moneymaker in their sights, but at least for right now, Teeny and Misha, after that last little engagement with Worthy, they're gonna take a second, recuperate in the process for actually looking to challenge against F9 and Moneymaker.
Back on over though, Murstache, Tayson in the battle here. Tayson playing the high ground, allowing Murstache to really lead the pace down low. This is the first time we've seen them rotate this south early. And Slappy trying to really force the fight on Trulix, but the timing must have felt good to them because Chicho and Trulix were also fighting at this drop. This has been a triple contest area, and Thoric and Bolts are also looking to potentially swing their way in. But no, not this time.
Snazy and Podesai, though, you can always tell the moment that they come up on the screen, because the French community here in the arena always making sure to let themselves be known for their favorites. Podesai lying in wait, though. Accident had absolutely no idea for what was waiting right around the corner here. A nice pickoff, though, for Podesai and Snazy. Curious to see what they choose to do, though, with that knock. High likelihood that they look for that strat they've been trying to repeat where they can farm some damage.
They've done it, though. They've continued to, if they can't get to a Mushroom, they're using Med Mist, they're using everything in their power. We love the Let's Go Snazy cheer and chant there as well. Hey, if you were to join in on any of those you want to celebrate with, that's what this is all about. Karmi set up on high ground, looking solid, scented, and polarized. Need to find their footing here. Can they do it? We've only seen 3 games. There's 3 more games in this finals, grand finals run up. So anything is possible. As quickly as you flew up, you can come down, or there's room for others to come and join you at the top.
Right now, Sened, he's trying to spread his wings here up against Gabzera and Polarized to back him up. Not in the sights, but right now, Polarized and taking their time before making the attack. Want to make sure that most of these edits actually belong to them before fully pushing in. How many times have we seen players run into the wrong box after all? Nice peek of the shoulder there for Polarized. But it seems as though more could be joining the fray. These guys aren't able to find it soon enough. Nutty, Gabzera applies some decent pressure, but again, keep in mind, Muzz and Paper, they're seeming to close in.
I was just about to say, what is happening right now? You got Muzz and Paper just saying, hey, dog, y'all want to fight down here? Y'all want a clean fight? Well,
Hey,
guess what?
You guys can fight.
We're not going to allow that to happen. They come in and put some shots down, and again, with that visual sound cue, everyone here knows for sure there's a team lurking. It's not worth it. Sentinel and Polarize make the rotate out. We might see some NA on NA action here. Agent Paper trying to set up right now. You say, all right, we'll take your scraps. Now they might be looking to fight Nutty and GapZero here.
But the fact that a simple introduction of another party to your initial skirmish, and that's enough to disperse the engagement altogether, because you can just tell, Sentinel, Polarized, they recognize how much they need these points. Some of these teams looking to hit a second win of sorts after that halftime point.
And also just the respect they have for the opponents here. You really have to. Let's not forget, for Match 4 Grand Finals, to get this far into the tournament stage, you had to qualify based off your performance all year long, and then qualify for the weekend, the most difficult and the most competitive of formats we've seen so far for the Fortnite community. Edgy's on the move, Duke's on the move. More action unfolding on the other side, though. We jump back into it. Podesai and Snazy continue looking to strike here on the opponents in the vicinity. They allow for the pickup, it seems.
Oh, this could be dirty, though, from Podesai and Snazy, depending on how they actually look to play things out. Exodus just having gotten an opportunity to rejoin and just quickly sent back again to the elimination process. It's going to be in vain here, unfortunately, for his streak to continue. But Snazy and Podesai, they still got to work their way from deep outside of the zone. Granted, it is early enough that the tick damage isn't really anything to be all too concerned about, but you don't want to find yourself too far outside of proper positioning where some of these other teams might be towered up.
Yeah, they're going to be all right. They're going to be fine. They have the surge now to back it up. What a sneaky little play for Peterbot now. Byla, they need to score some points too if they want to jump back into that top 5 conversation, because up top we have Cooper and Miro potentially starting to run away train with no breaks. Let's watch it back though. We jumped away from Paper for a moment. It seems like as things started to ease up, they come on in, they catch a down body, and Paper was quick on it. And you know he's feeling good about that one. That was an excellent elimination and a great timed fight.
And if you're Nutty and GapZero in that instance, almost can't fault them for wanting to commit. Seemed as though he was nearly through that revive process, just a little bit longer, and he might have been able to make a huge turnaround play there. But Cammy, just inside of Frenzy Fields, finding some nice shots with that twin mag, and that's going to be a decent collection of surge tag damage for the time being. Relatively split right now from Cammy. Seems as though both of them trying to prioritize different directions, but some of these teams definitely encountering some issues running alongside the edge of Storm. It seems as though other teams are already taking note of the way that the zones are starting to pool and just doing their best to try and control the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's not just Noxie and Crisp here who have a problem. The team in front of them are in the fight. These are two of Asia's best going head-to-head. Datus and Stain, Zagu, and Peppo clipped down low. The FNCS champions of the Asia region have been flexing on the competition, but Seti and Cammy have been keeping them cool as they have been the kings of Frenzy so far. The battles for the weather station have been very evident in this game now. This is that back half strategy we talked about, showing you how many teams want to try to increase their odds.
Well, think about it. Zagu and Peppo, I distinctly remember a content piece from yesterday where they specifically stated, we will trade our lives in order to secure these forecast towers, because that is just how impactful having every single visualization of future zones can be. It does make a massive difference when teams are able to control it. And right now, Giannis, Reason, they're trying to control what's happening between themselves. Axe Force, Rabab. But it's a lull in the action because other teams just keep taking note of the action.
Battle of the Germans here. Already 2 eliminations for Giannis, showing that they had success at the Slappy Shores. Axe Force and Robab Kebab definitely a strong 2, but then you have Pixie and Cheaton just nearby, ever lurking, hungry for more points, already on 2 victories. We were wondering how have they done it. It's just timing. Their timing has been impeccable. And if they can time this battle correctly, they'll be right there, earning themselves a good number of points. But no, things slow down. The weapons cache might just go to this team here of Axforce and Robot.
Could be massive, though, for Pixie and Chi when you consider that their drop is super far north on the map in general. Relatively.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's all it takes.
He's having a hard time. He's been rebooted like 3 times this game already and found by different duos at different stages. What a difficult time it has been.
It would have been a lot more menacing, though, if it was Podesai and Snazy somehow. At least it's a different duo this time. But Seti, sure to make sure that Exodus is not going to be able to get revived. He's trying to pressure in as quickly as possible. Does not want to let this happen. Exodus, though, actually managed to get back up on his feet. Another attempt. Success here for Striker as he continues to do everything in his power to ensure that he gets to play out this match as a duo.
At this point, just let him be. He deserves to stay alive right here. Seti and Cam are going to take this rock and go ahead and get as much distance as possible. Should be just fine to go ahead and get to the zone, but no strangers, Cammy and Seti, to playing deep zone. We've seen it just about the bulk of the games on the day. Meanwhile, Miro and Cooper have continued to have success in the middle. Let's catch up with these teams. Let's catch up with what's going on with Vivid.
All of the games so far throughout the day have featured some very early aggression, but that is not the case for Cooper and Miro, right? They're just landing over at Rumble Ruins all alone. And honestly, one of the best things about this POI is going to be that Temple Vault. So much loot in one spot to make sure that they can quickly get the loadouts that is needed. And the other thing good about this POI is that it is centrally located on the map, so they can get some Storm Surge and some early rotations out.
Thanks so much, Vivid. It's definitely clear that their drop at that Rumble Ruins POI is certainly making a pretty impactful mark on their run so far today. And what's even crazier still is when you think about the fact that Miro quite literally has more FNCS title wins, being 5 over Cooper's finals appearances. This is only Cooper's 4th finals appearance, and yet here they are, game number 4, leading the lobby on that first place in the leaderboard.
Well, with Vico and Pink on this Rift Island, they're looking to lick their lips, rub their hands together, and pray for something good right now. That's 15 points their way, but they're going to have to fight for it. Moneymaker, Fnagian understand that they have to come back and make a big turn, a big stride up the standings, and that's why the battle for the Rift Island checkpoint is going to be important here. Vico and Pink would love to secure this right now, though. It would really make the difference.
It's 15 points. The fact that Hen and Daisuke have managed to secure 2 of these Rift Island objective capture points is insanity because it stacks so quickly. But Cooper, Miro, they seem to have other intentions, and the game is afoot here for these two as they continue trying to see whether or not they can close in on any of these other teams surrounding the Rift Island that might be a little bit more distracted with each other still.
Well, this is going to get pretty interesting. We have 1st, 3rd, and 4th place all nearby. Make that 5th place as well, because Vaniac and Carby are under the Rift Island, so a lot of our very important performing duos so far just to hit here. The first, Tina and Misha. They've had a good game so far. They finally found their footing here, but they're going against Pink and Vico, who were just warmed up after the first 3. Already, though, what can they do?
Pink's got to be careful, though. Pink and Nico don't want to wind up as the team being sandwiched with so much commotion happening here at the Rift Island. Still trying to break through these wall edits from Misha and Teeny. But the capture point, it's been claimed. Vico and Pink, that is a massive 15 points bonus, regardless of what happens next for these two. But it seems as though they still want more. They've got the loot, but they want some elimination points to go with it.
Yeah, look at this. Now they have everything secured. A weapons upgrade as well. And look at all the other teams looking to scavenge what they can, essentially, from the Rift Island here nearby. But it might just be time to go for most. For Miro and Cooper, they're listening to all this go down. They have the material that they wanted from this low ground reservoir. And for them, that's a small victory in its own. It wasn't the checkpoint they wanted. That was too risky. But the material count was welcomed.
Little rocket ram on the exit there as well for Miro. Sure, he's bound to get some decent utilization out of that. As things continue drawing up towards the north side, a lot of teams now starting to find their way into the zone, and a couple of teams still left over here at Brutal Bastion. It's a relatively large POI, and seeing all of these pre-established edits, it's got to put you on edge.
Vino's hurt, Tayson's hurt as well, but they did manage to find the elimination. Team Monaco on Monaco action, and now Rapid and Batman Booga jump in to try to put their touch on the take, and Vino and Queasy want nothing to do with it. You have to heal, they have to bounce back. They are having a difficult tournament run, as is Cold and Acorn, a lot of our favorite picks so far, struggling here. But that was just 3 games, right? All you have to do is play even better on the back 3. You can be very much in the competition, in the conversation.
I mean, we've seen just how impactful even 2 games can be.
Yeah.
And considering that we still have 2 games left to play after this one, would never want to count out Vino or Queasy in those sort of circumstances. Following up now on Iyamzo and Rise. Just kind of surveying the area right now. So many varying levels of elevation up here towards the north side of the map. Very easy to lose track of some of these teams that might be trying to dip down just a little bit behind some of these icebergs. But Rise seems as though he's got at least one party in his sights. Just behind him though, Cheatin and Pixie, but it's Misha and Teeny. They have been on an uphill battle the entire match so far, it would seem. And it's only gonna get all the more difficult with Teeny having just been knocked. Pink and Vico pushing in. They want these double eliminations secured. The points would make such a massive difference. And it's gonna be Vico with the final charge in. A couple of sharp tooth shots is all it takes. And that's 8 points secured.
Great job as well, finding the angles there, closing the elimination set. That's gonna put them up in a sweet spot, but now Podesai has to play this one out by himself. He's gonna need the support of his community here for sure, because with only a Rocket Ram and Crash Pads for utility and no heals, it's gonna be pretty tough, but somehow he is above the surge. Here it is, he charges it up. Off he flies, out he goes. Shalom and NK Papa, this could be a great team to attack. They're hurt. He gets in, he grabs the wall, but no, slips out the backside. Little does he know, he can absolutely finish them off, and they need a set of eliminations. They need a pair of damage. Podesai changes things around. Here's the damage coming in. Gets the finish, no! Couldn't conclude. More tags from the side. Take him out. Papa will fall here, potentially, if he can't find a little more damage before the zone closes. It's Vico who's in front of him.
You can tell MK Papa wants to turn around, but he knows he's got to keep pushing forward. And Vico finds him for even a second. The zip line at this point.
Wow.
8 HP, and he goes across unscathed. That is incredible. Combed up for a moment, trying to get this mini shield potion off. Will successfully find 2 of them, but that's up until Basket knocks him out of the kills entirely. The turn and burn, though, from MK Papa. It's Basket on the retreat.
MK Papa, Asia's last hope of the top 10 right there for now. Taken out and finished, but not before putting up a crazy fight against top 5's Vasquez. But hold up. Now we get to see this. Miro and Cooper starting to find their footing again. They need to fight for it. This is the second game now. Game 3, we saw very much similar circumstances where they came into the game and the mid-game was such a struggle. Material count, health-wise, just in general, very, very scrappy duo. They do find a set of refreshers there. Meanwhile, Seti and Cammy, complete different story. We've already know they play deep out of the storm line, but they're looking pretty fine right now. It's gonna be natural high ground. This is looking like good old early chapter days.
Cammy and Seti have definitely found a decent spot just on the side of the mountain north of Brutal Bastion, but they're not the only ones looking this direction. Uga and Threats, box just beneath them. A lot of teams kind of surrounding the edges here. Peterbot and Byla, though, they're trying to put those mechs to work. Byla gonna force his way in, just now getting barely above the surge damage threshold, but Peterbot, we've been watching him do it all day long. The elimination onto Thoric, the revive onto his teammate, and bolts will fall as well. That's the kind of refresh that Peterbot and Byla were hoping for.
This is what Peterbot does right here. This is what he does best. Solo play by himself when it comes down to clutching up, and he's got that charge. This thing hurts, it hits hard. He can finish the player off with one charge up. It's Axe Force though. Will he become a victim of Peterbot? But no, on his first. Peterbot has to dig into his heels now. Decides, hey, I gotta get out of here. Breaks through everyone's build. Why not just cause chaos and send players flying in the process? Give it a moment. Give it a moment. You might find elimination, and Axe Force gets one.
Sphinx probably has no idea what just hit him between Axe Force and Peterbot. Those were some of the most destructive rocket rams that we have seen all day today. But Axe Force putting himself into some very strong positioning for the time being as a solo. It's so common to see players try to move from that very backside of the zone, but Cheatin as well, seemingly the same idea here. He's just trying to wait for everybody else to start moving first, but when you're hanging just above the damage threshold, some pressure is bound to start building up.
Well, placement points have been given out, and finally now we start to see someone inside the top 5 fall. For Vico in pink, that was a worst case scenario as they were just there at the placement point threshold. Falls to the hands of the Brazilian duo, Kitos and PH Zin. For Seti, for Cammy, they've elevated themselves enough, recognizing that low ground was too dangerous, and they're playing a vertical box here. For Miro, for Cooper, they're getting to the front side of zone. They're on the hunt right now. Miro loses them though for a second. A lot going on around him.
Miro trying to make sure that his feet are protected. How many times have we seen players shooting just underneath some of these box edits and walls that are made? The smallest of gaps towards the bottom of them, but Cheatin, again, as a solo, still finding a way to keep moving forward, and this is just so paramount for Cheatin and Pixie's run. They've got to do everything in their power to stay as close as possible, hot on the heels of Cooper and Miro, and Cheatin just looking like he keeps finding moments to find that breath of relief.
And just what an incredible story for Pixie and Cheatin. Jumping in, this opportunity coming in for final moments, so making the best of it now. Think about it. If they fall now, you give Cooper and Miro potential runway that no one can close the gap on. It is getting that close right now. Mixon, Blaha though, high ground is theirs. They've had it since the mountaintop, the first to claim it, have not looked back since. Still have crash pads and more to work with.
Very curious though to see what exactly is going to happen with these moving zones going forward though. Things could be pretty vicious considering the landscape that these players are dealing with. Going up alongside the mountain, Cheatin might be able to acquire an elimination in the process. Knock onto the Strokey there. Will be forced to use his legendary Slurp Juice. That does buy him a little bit of time here. Still has 3 charges left in that rocket ram as well. He's gonna make sure to utilize at least one of them. Again, just more builds being completely ripped through here.
Front side of zone is where he finds something. No, he slips off the mount. He's got to be very careful here as it bounces back. So unfortunate. It was so close to being perfect, but instead put himself in a bad position. Another player above him. He's going to have to charge it up in no time. Vino finds him there, and Cooper and Miro now have a chance to keep running away with this here. This is their true opportunity, and they've taking full advantage of it on high ground. Vino and Queasy want to make a comeback, but so does Cammy and Seti. Another battle for height ensues here. Vino and Queasy don't get it for free.
Have to be careful here on the descent though with Neno on that rocket ram. Queasy gonna utilize some of the last of his splashes. Still has 2 remaining just in case. Right now it's all about the mobility. Soaring sprints keeping him in the air, possibly a little bit longer than he is intending, but Miro dropping down to low ground, finding that elimination onto Vanyak, and now it's gonna be Mr. Savage as well, alongside of Iyamzo, pushing all along the sides here. But Miro and Cooper, they're still managing to stay together, at least for the time being. Cooper though, completely out of the ultimate scene, but that's the knock that they needed.
He needed the finish to stay alive there, and Cooper sacrificed himself, but it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Seti, Cammy versus Queasy Vino on the high ground. Seti's already done enough to take one down, but Cammy's hurt too. Vino's hurt too. It's a back and forth. We may not think there's a rivalry here, but there sure is bad blood. Seti on fire, still going, but Cammy has something to say about it. Vino shuts that down.
Cammy though, finally gonna get put into the dirt, though not by who we were suspecting. It's Bryce and it's Chubbs controlling the high ground now. Vino doing what he can from below. Cold still trying to hang on, but it's going to be Bryce, it's going to be Chubbs as they take another victory royale of the weekend.
From the lower bracket, fighting their way through it to the grand final stage, they have picked up a victory royale, and they have continued to win over this weekend. They are rising stars.
Bryce, the sight of you winning a victory royale is going to be one of the most enduring memories of this entire event for me, because every time you guys have success in the lobby, you just can't believe how good you are. What does it feel like to take a second victory royale in Copenhagen?
It feels amazing. It's exciting.
And what did you guys discuss in the halftime break? Because you needed the points desperately, and now you're in 4th on the leaderboard.
We got this. We're better than everybody here.
Is that literally the conversation you had?
Yeah.
Now, I know that this is a first time on LAN for you, Bryce. What about you, Chubbs? How much experience have you been able to bring to the stage this weekend?
Not much, but our skill is there, so we're here to win.
Is that what it's all about, just the skill?
Yes, that's it.
So tell me about your early games then, because that seems to be the trend here. The teams that are uncontested, that can just mat up and get their resources ready, seem to be doing the best right now. Are you finding yourself caught in early fights?
Only last game. This game, we're just playing how we normally play, get Surge.
So what happens then if someone comes to you to try and get that Surge?
We're better than them, we'll just kill them.
Do you believe this, Bryce? Do you believe in yourself now after you've had so many epic moments here?
I do. I think we could win.
And do you believe in this man, Chubbs?
I do.
Amazing. Well, I'm starting to believe in the two of you too. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, everyone, Bryce and Chubbs!
Bryce and Chubbs showing a lot of restraint, right? They could be going crazy, they could be popping up, but no, they're focused. They know there's only 2 games left to go. Now with this lead, with this victory royale and the eliminations as well, they could make a run of it. Now, very quickly, before we even get going, Kelly Link, Mini Miner, welcome to the analyst desk. Okay, now hit me.
I mean, wow. This is something that we have seen from this duo this weekend. They have got victory royales in the previous rounds. And we've just seen it again. I think there's a few question marks about whether they could do it on the big stage. I mean, Frankie mentioned it. Maybe the lack of experience compared to some of the other duos in the lobby. But they're not showing any nerves at the moment. They're on top.
No, and they were on top of that mountain as well.
Yeah.
Once we saw Mixon drop down from there. We also saw Vino, Queasy, Seti, and Cammy all fighting for that high ground.
Acorn Cold.
And when you have the mountain there, it is so important to be able to grab that high ground because it is so difficult to be able to recover from the mid and low ground. And we saw that from the likes of Miro and Cooper. Once that zone does move, it's a lot more difficult to be able to rotate around the high ground. So big shout outs to our duo, Chubbs and Bryce right there, going up 16 placement points. But Cooper, Miro, Pixie, and Cheatin not moving anywhere.
Yeah, I want to come back to them first. Cammy and Seti, you kind of highlighted them there. We saw them, we saw Cole, we saw Vino and Queasy. My gosh, that endgame was a who's who. Didn't matter where you were looking, you're like, I know all of these things. But I love here, you can just tell, if you really pay attention to the way Cammy and Seti play, when Queasy and Veno are close by and they're kind of like interacting, the way that Seti and Cammy, there's like this tiny little change. It's almost like now they're on the hunt. They can smell the blood in the water. They're like, no, 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 you're close by? Okay, we switch it on.
Yeah, they definitely know. I mean, when you got 2 of the best teams in the entire world battling for height, it is an absolute spectacle to behold. That was such a good endgame from both those guys. Of course, making it to endgame is great to see for Veno and Queasy in particular as well. And of course, Cammy and Seti. These guys have had a little bit of a rough day today. I know you guys mentioned it on the desk earlier. They haven't actually had a good game. Hopefully, they can bring some better games as well, because we know what this duo can do. And again, Kelly, that's just highlighting how they're not just a low-ground team. They're not just a mid-ground team. They are willing and able to take height.
It's just so funny how many people are saying that they're having a rough day, but they're currently in 3rd place.
Yeah.
So clearly Literally, their rough game is my best day in the world. But Cammy and Seti, I really got to give a shout out to their aggression early on, going so deep in the storm to try and grab that remaining player before they were able to bring back up their teammate. However, they realized that once they did, they backed off and said that this isn't worth it. We don't want to get knocked down early because we want to make it to the end game, and they did just that.
And that's what they've been doing all day. They've been sitting inside of that storm. That's one of their strategies that we like to see from Cammy and Seti on this big stage. They're trying to get those heals, and particularly when the zone pulls north, of course, it goes into that jungle area where there are those shield mushrooms. Of course, there are those bounce little mushrooms as well that you can use to rotate. And we even saw them in that game using one of those kinetic rocks. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to stay back. They're trying to get out of fights and ensure that they can make it to endgame.
And another thing that they're doing pretty much every single game except for one is being able to get that forecast tower, which is obviously so beneficial. But we got to talk about the top team, Cooper and Miro. Miro just going absolutely crazy. And there was a moment in that game where I wasn't too sure how they were going to do. You can see here, 102 below Storm Surge there, and that is such a risky place to be this late in the game. But also, I mean, can we talk about the Rocket Ram in this game? I don't think I've ever seen so many builds destroyed in just 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that was just because of the natural elevation in the zone. The Rocket Ram is the item just to smash through so many builds and get to where you want to be without anything getting in the way, or at least breaking everything that could be getting in the way. But this is a fantastic end game from Miro. And I know on the cast there, I think it was Monster, he mentioned that there was like 4 of our top 5 teams all surrounding the Rift Island. That's no mistake. That's no mistake. All those teams are identifying, Cooper and Miro being one of them, is that they don't have to go for Island and claim it to get all of the beneficiaries that offers. Of course, you can have so many of those mats that you can refarm. Easy high ground. There's a reason why all of these top teams are going for it, and Cooper and Miro are showing us how it's done.
I swear in the mid game, every single time that we go to Cooper and Miro, they are farming, and it has been every single game, and they are one of the best teams to be able to efficiently farm and use that mid game so that they can have a better late game, and that's what we're seeing.
And we've seen a lot of West zones today, right? Games 1 to 3, all on the West side. And of course, Miro and Cooper, they land on that West side. So for once, we're seeing a zone that isn't in their favor. And I was definitely asking a few questions about, I was like, if the zone doesn't pull their way, what are they going to do? Are they going to be able to sort of play to that standard? They've just answered all of my questions.
I mean, guys, Cooper and Miro, they have a lead. That's a 100-point lead. We have 2 games left to go. As long as they can stay out of their own heads, we could be looking at global champions. Now, we quickly wanted to highlight Veno. This man's is popping off right now. He is fragging out like crazy. Veno is doing what he does.
This is great to see from Veno, and I know their sort of game strategy and their game plan has been so masterfully crafted by his team, of course. BloodX, of course, on the coaching side of things, just doing things fantastically well. And Veno's been such a great player that's developed so much throughout his entire gameplay. He hasn't just been an all-out fragger, just jumping in boxes brainlessly. He has developed into such a fantastic, almost half IGL. He tends to take control in these end games, whilst also fragging out. What can't he do?
Well, especially when you're in a solo situation, you kind of have to IGL for yourself just a little bit because you know your situation the best, and that is exactly what we saw from Veno.
Guys, I want to break down so much. There's just so much happening in this game, but I'm getting word. Games are already ready. We're jumping back all up into the action. So casters, back on up to you.
Thank you guys so much. Always love getting that little bit of analytical insight during the analyst desk segments, but they're absolutely right. We have seen so many pop-off instances, so many different players, and I just want to see if they can keep the ball rolling here in game number 5.
Well, lucky for us, we can do just that, 'cause the battle bus is here. Let's go. Game number 5 of the Grand Finals is right before us. This is where we are now in the final stages of the tournament here. After this game, there will only be one more before we crown our champion. So here and now is the most important time of the rounds.
We're watching every single one of these teams begin to depart from the battle bus and look to drop at their respective points. It's always funny, too, when you see the players in between those brief segments, when they're pointing out which chest they actually want to prioritize on their loot paths, depending on the bus pathway itself. But right now, Thomas Malabuka, they're trying to prioritize this drop and winning it. Big shots coming in already from afar, and that's going to be an assist there for Kanata, even if indirect. Malabuka still shuttered up, but it's not going to be enough. Kanata and Agers will yet again take over the racetrack. But again, the help from afar just did so much there for Kanata and Agers.
This is all he wants. This is all he wants to say. He came to Copenhagen. He showed up to the grand finals. Who had the best score at the end of it? Right now, Kanata and Agers clearly have been kings of the drop. But what can they do after this last game? They unfortunately were finished so soon. They have a chance now to at least fight for more earnings here today. There is still so much prizing on the line. The grand finals means so much more than just first place. It's everything in between. It's your legacy. Reason Giannis getting into a fight here against Baka. Pars, Baka and Pars are about due for a turnaround fight. Finally, they get to find their wind, their chance. Baka and Pars for NA now gets put up a little bit of numbers.
A lot of NA representation so far to start things off with some of these more heavily contested areas, but as far north side of the map, Crude Harbor section is going to belong to Pars and Baka. Definitely got to be feeling really good about that, especially when you consider in the way that this fight initially started. Almost looked as though Giannis and Reason were going to get the better end of things, but Pars doing a beautiful job to just displace the two, finding that side maneuver to really just approach them from a different attacking side and just cause so many issues.
Miro and Cooper playing so well right now. Miro's won 4 of his 5 FNCS titles without securing a single victory royale. He has been literally Mr. Consistent, but based off of eliminations and endgame runs, a lot of which he's done solo because he's lost his teammate, but I think he's found his counterpart in this recent major, because they've just been playing great Fortnite together.
Hey, first place might mean 65 placement points, but second place at 56 is not half bad by any means.
He's got 2 of those.
Especially when you're able to back-to-back them like what we saw from Miro earlier today in those solo clutch instances as well. Definitely not an easy position to be in. But a few teams who weren't involved with some of those early engagements, 50-50 drops, right now they're all just on the hunt to see where and when they can acquire their surge tag damage, because the surge strategies, they have been coming in hot all weekend long, but they are needed now more than ever here in Game 5.
Yeah, Brutal Bastion's an interesting spot because Pixie and Cheatin have been here. They have been here round after round, but haven't quite gotten into any of the fights. And also, what a great stat. Pixie and Cheatin are the first duo since Aqua and Nyrox in World Cup with back-to-back VRs at an in-person event at a LAN. And Aqua and Nyrox set history that weekend when they did that, only to go on and take it all away. But today, we see something completely different here. This story, the standings, of course, Cooper and Miro's their biggest task yet.
Well, Bryson Chubbs, if there's definitely a team that'd be looking to break a stat like that, they're certainly the ones to keep an eye out for. I mean, you heard the confidence in that post-game interview. We're simply better than everybody else here. And granted, the way that they've managed to creep up in the leaderboards might just be backing them up on that. Teeny and Nisha trying to pressure in onto Kitos and PH Zin. A nice drop down from Teeny as well. Gonna make quick work of Kitos and not much left for PH Zin to do. Watching his teammate go down so early before you could really wrap around for the assist help.
How impressive so many of these first-time LAN appearance players have been, including Fnajan and Moneymaker here, as they continue to find their stride here, taking out Bobby. Where is Larpex? I think they got the full... No, instead they pushed everyone out, so just got a single elimination, but this is great.
Larpex just barely managing to squeeze away, but he's got to be careful which direction he chooses to run. A couple of other teams lurking just south of the Creaky compound, so depending on the angles that he approaches, some of those other teams might find himself some trouble. Muzz and Paper, all the while, they're just trying to chop out Shari right now. Moderately successful job. Paper looking to push from the front side now. Muzz, another wraparound, but Giras has finally managed to reunite with his duo, so Paper, Muzz definitely reconsidering exactly how aggressively they want to approach this, especially given Paper's loadout. they might need this refresh monster because it'd be nice to have some extra materials this early on.
Yeah, Paper just uncertain, making the call. Hey, is there someone up there? I'm not sure. That slows everything down now. Muzz tries to scout for the information, but doesn't find anything from it. That right there will tell them, okay, Geras and Shari on the run. There was no one there. Little pump fake is gonna save them. Now we jump over to Sphinx and Foyo. We saw Moneymaker chasing Larkspex, but look at that. It might have cost him now as they've run right into the solid wall that is Sphinx and Foyo, already a team that has taken a victory out here today. So confidence is definitely there.
Moneymaker, though, won't be able to find a shot just yet. Cancel that. Seems as though he did sneak one up onto Sphinx. A little pause here now. Fnatic debating which augment he wants to select. Maybe if he can find one that might help him out in this circumstance. But Foyo and Sphinx, they seem as though they might run in to finish. But Moneymaker had started. Larkspex not too far off from where this little skirmish is taking place, but again,
No, he got finished. It looks like Sphinx turned around and
finally managed to
with
cut
an
him off in the
immediate
process.
headshot. Yeah, immediate headshot right as you said that. Sphinx finds elimination, takes him out. Well, there it is. That's 4 points. You like that?
From the frying pan into the fire, essentially, at that point. But usually how the story goes whenever players are left in those solo situations. Teeny and Misha, though, how many times have we seen this one before? A curious place to be, though. May or may not work out in their favor, but their patience could also play off big.
They're in enemy builds right now as well. I think they're onto something. I think they believe there might be a reboot card here or something worth holding out that will tempt these players to get closer to them. Zagu and Peppo are clearly rummaging around right now trying to find something. So for Misha and Teeny, the cheeky smile on his face right here. They're definitely cooking something up.
And bro is looking devious in that player cam. I mean, you got the fingers crossed. He is waiting to see if he can scoop something up here. For Bryson Chubbs, they've got a different nature of attack. One that's a little bit more towards leading the charge, so to say. Here over at Shady Stilts, just trying to get some good utilization out of the mud that's available for some faster rotations. See if maybe they might run into any teams that they could acquire some surge tags on as well. And seen quite a few teams sort of hovering around the edge of that north side of the map, just trying to gauge whether or not investing into a full rotation would be worthwhile, given some of the elevation that comes with it. It's always nice when you can get a good aerial view of the lobby.
Definitely that information download is so important, especially in this game. Stacey and Potus on the move right now, trying to get situated. Little weapons cache for them, but Teeny, Misha, the ambush finally pays off. They catch Peppo out in the open and then come crashing on in with a rocket ram. What a way to start this one off. Very explosive, very aggressive. Misha taking a wall by himself, no builds. What in the world is going on right now? He says, oh, that's wood, I like that, that's weak. Gets right inside, Zagu has to clutch this one out right now. His teammate's hurt, Peppo's on the run. In goes Teeny. Zagu puts up the numbers though, but Misha finishes the job and clutches out for Teeny.
And that was massive as well for Teeny and Misha, because we saw them waiting for so long. They had practically, well, they had essentially no builds to work with because of the fact that they spent so much time waiting. So they needed those materials. But I guess you can just let other teams do the work for you if you're able to find the eliminations.
Not looking good right now for Cheatin' though. Very low on HP, trying to decide, man, what do I do with my augments? More importantly, do I utilize these slab juices now? Or should I wait? Pixie in the meanwhile, trying to scavenge around here, seeing what he can find as he's got more health to spare. The problem is Baka is up on the hill. Duos are in the vicinity, so there it is. It was all worth it. He gets a battle for this, and they should get rewarded here shortly with everything they need. Nice. It's gonna bounce them right back into this. Our second place runners, Pixie and Cheatin', have a chance now to bounce back.
That was definitely the care package that they needed more than anything else right now. I mean, we saw just how down low Cheatin' was starting to look with some of those builds. Pink and Vico, on the other hand, a team that's doing relatively well as far as resources are concerned. But now the question is whether or not they'll get a chance to fully utilize them, because as they make this rotation through Frenzy Fields, seems as though they've managed to spot out another team on the horizon. Whether or not they're aware of the fact that it's Queasy and Veno is a different story entirely, but given the circumstances and where both of these teams are rotating out of, it wouldn't be unlikely for Pink to be aware of the fact that it might be Queasy and Veno rotating out from Kinjitsu.
Yeah, and Kamiyasetti right there at the Frenzy as well, just to the left, so. A lot of danger in that area. Meanwhile, dead center, Acorn and Cold stick to their tried and true strategy. Worked last game. Up until now, it's been a little bit of a middling performance, but it only took one to jump them right back into the top 10. Had it not been for Cooper and Miro's ridiculous run, I mean, it would be that much closer inside the top 10. But the conversation's surely skewed right now up towards the top. But Acorn and Cold jumped into it. Queasy and Vino have as well. Tayson and Mustache now have room to make their way into these conversations too, taking down Alec and Worthy there. Nicely done. They have the zone more or less not too far, so they'll be balling out here shortly.
Can't say I'm surprised to see Mustache and Tayson trying to get a little bit more aggressive into the action here, understanding that they need to make up some points to keep themselves in the conversation of that top 10, top 5 territory. Well played here by Tayson and Mustache as well, just staying so close together here as they charge Oshi's last remaining hope. Unfortunately for Alex and Worthy, they'll have to wait for our final match to make another debut, see whether or not they can catapult themselves a little bit further up the leaderboards. But look at this, Rift Island. We've been seeing a decent amount of action pick up as the games go on here. Axe Force immediately getting lit up, trying to farm some materials off the roof of this big building here on Rift Island. Fortunately for him, he's got Rebob Kabam toss him a couple of heals, but at the same time, Misha, Teeny, they managed to fly right in to join the heart of the action here. Axe Force and Robot might not get this as freely as they initially believed.
I love this because Teeny and Misha, these last couple games have just been menaces. Pushing everyone, playing for Rift Island. They're trying to come back. They're trying to make this money right now. And they're not willing to give it up without a fight. That's what it's all about. This is exactly what players fear the most, though. Rift Island being highly contested like this. When teams are desperate to jump up the standings, Misha and Teeny are doing it here and now. They got to get in. They got to get closer. Or they'll end up giving it away.
Seems as though Misha and Teeny may be hoping that they can try and catch Axe Force and Robob on the rotation out, especially if some other duos try to get involved here. But Axe Force and Robob, these guys aren't the only ones going up top. But a massive benefit here because Pixie, it's Trulex, it's Chicho running Pixie down, and they find the knock. Trulex gonna look for the finish. Certain that he eliminates Pixie in the process there, and yeah, it's just Cheatin trying to hold it down by his Losum, but he's locked outside the zone. He's got to find a way to rotate in, but the edge just being so well guarded right now.
Surely has to do with a little bit of greed. They were doing pretty much just fine, but trying to go in there to see what they can find out, and they just get met with a team. Not what you expect at all. Cheatin now thinking the same thing. Shows himself for a second, and there were players waiting. Bugha and Threats don't drop a beat there. The damage was catastrophic. Cheatin now has to see if he can pick up his teammate's reboot card and pick him up, but you're gonna have teams like Bugha and Threats just looking in, trying to see if they can get points gifted to them.
I mean, even if Cheatin does get the reboot ban at this point, just how beneficial is it really for himself and Pixie? You have to imagine that Bugha and Threats haven't really strayed too far from their initial position. They recognize the fact that Cheatin is a solo. They're still hanging out midway between Cheatin, Pixie, and where they need to be as far as the zone is concerned. They might just be able to shoot down Pixie before he even gets a chance to land. Pixie doing his best to try and juke inside the air, and while it does seem as though Bugha and Threats have started to move off now, recognizing that they need to keep pushing forward, Cheatin' and Pixie, they've got a lot of ground to cover.
Does seem like trouble in paradise right now as Misha's turning online. Queasy possibly has fallen as well. Big trades happening everywhere.
It's going to be Queasy and Vano that have actually met their fate here in game number 5. They'll have to wait it out as well for the battle bus to depart in match number 6. And who better to be the one to possibly shut him down? It's Bastroki and Kylie.
Wow.
Applying so much pressure. Queasy and Vano, they were in 7th place here. And now they've got to sit and wait to see where this leaves them on the leaderboard by the time it gets to the completion of game number 5. And that's going to be all it takes. Seti and Cammy sure to have seen that one light up in the elimination feed and possibly got a little pep in their step for it.
Yeah, the conversation now for Cammy and Seti is surely, can they start to close this gap and rocket their way on up to first place? They do have a little bit more work to do. Pink and Vico are still up. Cheatin' obviously is brought back into the game with Pixie here. This competition still standing strong. Miro and Cooper, we get to touch base with them. This hasn't changed for them. Miro and Cooper are struggling in the mid game here, but Pixie and Cheatin' are as well. Except one might say Pixie and Cheatin', much worse situation as they were finished off before they can get to safety due to the hands of Threats and Bugha once again, finding them there on the Storm's edge, waiting for them.
You could just tell that Bugha and Threats were not going to let that one go easy. And now Miro, Cooper, they've just got to continue to try and play things out as cool, calm, and collected as ever before. Behind them, recognizing the fact that they might have some pressure on their backsides. Miro trying to be attentive towards how they continue to rotate in. A couple of shots, some damage being applied. Cooper, though, pausing only for a moment. Slight regroup needed. Nutty, though, taking a massive shot. The shields are correct. Some well-placed shots there from Cooper. And that's going to be enough to put a pause to Brazilian Duo's pressure points.
Taco, will we be calling this early? Will we be calling the Global Championship early? It just might become mathematically impossible if Cooper and Miro have their run right now. Their closest competition is so far away at this point. Cammy and Seti have a chance now to keep this tournament run alive, but the trophy is so close.
Maintaining nerves is easily one of the most difficult aspects of being inside of this sort of situation here, especially when you look at the likes of Cooper, who again, relatively fresh as far as experience is concerned, but when he's got such a veteran like Miro by his side, it's no wonder they've done an excellent job so far in maintaining their momentum and maintaining their mental as well. But whether or not other teams are going to get a chance to play spoiler, we'll have to wait and see, because right now, as things continue to evolve, Zone continuing to pull just across Rumble Ruins at this point, and all these other teams to the north side now starting to trickle their way back in. We have to remember, Rumble Ruins, that's also Miro and Cooper's starting point.
Yeah, this is home territory, this is hometown. They're looking to do just that. But everyone's hurt here, but Miro and Cooper finish the job. They get another set of eliminations, the refresh that they needed. And this has been the story game after game. They're hurt, they need an elimination, they need a refresh, and they actually find it. One of the few duos that can legitimately just do it.
And this is starting to feel a little bit too good to be true almost. I mean, if I'm Miro and Cooper, I almost want to panic, because it's like, I can't believe that I just keep finding the most perfect refreshes of all time. I mean, Cooper, practically max mats. Miro definitely in a good spot. And the fact that they have so many materials now split between them, that they have so much familiarity as well in this POI, specifically because it's their initial drop. All they got to do is try to continue playing things through. You can see Miro making a push towards the high ground as well.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they want to play for height right here and close this chapter out, but no. Things start to change, teams start to rocket ram on up. Destruction is ever so near. Head nearby, you can hear the shots. Miro makes the call out, this guy's hurt. I'm going for it, I can use these materials. Finds the wood build, but no, another team below him. Has to back up now. For a moment there, it was almost all over. Shots come in again. This time, Hen claps back for a little bit. And it is getting very, very dangerous here. Bryson Chubbs are still standing. Vico and Pink still in this as well.
Decent discipline, though, from Miro to not try and push that situation any further. He knew that Cooper was simply too far away to actually play backup, and they don't want to necessarily forfeit this positioning. Storm Surge actually is going to be Miro and Cooper's best friend. Another 4 points to be added in the elimination process. I don't think it gets much better than that.
I think he knows that right now, so we'll see if he ends up going for the loop. But Vico and Pink have a lot to do, a lot of work to put in right now, and a long rotate to make here. Almost no material. They would love a refresh and hopefully a rocket ramp to get on out of here, because this is going up and over. The last two terrains have been very difficult to traverse here. And they have a crash pad, so off they go. Up they go. Miro's out. Rocket Ram in full effect here, lands him on the side. Cooper's here to meet with them, but a team's behind them. Good block there, keeps him up for a moment. Now, looking for the refresh. It's Seti here in front of him. So close, yet so far. Meanwhile, Cammy's on height, holding things down as Duo meets with them. The big heels come out. They need a bounce back. They need these wins.
Cammy and Seti might be at the very top of the time being, but just across the way, it's Kanata, it's Agers. These zones continuing to force these players pressing forward. Well played, though, by Miro and Cooper in that secondary height layer after the rocket ram ended. Not the flight path he was hoping for, but for Bryce, man, talk about a tag path. Those are some massive shots that he just landed. Gonna buy him a good chunk of time as well to just pop this big shield potion. Make sure that he has 100 full shields, because he's going to need every bit of it.
For Bryce, this is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars if he can hold on. Vico in Pink as well. Top 5 is definitely the sweet spot to be in. And any higher, you're extremely happy, but Vico by himself on the move right now. Looking to swing his way around. 5 builds, teams in front, no one behind. Make that 3 now. Lurking. Can he get a refresher? Can he find a player? Sees one to his right. No one's behind them. Playing so smart right now. Miro comes dashing through here into another end game. It's all placement points from here.
Cooper as well, landing just slightly further apart from his duo, but they found their moment. Good chop of the builds there onto Chicho. Gonna displace him momentarily. Miro nearly managing to collect in the process. Trulix now forced to rocket ram away. Cooper and Miro finally getting a chance to reunite here, but they've got to keep pressing forward. They can't take a moment to pause or relax. So many players
Cooper
in.
turns around, burns down Vico, the savior of his run. He's still on fire here. Cooper now by himself, trapped in the storm, and he falls inside the top 15. Bryce is still up as well. Bryce wants more. He needs more.
If Bryson jumps, Bryce can manage to clutch it out as a solo. Victory Royale might be within his reach here. Crash pad forward, the roaming redeploy gonna get him straight to the front side of the zone. Polarized in the box underneath him. Bryce, though, not taking a second to pause. He just wants to look for a closing shot. If he can find some more materials to work with, he might just be able to make it happen. But it's Agers now on height, pressing up. He loses Kanata, though, in the process. Finds Pars, though, in the middle of it. A massive shot, but he falls to his demise.
Ran out of builds there in the moment. The win could have been theirs, too. But now, back onto the hands of Bryce here, our last standing player inside the top 5, still trying to make a run for it. Swinging his way between builds. He's trying to get caught up and gets trapped in the fly's web there. The spider's web, top 10 now. Threats and Bugha, threats in this. Oh my gosh, so many solos still standing here.
We've seen this once already from Threats this weekend, though. Can he make it happen again is the real question we have to ask. Next is Threats hiding just above the water's edge. Recognizes players in the water, and he strikes, and he finds it. That's going to be Polarized Run come to an end. Threats, on the other hand, refresh on the builds, exactly what he needed. All of that brick just going to continue to protect him all the longer.
Lucy still in this. Give it up for Lucy Copenhagen. He's finally got a chance here to make some more. 5 elims, 9 total for the team. He still has builds. Threats is looking very healthy, but there's MK Papa who's gonna fall there. There's a player on high ground. Okay, so every team's on a different layer. He's gotta look around here. Lucy needs to make a big decision. Finds Shalom. This is Asia, but no! Clap from behind. Threats does not let the beat drop his chance here, but no, he falls too, and Chico takes it all away.
A massive hit there at the very end. Trulex and Chicho needed the points, but right now what I need, Monster, is to hear from these two.
Wow, wow, wow. Chicho and Trulex, you have done it at the last moment. You've bagged yourself a victory royale and currently 9th on the leaderboard. Tell me about those final moments.
That's really good. I got soul clutched. Trulex died. First moving. He got full max mats. So I just got height in last moving and won.
Yeah, and you managed to main the focus. What was it like watching all of this go down?
So it was crazy in first moving, in like second moving, I landed in like four people in the box, and then everyone died. So I just told them like to come take all the mats and just play the game out. I gave him a rocket. He went to the zone and did the impossible.
It's so tough in the top 10, boys. What are you playing for as we head into the 6th and final game of the FNCS Global Championship?
I mean, we're just trying our best. We're contested every single game at one of the worst spots to be contested at. If we were Uncon, we 100% place the best, and we're conned by, he says, one of the best Ospan players in the game, but clearly it doesn't look like it.
Who?
50. Kaski is in top 50.
Who is the off-spawn battling duo that you're having to face each time?
Vanti and TK.
And clearly, you guys are coming out on top. Good luck in the final game, boys. And congratulations on your victory royale. Copenhagen, please give it up for Trulex and Chicho!
Trulex, Chicho, congratulations, the victory royale. It's gotta feel so good going into game number 5 with only a single game left to go. Getting that's just gotta energize them so much.
Especially in the way that they did it as well. Of course, Chicho's saying right there, solo clutching since, was it first moving zone? Incredible stuff. And that just shows how important it is to have that teammate that can make those big calls right there at the end, which Trulex was doing so well.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Trulex communicating that you have to take all of my material that I have, everything that is in my loadout, and use this. And the fact that Chicho went for high ground as a solo towards that 10th zone was so courageous and really ended up working well for him.
And that's something that we like to see out of solos in endgames. It's very, very easy to sort of box up and try and play as much
big smile on his face.
Oh, he's loving it. This is for good reason, because he's just done something right there that's so confident in going for high as a solo. So many players will just sort of back off a little bit, be a little bit more passive, but it's the players that do take huge risks like this, even though you're a solo, are the ones that pay off. And look at this, Chicho.
We did see this play very similar from like Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Veno, right? The difference is when they chose to do it. We kind of did it in these other much larger moving zones with like 25 people left. Here in this like 1v1v1, you're like, okay, it's me and 2 others. If I disappear from the equation and I reappear someone else and slam down, crack all these builds, it's gonna be enough. It's gonna give me a moment to try and strike. So incredible. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. We have 1 game left to go. Can anyone stop Cooper and Miro?
All right, well, let's, do the math a little bit. It's 65 points for a victory royale. If they get double-digit eliminations with 10, that's going to be another 40. So 100 points is not going to be enough if Cooper and Miro go down immediately, and then Chubbs and Bryce get the best game that we have seen so far. Then there is a slight possibility that, of course, there is still Pixie and Cheatin' who have a slight chance.
They do. I was looking at that leaderboard right there. 27 eliminations for Miro and Cooper.
Crazy.
And throughout that game, we saw exactly how they got to that number. These guys are W-keying goats. I don't know how they're doing it, yet still staying alive. And something that I noticed there throughout that whole game was Miro was so confident in their Storm Surge strategies. He wasn't even carrying a shotgun throughout the mid-game. Their strategy then, going into that 7th zone, 6th zone situation, they try and go for a big refresh. Then he picks up the shotgun. He drops the assault rifle. Then he has that SMG and shotgun to play so well in endgame. And the way that they're taking walls, of course, we have Miro who's actually spraying the wall, and then Cooper's the one that's claiming it. So well played.
And Cooper and Miro, when they ran out of builds in the very end end of that game right there. You saw that they waited, stayed on low ground, and where a lot of people will try and stay at the front of zone so they can kind of peek behind them, they stayed behind and rotated just on the edge, and were even able to get another elimination in that moment just because their positioning was so smart. They knew that it was going to be so chaotic, either on top or in front, so they stayed in the back corner. It was perfect.
Just disgusting. Their average going into that game, their average placement 5.25.
Wow.
Just nuts. Now, before we get going, it's highly likely we're looking at our global champions, but what I want to focus on is the prize money. Yes, $1 million, a championship axe, a championship trophy, and a title. But keep in mind, as we watch these duos go head to head, think about this for a moment. Second place and third. If I'm a duo and I can get a single point difference, that is literally $250,000 of difference. So y'all need to make some noise, pay attention, because every single interaction is going to be huge.
That's absolutely right. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars between each of these places. There's so many different storylines. The story is not over, even though Cooper and Miro are so far ahead. And I mean, who knows what could happen? We saw it at Invitational. Will they get landed on?
Ooh, could you imagine Cammy and Seti taking a page from the book of Queasy and Vino? We'll have to wait and see.
I would love to, but you know what? We've got something special lined up for you. We've got our man Levin2K on the stage to get us hyped for game number 6.
The final game is here. It is time to crown some champions. Royal Arena, are you ready? The players on this stage have given everything of their being to be here for this moment, to be here for this trophy. So I need to give you everything you've got. I ain't starting this game until we tear the roof off this building. Royal Arena, are you ready? It is time! Game number 6 is here!
Here we have it. Game number 6 is here. The Royal Arena is ready, and the grand finals couldn't be more hype than this. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see how this all plays out. We have so much to give out, so much on the line.
Almost terrifying for a second there, listening to Levin on that stage going absolutely crazy alongside all these fans here in the building. You guys have been ecstatic to witness and watch you cheer on. But some of these players still need your energy for one more game here. Royal Arena as Thomas HD, Malabuka. They've managed to survive the initial drop, but the damage is still yet to come next because Malabuka, Thomas, a little bit further away from Kanata and Agers. They wish to play this one out to give themselves the best opportunity possible to work their way up the leaderboard. Could see some action coming back, but for Pixie, Cheatin', trouble for sure. Pixie already knocked Cheatin' though, might have an opportunity here to revive his teammate.
They're off to a pretty rough start right now. This is gonna set them back time, resources, and most importantly, damage, as that is the hardest to come by after you start losing these opening moments. But it does make you wonder, why couldn't Kanata and Agers just split racetrack before? Why couldn't they survive a little longer? They clearly played so well when they were able to survive, but that's a story for another time today. For now,
Necessarily just Kanata and Agers at that point though. Thomas and Malabuka wanted that just as badly as them. And right now, neither side really faring all too well for it.
well, we're gonna have to put a button on it. Grand Finals match 6 is here. Cooper and Miro have an incredible lead over the competition. And that is, of course, the battle for $1 million. But back at the racetrack, there's a little more action going down. Kanata and Agers are on the hunt. I spoke too soon. They want to close this one out in good fashion. NA versus EU all weekend long here. And EU has been the one to pay the price so far, but with both times fully situated here to 2v1, Agers and Kanata close the deal here. Thomas HD left to pick up the pieces.
For Agers and Kanata, Not a whole lot to grab there off of Malabuka, but at the same time, 4 elimination points is 4 elimination points that they'll be more than happy to try and take away. Kanata and Agers, though, seeming as if there might have been a little bit of a rise of interference there in that elimination process.
I was gonna say, find out where that puts Kanata and Agers. You know, they might just have that late tournament stride comeback. Hey, there's still plenty of money on the line here. A lot to fight for outside of the bragging rights. Vidil and Mr. Savage, though, in the meanwhile, are fighting up here against Thoric. And I got the update. It looks like that puts them at 13th place. Not bad for a team fully contested. Meanwhile, Vidil, though, claps back onto Thoric. Nicely done for Mr. Savage and Vidil.
If there's ever someone who loves a good box fight, you're definitely going to be looking at Vidil here. Kylie for Strokey, also trying to see if they can win their own little mashups here. Deep's outside of Steamy Springs territory for Strokey, though. He's a massive pump shot. And just like that, gonna be forced to take a step back here, leading Kylie on the offensive, but Kylie got some great coming up to Datus, though. No chance that he's gonna be backing up Stain anytime soon. He's gonna hide behind that tree. 2 versus 1 pressure, and Stain just not able to match up. But Strokey and Kylie will win this one for the time being, but Datus might still be able to collect the reboot card, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't get Elim too.
Just doesn't get better than that when your team is hitting you shots like that. The backup can't even come in to support you. Axe Force and Robob. Robob had the run of his life last game, really turning up. And this was the same story. It's all early game fights. They didn't find much. They were hurt, but no! Snipes from behind! And Axe Force is gonna pay the price too as Sherry takes the elimination. It's Paper and Muzz here. They know this team had to be hurt because Robob had full advantage before that happened. And Paper is devastating with that sniper, but Breacher Shotgun's gonna let him open up any door he pleases. They find Gyros, big tags there, not a finish, but he's hurt.
Absolute miracle that Gyros did not go down in the process there, though. But Muzz, Paper, they are relentless with this charge. Sherry doing everything he can to try and create some distance, but just look at how far apart the split is now. Gyros left to fend for himself. Paper, Muzz now have their choice of pickings. Seems as though they're going to divert their attention to Gyros for the time being. Paper, though, recognizing the fact another interference play, this time coming out of Nutty, just outside of Shady Springs. And I can't believe this right now. Just the fact that Gyros and Sherry nearly managed to escape.
Mr. Savage and Vidil close the deal, close the books on Bolt's run here. Back to the tournament lobby he goes. That's gonna be it for his grand finals run. And for every team that falls now, for every team that closes their chapter here at the Global Championships, you have to respect them for making it this far. Your 50 best duos across the entire world competing against one another here today, giving us the show, of course, here in person and online. What a celebratory moment here for this $4 million land.
And just look at Cooper, boxed up so high right now. Rumble Ruins just in the center of this current zone. Granted, the zone, obviously, very large for the time being, but still, Cooper definitely trying to just be as attentive as possible to see where he might be able to secure some good surge tank damage from, because you have to remember, this team, they've been uncontested all day so far, and yet have seemingly not struggled all that much as far as their surge strategy is concerned. So they're definitely making up for the damage elsewhere. And we've seen multiple instances of them doing an excellent job while they're tarping, finding those eliminations in the process. You know, and Queasy, though, here at Steamy Springs, they've got a Pink and Vico smashed in between them. But Queasy and Eno, they want to take their time here. Don't want to panic by any means.
Not looking good right now for Pink, though, as he loses all his shield. Look how quickly Vino is coming in to constrict. But no, he's gonna back up. Respects the push, doesn't have Queasy here quite to back him up, so something comes out. Something must have been a little fishy in the air, so not worth it. The damage is welcomed here, undoubtedly. The zone now continues to move on. Now we jump back to Pixie and Cheatin'. So they have survived, they have gotten back up.
Don't want to say against all odds necessarily. Think that that initial strat was because of the fact that Pixie might have been picked off in the air off the initial drop. But Cheatin' and Pixie, they still need to ensure that they have a much easier time as far as their rotational positioning is concerned, because that's definitely something that they encountered a lot of difficulties with in the last match. Huga and Threats able to put a halt to their attempts to overtake first place last game. And here, they're still within reach, but it's only getting that much further away because Cooper and Miro, they are not taking any risks that they don't need to.
As long as Cooper and Miro stand, the chances for others are not possible. So for now, they are truly the final boss here. Seti and Cammy, however, will still have a big mountain to climb. A lot of eliminations and a huge endgame run, at least somewhere inside the top 3 to snatch up 50 or more points.
And we can't forget about Bryce and Chubbs either. I mean, they've been slowly but surely sneaking their way up the leaderboard. Started off outside of the top 10, then all of a sudden they're top 5 now. In that top 3, threatening for top 2 position. You have to remember, it is tens of thousands of dollars differences that we are talking about here. So for so many of these players, just on the cusp inside of these top 5 ranges, Cammy, Seti, trying to ensure that Yuumi and Source can't intervene with their plans here at the Frenzy Field, but Cammy gonna look to reorient on his positioning. Sees the snipe attempt coming out from Source, quick on the edits as well. Not gonna let himself fall victim to that one just yet.
Quick response there to the sniper glint. Here's Chubbs and Bryce. This is exactly what they've done all day long. Continue to find fights in the shady stilts, find fights north, and find success while doing it. This time, to the potential Giannis, who's in front. Sniper's in hand. Bryce showing us what he's got. Doesn't quite land that, but the tags on the follow-up are very good. Meanwhile, Flixie finds a quick knock onto Kanata, so there's trouble in paradise all around us right now, unfolding here for the last game. For Pixie and Cheatin', let's get a little update real quick on them. They're doing just fine inside their home territory, but it's time to move. They can't stay here for much longer. The zone's already telling them they gotta go.
Could be difficult to get across these icy islets as well. But Pixie and Cheatin' definitely gonna use a couple of these slap splashes, not only for the slap effect, but obviously just to regenerate some of that HP that they need. We've seen how efficiently some of these other teams can be as far as those 3, 2, 1 countdowns are concerned, and it doesn't matter if you started off with 200, you might just end up with nothing in the process here. Clement nearly proving a point.
Wow.
What I was just speaking of, because Pixie now forced to expend some more resources just to replenish some of his shields, and Clement still trying to see just how aggressively he can try to lock out Pixie on this rotation.
Not making it easy by any means right there. Definitely gonna cost them a fair amount. Bila and Peterbot still standing in the distance. Cold and Acorn up as well. Seti, Cammy, Snazy, Podesai, all in the conversation here. For Cold and Acorn right now, I like where they're at. Just in 7th place here, so real chances to jump up and earn hundreds of thousands of more. Any team inside the top 10, if you take a win, you're getting paid, son.
Almost got a little scared for Acorn there on how high up he just went. But Acorn's not the one in trouble right now. It's Vasquez, 10, attempting to take out Misha and Teeny, but Teeny from the bottom, chopping out Vasquez in the process. And that's gonna be an easy double elimination there from Misha and Teeny. More than happy to collect those points. They've been a menacing duo for sure all day long, and just continue playing spoiler for so many of these other teams in the lobby.
Every game we see them taking down different teams of varying degree and skill level. Vino goes for some shots there, ends up trading a few. Same for them, continue to rotate deep into the south side and then swing around on these western zones. So the strategy hasn't really changed much. In no way Teeny gets another game where the Rift Island is next to them. They're just continuing to fight for it. They might have the best 3-game tournament run, at least for teams that were down at the bottom trying to come back. They're having quite the comeback so far.
They're definitely attempting it, and so far, so good as far as this capture point is concerned, but you can definitely see a couple of neighbors starting to work their way into the Rift Island. Teeny and Misha, though, they're just looking to secure this capture point as quickly as possible. Again, 15 points that they could potentially acquire here on top of all the goodies that come with the capture point.
They were in 35th place coming into this game. If they secure this, they jump up into 29th. And think about before this, they were so much further down, one of the last placing teams, and all of a sudden now, they're at 4 eliminations in a Rift Island with 15 points secured potentially to be theirs now. Just really fighting their way back into this tournament here.
Look, I know that the business turret is primarily used just to get an idea of where your opposition might be at, but it seemed as though iDrop and Mappy had no idea that that business turret had even been placed in the first place. Well executed mission there from Misha and Teeny to secure a Rift Island for the time being. Capture point does seem as if it's going to go their way. We'll have to check back in on that a little bit later on, but Pixie, Cheatin continue trying to keep that threatening position here for first place. As long as Pixie and Cheatin are out, Cooper and Miro cannot count themselves as our global champions anytime soon.
Nope. But Cheatin has to be careful. Truelex and Chisha were the same team that did finish their last tournament run, so do have to be careful. Cooper and Miro, however, do have the Rumble Ruins, continue to be the safe zone for now, so a lot of time to work with here. Metal struggling as they don't really find much here, but otherwise, so long as they've gotten their tags, they should be just fine.
And given that they're bound to have spotted out some teams looking to make the rotations in towards this center part of the map, with the way that the zone just continues to pull their direction, but now, finally, they'll be forced to reposition for the first time in a while. And still, it's not too far that they've got to go, but they need to be careful with some of those dips in the elevation. You don't want to get caught out inside any of these jungle trenches.
Let's see it. Tayson Mustache on the move now. They have to move in. Zone's going west once again, so we're going to have some very interesting tournament at play. Thomas HD and Malabuka survived the drop somehow, escaping away, remaining back in it. So Thomas actually managed to save Malabuka, get the reboot card, bring him back. And they could be the players that topple the Giants up top, but
they have no idea.
I thought they did for a second. I'm not gonna lie. The ambush comes out and Miro puts up a fight already. Now he knows, wait, there was someone lurking underneath us. Be careful.
And it's not just anyone that's lurking underneath them. It's Malabuka, it's Thomas. 2 EU Titans. Well, they might not have had the day that they were hoping for. They're still gonna look to try and pounce back at least a few positions on that leaderboard. And they could definitely put a devastating stop to Miro and Cooper's run if Miro and Cooper are not careful on their rotation out. But it does seem as though for the time being, Miro Cooper, they're gonna take a moment here just to collect their thoughts, fully ensure that they've got the proper position, the proper pathway. Thomas, though, he's tired of waiting. He's just gonna look to charge right through them with that rocket ram. Good shot, though, placed from Miro. And now it's gonna be Thomas. It's gonna be Malabuka looking to try and turn back. Seems as though other teams possibly having caught wind of some of the action taking place here at the Rumble Ruins. And Miro Cooper, they know they've got to keep it moving. They can't afford to get stuck here now. They need to get inside the edge of zone before other teams start trying to lock them out.
Here's one of the strengths, too. This is their drop. They know exactly how to maneuver it, so great for the time being. And they're just like, hey, look, we have so much surge. Let's just chill out. They go to the boat, they retreat back, go back to the heals that they know are there, and they play it smart. This is really showing that Miro and Cooper want that payday. They want that big check that could be waiting for them. This could be $1 million med kit right here that just keeps them in the game and away from Thomas HD and company. Every play now matters. Every play so important to the remainder of this game for them.
Could potentially give them the ultimate dead side rotation if you think about it, because nobody else is going to be trying to stick around like these two have been. So you can see other teams like Queasy and Veno, they've continued trying to just aggress ever forward into the next zones, but danger from above here. Queasy gonna need a moment just to replenish some of his shields.
You know what? Re and Ritual as well. You got to give them so much credit. They are continuing to find eliminations. They may very well be another team fighting for top 3 by the time this is all over. For Pixie and Cheatin here, they're just trying to hold on to their second place and fight their way to number 1. They've already gotten 2 victory royales. Asking for a third feels near impossible, but it's got to be done if they want to be the global champions. Cheatin, Pixie running past the team here. Don't go for the peek, but instead play defensively now. It's Gab Zero in the box next door. Another team lands on him. Who is this? It's Yuma.
Yumi and Source could pose a huge threat right now for Cheatin and Pixie. Cheatin doesn't exactly have the most ammo to work with right now. It's going to be super dependent on his Maven auto shots to connect. Pixie as well trying to break through builds with this Breacher, but it's going to be Source Yumi still just outside of their box. Pixie now trying to see if he can buy his duo a little bit of time here, but they're just caught in between this entire mess.
That might have been the biggest mistake right there. They pulled Source into the box, but they are so deathly afraid of losing second place. They are getting pushed back when they could have easily finished the elimination. But this is tournament fear. This is placement fear starting to kick in here.
You can almost see the panic.
This could be one of the most expensive lessons they learn. I hope they fight back here.
It is just crazy right now how hesitant Pixie and Cheatin are, and the hesitation is finally going to cost them. Cheatin has been knocked in the process. Pixie picking up his teammate now, hoping nobody realizing that he's just below, but he realizes now he's gonna have to forfeit it. Tries to wrap around now to UB, and Source won't be able to find the Breacher shot that he needs though. Down to his last 17 shotgun shells here inside of this Breacher. Twin Mag not gonna do him much good in such close combat. And Pixie now looking for the full retreat, throwing out metal builds in the process, trying to see if he can get down to the low ground, see if he can hide for a moment in the water here around Eclipse Estate. But he might just be open season for the rest of the lobby as Pixie now, in a moment of desperation, continues trying to build for his life. Hide from this rock, hoping that the chest can give him something, anything to work with.
He needs builds from that. That's all he's trying to get at this point. No rocket ram or anything in sight. He's just got to keep going. Vino shuts him down, and down goes Pixie and Cheatin before they can earn any points. And just like that, their tournament run is over. How high can they hold here? As now, Cooper and Miro have the dream run of their lives unfolding before them.
But you can see their composure. There's no celebratory factors coming out just yet. They know Bryce, Chubbs, Cammy, Seti, these are teams that could definitely make a resurgence if they're not careful. They want every point possible in this moment, and they might just find it. They've got an excellent spot just outside the edge zone here. Decent amount of ground to cover as well, but Chubbs as a solo, he actually doesn't have Bryce with him. This is a best case scenario for Cooper and Miro.
So tough for Chubbs though. Again, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line here. Life-changing money for Chubbs and Bryce. And their third place spot is standing on shaky ground here. He's by himself, but the smile says it all. He knows there's a chance here. I can still do this. Just gotta play smart. Gotta play to the instincts. Here we go. Rocket Ram comes out. He's off to the air here. Down is gonna land, potentially on a team. Meanwhile, Miro's in a fight, continuing to push through this lobby here. Placement points now to be earned. Every team that falls now will push teams closer and closer to more prizing.
Keep in mind though, Miro and Cooper, they might just run into Muzz, and Muzz, he lost Paper earlier on. Don't believe he's had an opportunity to look for the reboot either, based on when Paper was picked off. So now Miro in the backside, Merstash in Tayson's box. He could go massive here. He wants to find the shot to connect. Both teams gonna get dropped another layer here. Inside the box though, gonna be Tayson first to fall. Cooper and Miro just continue to grow the count. 324 points currently on the leaderboard. And Cooper, despite having been knocked, Miro's still going.
No way, but he finds Kylie there too with a huge finish. And his teammate gets finished off now too. Shot from the side here, he has no more builds. He needs this refresh. If not, it's over. And down he goes. There is still a runway in front of Cammy and Seti. If they can get over 10 eliminations and win this game, that will be a 100-point run. So it's not over yet. Chubbs falls too. Down goes Price, down goes Chubbs. It's all or nothing. Copenhagen, hold your breath. Let's see how far Cammy and Seti can go. Will you put your money on it, is the question.
Hard to ever count Cammy and Seti out, but when they need still another 9 eliminations, they've got to find the players first. Cammy gonna rocket ram forward. Seti soon to follow. Seti though, he's lost his shields entirely as he drops back down with the rest of the lobby. Seti nearly out of the count for real this time. And now Cammy doing what he can to try and back his duo up. Seti will find a brief moment, but it still might not be enough. They need these eliminations. It doesn't matter if they get the placements.
Here we go, Cammy on the run right now, trying to find some eliminations. Moneymaker might just be the next one, but another team's next door. Cammy has a decision to make, misses out on the opportunity to find elimination. Seti here, still 22 players in this lobby. Anything can happen right now. Should they just go on a run? Should they go on a streak? Acorn still up, off to the side. Has a solo right now. No builds for Acorn either. It's looking a little dicey here.
But Acorn doing everything he can still just to try and see if he can buy himself in cold. Another couple of points. Everything matters as far as placements are concerned for some of these other teams. Sure, it might not be first, but it's still the difference between thousands of dollars as far as his leaderboard is concerned. Acorn's gonna try to take a shot from some players on the backside. KVM Rapid looking for his escape. He still has Batman Bugo with him. So many solos and a land of duos, but the zone is gonna pull back in Acorn's favor. Cammy meanwhile, Seti meanwhile, they're still keeping the charge going.
How are they still alive right now? Truly fighting for it. Cammy needs a second here. He's got to drink the slurp juice, or at least find a siphon. Something of the two. Trulex, Chiche on the low ground here. Have to continue to fight back. Have to continue to fight back. It's all or nothing now. You need everyone here. They have to finish things up. They have to take out the lobby. Earn as much as you can. The chance is theirs. And there you have it. Cammy and Seti will have to fight their way up to earn as much as possible here, but what a run it has been for Cammy and Seti. Rapid and Batman Boogar in front of them. Who will be the next to fall?
It is an absolute scramble though throughout the low ground. Teams are just falling all over the place, and it's gonna be finally Cammy, Seti with a little bit of a layer separation here. Other teams in the mid ground. But it's gonna be Flixie first. Flixie nearly putting an end to the Polish run, but instead Cammy, Seti turning around 180, no problem.
3 eliminations now. Trulex, Chicho on the high ground with 6. All of a sudden, trying to make a comeback here. What a tournament run it has been. You gotta have nothing but appreciation and support for Cammy and Seti, who are fighting for it and keeping it interesting. Oh my gosh, 4 HP, down goes Chicho. Cammy will not give this up without a fight. Trulex now coming in. He's hurt. It's a 2v1. What you gonna do? Got a player behind him. Trulex gets broken out here. Cammy still giving him a run for it. 1 build. No builds. 2v1. He's healthier, but there are 2. Cammy goes in. No shot hit. Trulex finds it. Siphon comes through. It's now a 1-on-1, and Trulex wins the game with 9 elims. You gotta love it, but your global champions are here.
Miro and Cooper from day 1 getting knocked out of the upper bracket to standing tall here in day number 3, our championship Sunday. Your 2023 global champions even, Miro and Cooper.
Cooper looked up to Miro, reached out to Miro, asked him to play as his duo, and who would have thought it would have been $1 million coin flip? Congratulations, Miro. Congratulations, Cooper. You are our 2023 Global Champions. Lift that trophy. How amazing it must feel. How great to be the Global Champions. Miro and Cooper, you have done it. Through the ups, through the downs, this weekend, this entire tournament is yours.
Everything was for this moment. Cooper, it's your first time here in Copenhagen, but you have certainly left your mark on everyone in this building. Your first ever LAN, and you are a global champion.
The vibes in this room right now are absolutely insane. Congratulations once again, Cooper, Miro, global champions. They hit the ground running. A second place, a fifth place. They did not stop Mini Miner Kelly. They had eyes and sight on that trophy. They came into today, they knew what they wanted, and they broke through.
What a start for the day for them. What a finish to the day for them. They were almost faultless throughout the entire day. I'm trying to look for things that could have been better. Maybe they could have done that differently. They just popped off. I don't know how they did it.
Every single step of the competition, from the early to mid to late game, when it came to farming, when it came to engagements, when it came to rotating, they did everything almost perfectly. It was absolutely incredible to watch this duo do what they do best, and that is consistency.
What a great storyline for this duo as well. You have the experience of someone like Miro, who I was going to say 5. Let's make that 6 FNCS titles to his name. Of course, picking up Cooper, an underrated, less experienced IGL who has taken the reins and led them to a huge victory by an absolute landslide almost.
And we've talked about this throughout the entire weekend. The fact that this duo almost didn't exist, that it literally came down to a coin flip. This is a story for the ages and one that we will never forget in Fortnite.
Today, history is made. And it's not only Cooper and Miro that are global champions, but that is North America put on the map. From Invitational going to EU, the global champions will come home to NA. Let's take a look at our overall results, because take a look at the prize money. This was a battle for second place. Cammy and Seti coming out from just outside the top 5. Trulex and Chicho both going head to head. And in the final moments of that game, it was enough. Cammy and Seti come out of nowhere and jump up in a second.
So many people would have said about Cammy and Seti that they're a 12-game team, right? We usually have 12 games over grand finals. This was 6 games. A lot of people would have said, okay, they're not necessarily going to do as good because they're not big game players like we've seen Queasy and Veno have. They're not going to get crazy amounts of eliminations. But they've just proved all of those people wrong. They were consistent throughout the whole day, which is exactly what we expect from them. Even when zones were just not in their favor today, they still did very, very well.
No, we had a lot of these Northwestern zones, and Cammy and Seti made sure to grab that tower every single time so that they were able to be aware and rotate early. And even though it seemed like they had some issues with Storm Surge, they did not let that bring them down, and they were able to rotate that into so much good aggression. And my goodness, that Gunner Stinger SMG that we saw Cammy and Seti using towards the end there was definitely such a huge part of their success in game number 6.
I wanted to highlight one other duo on that list. In your 5th place, the Asia region represent MK Papa and Shalom. Congratulations to them, a top 5 in the global championship. Massive, massive congratulations as we continue to go down the list here. Pixie and Cheatin started off in such a strong position, and they end in 4th place, $300,000 for the duo. This is the 4th best duo in the world.
I mean, these guys, they're going to be feeling on top of the world right now, because these are two underrated players. I think they're a lot more rated now after that.
Oh, yeah.
Coming 4th place in the EU region. I mean, what a fantastic performance those guys. Just let it fall off there just at the end. Maybe nerves got a little bit to them, but 4th place.
Well, we saw how many Western zones they were in,
Yeah.
coming all the way from Brutal Bash and having the likes of Bugha and Threats constantly block their way into zone. The fact that they were able to get back-to-back victory royales and still have these rough last 2 games and still do as well as they did speaks volumes.
Absolutely. I want to relive that final game from Cooper and Miro. We've got a listen in standing by, so let's hear it.
You're good, bro. Don't even listen. Like I said, I'm smiling. I'm dead ass smiling. I'm dead ass smiling. We're the best players here. I got Kennen. We're the best players in this lobby. On my life, we are. Pixie died. Oh my god. I'm sweating, bro. You're good. Loosen up, bro. I know. I'm not even like nervous, bro. I'm just sweating. Chill, bro.
Top 25 comes so soon. I'm just gonna literally play my life. Challenge. Top 26. See one more team to die. No noise challenge, bro. Okay. No noise challenge, yeah.
Oh my god, Pixie spectated me.
No noise challenge. No noise challenge.
We should chase him. We should chase him, bro. I swear.
Can you come? Okay, yeah, no, we can. We can chase another kid.
No, no, it's a solo. It's a solo. Please get to me.
Okay, I'm on you. I'm listening. All you. IGL, go.
Yeah, we like the
I'm in.
I'm in.
Yeah, same. I got dropped down.
I got dropped solo. Wait, I'm in a box. Jordan.
Get body. Got finished. I got mass. I'm playing my life.
Man, you could just tell, you hear that moment. I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? He already knew, right? You heard it from Cooper's Watch. Dude, I got a big smile on my face. They knew going into that last game, it was just a victory lap. They had it all locked up.
Yeah, they did. And I was saying to you, Zeke, before that game, imagine going into a final game of a tournament like this when you pretty much have it all wrapped up. What is the feeling like to do that? It must be absolutely incredible. And of course, they didn't just back down. They didn't just try and double key and make a mess of it. They wanted to close out strong. And even in that end game, they played very, very well. And I mean, you can forgive them for being a little bit nervous in those moments, I think.
Oh, it is definitely deserved. And I mean, just looking at how far ahead they are from the rest of the pack, to say that you are almost 60 points ahead of the reigning invitational champs of Cammy and Seti is just another accolade to add to their belt. But Zeke, I believe we have a special surprise right now.
We do. Gents, if you don't mind putting on these headsets, no big deal. We just have your FNCS Global Champions right here on the stage. Royal Arena, make some noise for your Global Champions, Miro and Cooper. Guys, first off, let's go, guys! Let's go! You did this! You guys have worked so hard. Let's first shine a light. The coin toss. Talk to me about this coin toss. How did this all go? Is this real? Is this made up?
Yeah. I didn't really want to play the game too much no more. And I was like, you know what? I'm doing nothing better. I'm getting a teammate, and I'm coming back. I don't care. Like, I just was. I flipped the coin, and I was like, all right, we'll play on Cooper.
I mean, Coop, did you think back then a coin flip would lead to $1 million FNCS Global Championship title?
I mean, not at all. I mean, back then, I only had 5K earned when we started playing.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta up that number now.
Oh, yeah. He's the best to ever do it.
Hey, man, live in the moment. You live in the moment.
I mean, Cooper, you just mentioned it right there. You were a very underrated player, 5K earned when you started playing with Miro. Tell me what it's like to play with someone like him. What's he taught you about the game to get to this stage?
Miro's taught me so much. I mean, whenever we first started playing, it was my first time ever IGLing. But being with the best fragger to ever touch the game kind of comes easy, you know? It was great, man. I've learned so much.
I mean, Miro, landing Rumble Ruins unconned, it definitely seemed to give you guys such a big advantage. How did you guys use that for your success in all 6 games?
I mean, I wouldn't really say our drop shot was an advantage. Some games we were leaving with like no mats and everything. I say just being confident, honestly. Like, I know I'm the best in this lobby, 100%. I came into here, I was thinking, like, after last Invitational, I did bad, I was down. Like, I felt so down, but then I realized I'm like, I got not 1, but 2, but 3, but 4, but 5 FNCS wins, make it 6 now. I just need to be confident. I played confident, I was just running around killing people, eliminating people, sorry. We did what we had to do, honestly. Like, that's all I can say.
How did you guys bounce back, right? So you guys got knocked into the lower bracket. For some people, they're maybe looking at anyone in that situation thinking the mentals must be rocky. You guys came in today, I just thought, man, y'all came up from the upper bracket, right? Nothing changed.
Oh.
I think through the first bracket, I came here very nervous. I mean, this being my first major LAN, I mean, this is my third grand finals in general.
Wow.
I came in super shook. I feel like I was really unconfident. So going into Heat 2, I kind of just played my own game. Mero helped a lot with that the day before. He just got me locked in, got me in my game. And then finals, I just never played better in my life. It was amazing.
It's insane.
That's absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, obviously, Mero, you're so decorated. And there's so many times where I feel like we kind of almost not discredit Cooper, but it's like we talk so much about you, and then on this stage, Cooper, dude, what in the world? There was just moments where it's just you. And you were just in your flow state, and it didn't matter, man. You were gonna go the distance, find those eliminations, the placement. Where did that come from, dog?
I don't know. I'm just great.
Guys, thank you so much. Can you just, final question, try and dig down, focus.
Yep.
How does it feel? How's it feel?
I mean, honestly, this feels so insane that I hope everybody in the world gets to experience something like this. This is insane. Like, I've never thought from playing video games when I was like a little kid to just sitting on stage in front of this many people is insane. Like, I can't even imagine how many people are watching me right now. This is insane. My mom's watching back home. I love you, Mom. Love my whole family. This is insane.
Cooper?
Absolutely insane.
Feels great.
It feels great. For the fans out there, what will you tell them? Let them know.
Keep moving, man. Life's gonna knock you guys down so many times, even outside of playing video games, and it's just about getting back up. If you stay down, you're gonna stay down. Like, that's how it works. You guys gotta get up and keep moving. That's my best advice.
Cooper, you want to say anything, man? FNCS Global Champion?
I mean, coming from me especially, just chase your dreams, man. I played this game for 3 years, having little to no earnings, and I'm on the main stage now, being great. Feels good.
Let's go. Royal Arena, make some noise. Look at these fans, the fans behind you. Let them know. Before we get ready to say goodbye, let's toss it up to the casters to get their closing thoughts on the competition.
Mero's come such a long way, so has Cooper. And yeah, man, it's such a heartwarming, conversation to unfold there, especially with the way Cooper says, hey, put in the practice, keep going at it, and next thing you know, you could be there. Because once that was Mero too, and now look at how far he's come.
Beyond earned bragging rights for the both of them, and Mero especially adding yet another FNCS champion accolade to his count. 6 is insane. The fact that you have made it that far is ridiculous, and Cooper, really looking forward to seeing just how many more you might be able to add on to that, because at this rate, it seems as though the sky's the ceiling for you, man.
Yeah, definitely. For the millions at home too, follow our champions online. We definitely see the stocks going up, so you guys deserve all of your support and everything that you've earned so far. But from us here at the desk, myself, Monster D-Face, the best taco, Jacob PR, who of course had the opportunity to cast all these games, we thank you guys from us up here. We're gonna send it on down to Zeke to close this out.
Man, emotions are running high. It's hard not to get emotional. I want to get you guys closing thoughts.
I mean, the day as a whole was crazy. The weekend as a whole was incredible. And I mean, we got here, right? We got here from a whole year worth of Fortnite competitive action. I want to say a big thank you to the players, of course, that have put on such an incredible show throughout the entire weekend. The fans that have turned up here, not just today, from yesterday, the day before as well, from all of the times that we got to meet everyone, and everyone's been so lovely. Honestly, every single person I've got to speak to has been absolutely incredible. And to all the people watching at home as well, this is what Fortnite is about. These are the stories that this game can create. It is magical, and I wouldn't change anything for the world.
It has been an absolute pleasure working with all of the talent that we've had here, and you guys especially as well. I've been loving being on the desk with you all, and like you just reiterate, all of the fans, all of the players to showcase what Fortnite has to offer. Our amazing production team as well. This has been such an experience, and one that I will never forget. And Zeke, I thank you for, being the captain of the ship.
Being goofball supreme. That is what my job is. To everyone, thank you guys so much. From the talent crew, from Vivid, from Levin 2K, from Frankie Ward, from these 2 year casters, the production crew from Epic, to the fans, to the players, This is all possible because of you guys, your passion, your love for the game. It's hard not to get emotional, but man, as Minnie said, this is what this is all about. So we just thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for your love of Fortnite. We cannot wait to see you all for 2024. So until then, as always, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.